there at number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for a set of BTR, you somewhat expect like a player like Federales. No, let the coaches play. Who said coaches can't play? Yep, that's Ken for you. Breaking that Sigma. I mean, that stigma. Stigma. But, you know, for a set of MVKE, they do have Superman as well, which I gotta say, this player's sustainability inside of the game, especially when it comes to playing devotedly and trying to survive, definitely spot on. A moment or so, they were on the verge of actually taking a win for themselves, but unfortunately, they got overwhelmed by Team Flash. APC Dog always going to be in the competition as well. I mean, this guy is pretty hefty in regards to, you know, playing the aggressor side for you know, on the offensive take. But for the set of RQ, they do have the player that we don't really know how to say his name properly.
GF Stein, I'm pretty sure that our Indonesian fans could actually help us out if they do recognize his face. But, you know, we've seen so many different variations of names, and what stood out from Todak was Kenny's approach. I mean, he just got transferred from 7-9 into this roster, and he's feeling rightfully at home. So with pretty much a revitalized some vibrant scene coming into Malaysia with all these new names, I feel like Kenny is just really proving himself to be one of the most powerful veterans on the front line. So it's just a great addition that Todak absolutely needed.
Yeah, had him down a mini 14 on an ACOG. Definitely can really rock the boat here for Kodak. And yep, that's going to be it. So far, we get to see the overall ranking once again. BTR is going to be up there on the feed, but Team Flash has always been on the run. If the pacing doesn't really change here for the set of BTR, and Team Flash can persist to continue what they were able to do on yesterday's run, I'm expecting a bit of a shift here, Contra.
Me too. I mean, take a look at how close these points are. Around that 50-point margin, we will expect certain shifts to happen within the span of the rounds. Meanwhile, for the fight to the throne right now, BTR as well as Team Flash, just 3 points apart. So it could be anyone's game on who's going to be able to really create a little bit more of a wider gap. So we'll have to see this battle between the Indonesians and the Vietnamese to see who would be able to really rightfully sit at the top. And of course, the results so far definitely looking to be incremental for the side of Team Flash, all thanks to all the heroics pulled in by all the members from yesterday's run.
Definitely, man. I mean, overall, you know, there's definitely going to be a lot of promise around the top 10 board. Now, here on the second page, we do have Todak as well actually dropping down there on the number 9 spot on the second page, because I mean, despite the fact that they did really put up a pretty good run on yesterday's take on Miramar, unfortunately for them, the next few games didn't really fit to their favor. Boom Esports on the same page as well. Same goes for Set of Vampire Esports. But Tribe Aramasi, though, coming from the victory that they were able to accumulate on the last initial round, bagging 15 points, able to bag them +7 on the rankings.
Yep, that's absolutely huge numbers out there, and they managed to also save themselves from falling further below that 18 spot. So Horror Esports, they didn't really play all too many games yesterday, so hopefully they will be able to show up and catch up with the rest of the pack, because currently they're holding that borderline where they want to gatekeep teams like Outer Ego Aries as well as AZ Slumber from advancing to the finals. These favor an outlier, which usually sees them, you know, sitting at top 5 very consistently. I believe that they are starting to really get themselves back into the groove. So once they do, perhaps we are going to be seeing some big games coming from them alongside with Boing Donkey.
Let's get it here. So far on the number 1 to number 8, it's predominated by Indonesians in Vietnam. You do have Pakistan and Mongolia there as well for the side of APG, but you know, the rest will come through now. Ladies and gentlemen, you get to see the map rotation is going to be exactly the same and how it went down for the last 2 days, if I'm not mistaken. Contra, it is going to be Erangel Miramar. I mean, you all see it on the screen. It's a back and forth here. Man, I kind of miss my Sandhawk actions, bro.
Me too. I mean, I also do miss like the rowdiness of what Sandhawk offers. But then again, when you fit so many teams into the lobby and these guys can just, you know, blow each other up at any given point. So I feel like this is a little bit more controlled environment for these teams to actually find something more fruitful than, you know, just get obliterated just because you took that wrong misstep or rotation. So we're starting things off as per usual with Group A as well as Group B. So is there any hot takes that you want to start with here on your votes before we begin?
I feel like the amount of times that RQ was put into a situation where they were so close to bagging this win, I feel like they want to try to aim for having a great opening for today's run. So I'm going to be going for RQ here for my prediction.
Okay, a very, very solid pick. I'm going for APG this time round since like yesterday, there were a couple of rounds where they didn't manage to get too much done because they got shut down very early. Some of their spots gets contested from the get-go. So hopefully they've been able to shift maybe to a different location to try to stabilize a little bit. And then you will know that they've been very well-versed on how to really rotate for most of these maps of Wrangle. So this is one of their best chances to really bounce back up to the top.
I think both of our initial picks really shares the same narrative here. They got that oomph, they got the potential to really bag in the win. It's just unfortunate they can't really get the final adjustment. Now, production team, what do you have on board? And it is going to be for Thrive, so that is going to be a pretty safe pick. After all, they did start off things yesterday with a W on Erangel itself. So hey, not going to be going against this one. Wouldn't be surprised if they go back to back as well. But hey, those are only 3 teams that we're mentioning here, Contra. There's still a lot more possibilities to go.
Yep, plenty of options on the table right now. I mean, it's all about making all the right moves for the moment. And these teams, I believe that they might have actually spent some time doing some bot reviews, study other teams on the patterns of how they actually move around the map or how they decide to coordinate certain attacks. So we definitely would see much more of these improved playstyle, even for the teams that may not be out there on the top 10 right now. So they're definitely a whole lot hungry to get their way into the grand finals so that they could fight for more of that cash prize, so to speak.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Here we go. Soon enough, we're going to be transitioning into the first initial round. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 3 here for this very tournament. And after that, we still got 2 more days to go to pan out. And right after that, we're going to be heading straight towards the playoffs. So schedule is pretty compact here for these teams. No days of a break at all. We're just heading straight into the direct action for PUBG Mobile. I mean, Contra, pretty excited. I can't wait to see how this one played out on yesterday's run, because the first 4 maps was pretty freaking hype. There was no definition, and Nonton really stood out on top. All of a sudden, on the last part of the circle's initial stages, you get to see someone just decides to rise and take the spotlight. Hopefully, we can see somewhat of an action like that here for today's broadcast.
Sure enough, and man, we've already seen that it was always action-packed from the get-go, where even these teams, they're having some ego checks on the hot drops. We've seen a whole lot coming to areas like Novo Renoye when it comes down to the islands. And then you got some fights going on, even on those corners with map Primos as well as Jurgapol. So options are plenty. I hope our observers are ready to turn the cameras to where it needs to be, because it is going to be pretty hot out here for our very first match. And I just can't wait to see what unfolds along for the span of 6 matches.
Yeah, let's get it on here. 5 seconds separates us from the action itself. Take a look at the flight path here on the first round for day number 3 here at RUTHLESS Invitational Showdown 12. And looking like the flight path is going to be starting off directly in the middle side of the military base. So it seems to have a somewhat of a safer flight path here that could provide an equal spread. I mean, yeah, on yesterday's run, I gotta say, Contra, it was definitely dedicated on the western side of the map. East didn't have no love. Milta, Yasnia, Prisma, even Milta Power was out of the picture. But for this one, though, it might just get involved.
I really do hope so. I mean, we got to change the flavor up a little bit. I mean, they've always given us a little bit of that teaser when we start off in the islands. And interesting enough that we start to see Vampire Esports opting to move directly into the islands. So this is just a little bit of a change of pace of how they really play. So they could actually be going for surprise ambushes either upon Homeboys or even APG. And looks like this time around, there's not going to be that altercation inside Novo Renoye anymore. There's definitely changes to what these teams are up to.
Yeah, Homeboy's going to have the Novo for themselves, and that's going to be pretty good. I mean, high quality loot. Same goes for the side of ABG. I don't think there's going to be any contention for them, not at all. RQ is going to be gliding across towards the direction of Milta, while you do have Force Rise as well here that's on vicinity here on the beach side, coming from the western side of the map. Tito Alliance, they are going to be outside the vicinity there from side of Milta as well, and the rest will come through. And so far, I mean, really expecting too much of an altercation here right from the get-go, but Vampire Esports actually did pick up a boat, so I think they might take a long way wrap around here on the western side of the island to have a better angle.
Yeah, I think it's a smart maneuver since they usually start off inside of Primos, so they could just drive that boat over onto that corner and then slowly play it out. Now, the first circle does appear towards the south side, so this is definitely going to be a lot more interesting. We're already seeing some gunshots fired at Four Tribes as this battle at Fair Pure is commencing right now. First blood in the hands of the Tigers.
Yeah, southwestern side here for the circle. So it is going to be leaving Boom Esports alongside Team Secret at Tribe Massey to have that slight bit of rotation. Same goes for the side of the Homeboys, but for the side of Todak alongside Alter Ego Ares and Void Donkeys, especially on Severny, is going to be a bit of a tall order. But hey, Erangel, fortunately, is not too much of a wide map compared to Miramar, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to really try to put the effort to hop inside of the circle. But definitely, you might want to try to avoid those gatekeepers there, Contra. But for the time being, though, despite the first initial frag there from the side of 7-9, the rest doesn't really consolidate to another casualty at all. It is just that first frag that we did get to see in regards to the casualties.
Yeah, and you talk about space as well as the sizing of, you know, the amount of land that you could actually play from. Now that it's on the southwest, a lot of it covers the water, so realistically, they kind of have to fight in some compact space. So it needs all these teams to rotate very quickly in the zone, or else they won't be able to cop a really good spot for themselves if they were to move in maybe towards stage 2 onwards. So Boom Esports over on the Rosal doesn't really have too much of that pressure to actually move inbound, since, you know, usually around this passage of Gatka, they will still have a lot of clean access into getting around where they need to be, so they could just safely loot up for the time being. But Boom definitely have impresses from a couple of rounds that they played out in Miramar. And Erangel, though, I mean, they've managed to go in for a couple of top 4 finish, but that's kind of about it. We want to see the kind of play around Yummy in order for them to really reap more of those rewards now. Speaking of which, 50-50 between the mainland and the island, but I would still say that it's still mainland-centric for most part. If it's the islands, I'll say, damn, it's all about APG controlling that sector.
Oh yeah, I mean, Novka Island is pretty much held on to here by the side of APG. The Four Tribes, funny enough, is going to be on the other side of the map. I think on yesterday's run specifically, we did see Four Tribes actually just holding out the bridge side and giving APG such a hard time, though. But if you take a look at Four Tribes and 7-9, actually, they're only separated by 300 meters here, so that might be a possible altercation that we could see happening. But at the same time, that is still a fair share amount of distance for them to really drop up against each other, but they are drawing near here slowly but surely. That could be the next fight that we could probably foresee here, Contra.
Sure enough, and for the moment, I think MVK, they're just holding on to those choke points for now. AST, they can afford to actually stay longer to just gatekeep Team Secret's entry into the zone, so that's something that's definitely worth taking note for. Whereas Homeboys, what's going to be the cue to call here? Do they cut through the islands from the nearest bridge to fight against RRQ, or do they wrap around, go up against APG later on? So, yeah, it's looking a little rather dicey to kickstart our first round.
Yeah, Homeboys, I mean, they did get that, you know, favorable drop, no contention whatsoever, but obviously you can't really just go on without any casualties along the way. Now we get to see Four Tribes here drawing in pretty near up against the Team 52, and so far, checking it up now, and yep, T24 OP, you gotta drop, bro, you gotta drop, you gotta run away for your left. Unfortunately, no coverage at all, and that is gonna be T24 here, dropped to the ground, securely out of the initial as well. Confirmation there for Barry Can to put themselves through, and Force Rise, honestly, right from the get-go, can't really catch a break at all, and they're just getting put into casualties where they can't respond back with force.
Yeah, I just love how straightforward it was for the side of 52 Esports. They just full send it with all their members, and T24 had no options to run to find any form of cover in time. So unfortunately, Four Tribes starts off the game. They've already lost one much early on, and now it's only 2 players left. So hopefully they will be able to at least stall out inside of Fair Pure, since that is still the focal point of the zone. So they should be able to at least find just about enough covers, since they already have a few members planted in. But 52, perhaps if they would go in for the full challenge, they could just storm their way through and just claim Fair Pure for their own, since they've already spot out one member of Four Tribes hiding inside the compound.
Yeah, we are looking at a pretty gloomy start here for Team 52, and again, you know, they are at the number 4 spot right now, at least, you know, in the comparison for the overall ranking here for this very round. And you know, obviously, when you are at that state, you got to do what you got to do to really bag back your losses coming from the last 2 days of this tournament. Now we draw things back here towards APG, and you don't really got a lot of things to worry about as well. Not like so much more here for Team 52 and Fourth Thrives, where they're drawing near once again. Fourth Thrives only got 2 members left, so got to be cautious in regards to how they, you know, deal with the decisions in regards to what fights they want to take.
Yep, and Alpha Gaming were to book themselves the gas station, where this will just be a perfect choke point for them to set up. As you can see that they're positioning on a split formation. Oh, they're having a little bit of picnic right now. I mean, might as well, right? Since, you know, there's no action whatsoever. I guess they're missing like what, sandwiches and like a couple of drinks to sort themselves out. So yeah, maybe they'll just keep themselves busy, take a look all the way across the pier.
They do it. Can they do it? Can they jump on the rooftop? Yep. Doc, though, struggling just a little bit. One more. No. 4 times the charm. Never mind. Jill beats him to it. But overall, APG, I mean, they don't really have a lot of things to worry about as well. Fourth Rise, I mean, they're surrounded by, what, 3 teams there. That it's going to be APG, Sem9, and 52. And they only got 2 players left. Now, we take a look at the circle now here, closing in. Where does it shift towards to is the next question in line? And does it say towards the middle side of the map? Yes, it does. So, hey, fortunate to those who is early on the rotation.
Yeah, lucky enough for homeboys, APG have decided to take the gas station. Now it leaves them a little bit more room to play over the south, but inevitably, I believe they will still have to cut over much later on. RQ is going to take the long, wide wrap into the islands, and maybe that's going to be challenged by homeboys eventually. So Simba is being sent towards that corner, whereas over on the center, it's looking rather congested. Void Donkey's entering rather late. So I don't know, Chief, like, you tell me where exactly they're going to land, because I don't really see a spot that they could actually hold firmly unless they go in contesting up against those teams.
Wait it out here. Be cautious on what you want to take. Now, you draw things back here towards Triber Messi, which we all know they have that fire within them as well. And now Vampire Esports Lasters finds one more player from the side of Fourth Thrives. I don't exactly know what the Pakistani crew is doing here, but one thing for sure, they're not really feeling it on this first initial round here, Contra.
Yeah, I could say so myself. Like, you know, I give them a little bit more of a, we'll cut them a little bit of slack, because, you know, some of these teams, they need a little bit of warm up, and maybe they're just not shaking off the rust just yet, you know, after, you know, a long night out, playing 6 back-to-back rounds for 3 days in a row. It is definitely grueling, so to speak. And just like that, Milla takes out another member of Four Tribes, leaving only one. I'm not too sure if that's going to be Naki or who exactly it is that's currently holding on. But yeah, there's just not much allowance of space left for them to even play too much of a hide and seek. Vampire Esports, they take all that free real estate inside Fair Pure, so they're definitely ready to brawl up against those teams that will be arriving inevitably in the next 5 minutes.
Ooh. Circle here looking pretty compact here. After all, I mean, despite the fact that Four Tribes has been feeding off with every casualty here, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking to have a pretty congested stage 3 here as stage 2 is about to close out. 15 squads remaining. I'm not too exactly too certain what to expect here, but wanting for sure back and forth gunfights from the left, back, front, center. It is going to be bullets galore up in the air, nades flying by, and Todek so far they are cooking it up now. They do got Boom P Sports on the other side, but out there you go, Aries Rosemary actually finds one player from the side of Celcom Diddy Alliance. That is going to be Seedall taking the second initial blow off this round.
Yeah, as much as we didn't really get the full glimpse of what went on, they were actually fighting for this 8-stack village, and this is where it is a full brawl between all the members. That UAZ crashes to the wall, and Rosemary, he's not gonna get enough bullets to actually trade right back. Kasim tries to hold his ground, and just about upon arrival, INVITATIONAL finds them. Krypton still lasting out to take 2 members of CD Alliance. And CD Alliance, they're badly licking their wounds. And here comes the full push coming from Krypton.
He's going to get cooked up here for Krypton. Battery there off the rip, looking to offer the flag. And yep, that is it. 966 is going to be out away from the scene with Badru once again, laying it out with a shotgun. Wow.
What a skirmish that was. I mean, it was explosive back and forth between the 2 teams. At least CD Alliance found themselves a couple of points, and that kind of puts a little dent over on the Alpha Field despite those 4 points gained. Hold now holds down the line with the arrival of AST, and Cleon, he finds it with the AUG and DBS. He flicks it so perfectly in time, and now he just has to find Gante, and he lands the final nail in the coffin for AST.
Yeah, unfortunate for Center Tribe MSC, but 4 Tribes! Oh my days!
What?
The rogue player from 4 Tribes able to rat it out. 1 player only left remain from the side of Todak of the casualty from the Center Tribe MSC. 4 Tribes, this player right here up on the screen, able to secure the elimination as well, putting them down. Wow,
that was nasty. I mean, Todak had no idea. I mean, they thought that it was all cleared out because they have already fed off against AST. They said, okay, it's now a walk in the park. We can go for that full reset. But little did they know that lurk was right there from the get-go. I guess that was a play. I mean, crucial pointer gain, and denying Todak was everything right there for 4 Tribes.
And another elimination, thus couldn't really prolong his life. The Reaper of Kodak is now finally out, and the round continues here with RQ here dealing with the players of the Homeboys. Able to get the reset. Jifty is going to be able to find himself the space that is needed to provide for his teammate. Lepar should be back on track as well, looking to go for another spray there up against one initial squad. But overall, what a segment that we've had here so far here, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, it's just go from 0 to 100 rather quick, I tell you that. So, Homeboys, they kind of took too much time inside the island, and they didn't expect the arrival of RQ behind them, and therefore RQ overwhelmed them, coming from multiple angles, and it just takes maybe a couple of seconds for them to get the job done right now to back home all the 4 points. Well, make it 3, actually. Yep, 4 points in the back, but RQ immediately met with some gunfire coming in from Sem9.
Look at this though. Zone here going to be closing in now. Circle shifts towards the mid side as well. A bit more favored towards the western side of the map. Much more over here for the side of Team 52. APG alongside Vampire Eastern and Sem9. They're not going to be too worried about that. But RQ on the contrary though, they're going to get capped by the players of APG, and Eastern is holding on to the top side of this bridge. RQ looking to make the cross. I mean, they do have the hovercraft as well to play around with, so they don't really have to go for the commitment here on the bridge side.
True enough, but then again, they could just land those flurry of bullets over onto the hovercraft to detonate it at any given moment if they do have just about enough focused fire coming in from APG. So RQ decides to take the safer option than to really fight them head on. So at least with a little bit more time to be bought right now, they can still go in for a little bit of reset. Meanwhile, going back to the mainland, Boom Esports now hustled by some members over in North, and it's trades back and forth between them and Boing Donkey. Yummy out of the hay bales trying to hold his own. He does secure 1, and that is also Alter Ego Badru looking to hunt it out. All 3 teams from Indo now fighting toe-to-toe for that space up north.
Bag it up. Push through. Here. At Drew, go for the heal up. Boom Esports there on the other side. Kryptondo has this buggy to play with, looking like he wants to rotate in the warehouse. And there's just so much gunfights that Badru has to worry about. Only a tag away from him to go down. Fortunately, with a little bit of health, able to go for the reset. Will be able to hold on to this warehouse for the time being. Boom Esports though, looking to get an angle. Unfortunately though, came a bit too late.
Yeah, at the very least, they could just creep their way into the zone eventually. Alter Ego, at least, finding themselves a warehouse to hold out for the time being. inches away from getting themselves into the zone, but they're even more concerned about that flush coming through from the side of Boom Esports. They're kind of holding back ever so slightly because they understand that there's still many other squads lying in wait inside the zone, so they don't really want to really show off too much of those heavy resources that they're hoping to expend much later on. So Vampire Esports, they're right where they need to be. In the perfect spot inside of Very Pure, not allowing the rest of them to come anywhere close. Whereas Alpha Gaming, you saw that spread approach, and now they're reconvening once again. And just like that, they managed to seek out Badru over on the hillside.
It's through. APG out in the open once again. You still have a pretty provisionary round here on this very round itself. Team circuit as well, actually. I mean, we're looking at the top dogs here, except for 4 Thrives to actually make it here on the initial top 8 for this very round. RRQ, though, doesn't really have the best of initial odds. I mean, they did lose 2 players in the process of this round already, so not really the best of case here so far. I mean, on the heat was on them. APG, though, has 4 eliminations as well, and really looking forward to back this one through. But they got to deal with Vampire Esports, though, showing some shots on their sense of direction, but Vampire, on the contrary, as well, has to deal with 7-9 from the backside.
Ooh, Plombit so far holding him down and opening a little bit more space. Now needing to plow through the rest of the members of 52 Esports, who's having their bunker to themselves. It's going to be a tough one to crack. I mean, hopefully the rest of Boom Esports still have a couple of troubles to flush their positions from here on. And just take a look at the rest of 52. They're just holding firm, not really exposing their position, but nades fall true, chipping a little bit of health coming from Helton. Farger still needing a little bit of backup. I guess eventually he'll be getting his health bars back eventually. But those gunfire is actually coming from another squad right down below.
Uh-oh. Nades flying by. Smokes deployed as well. Drawing in just to buy a bit of space and coverage for the visuals. The other side of the map. This playing ground here is pretty congested by these players. A lot of nades flying in once again. And boom, might just feed off that. Oh! Jar is going to be down to the ground. Looking to get another one as well. APG is just bombarding this one with nades, and that should be another elimination to their name, and another knock to their name. APG hailing down the nades off from the players of Boom Esports.
These guys are making it rain, and there's just no stopping the ambush being set by APG thus far. And 52 Esports is like, you know what? We chime in as well. Won that point up against Hobbit. And I don't know what Boom Esports could possibly pull off from this situation, but 52 Esports, they're trying to hold firm. And one of the members of Boom Esports are hightailing out of the situation, so there's not going to be any form of reprieve to even consider and going for that revive. And the rival of MVKE is going to make matters worse for 52 Esports. And now, caught up in between, that's a double knock. Perfect one coming from Break and Jinky, finding another member from another separate angle.
Up and true. 1T. I'll put a nade once again. Looking to get one here, but Team 52 in the process will get surely eliminated now. APG, the Vikings on the other side. 3 nades, 2 nades getting cooked up now. Molly flies through as well, but Ace gets a direct hit from 1T. MVKE, the Vikings, now here, looking to put up a crusade up against APG. Unfortunately for them, though, can't draw in the distance for them to close it out. But one player, once again, 10D, will get dropped down to the ground. Bit of an exchange here off the nades here, Contra.
Yeah, MVKE playing offense and defense at the very same time. That connection onto Riffus might be worth something. And now he's down to only 1 shot remaining, but he exchanges perfectly up against Wu T. Backup follows suit, and the rest of APG is unstoppable.
Nade once again to close out the clash. APG and eliminations to their name.
Absolute obliteration. And all the perfect utils toss is how APG triumphs up against 2 of these squads that we've witnessed just getting sent off by bombardments. And RQ right now goes up close and personal up against the rest of Team Secret. They took a long while to get back into the island, and upon arrival, is met by even the likes of the Tigers of 7-9 over on the outskirts. So sandwich in between, they gotta play it slowly. Whereas Team Secret, they're also in the battle of their own up against the rest of VPE, while Yummy's claiming the zone by himself.
Vampires here. Lazarus looking to sustain. For the side of Team Secret, though, only Yukai is going to be all alone and kicking for the squad, as RRQ has been able to feast on the first initial 3 members here off the squad. One player from the side of Vampire Esports said that it's going to be Dewey here. No, never mind. Lazarus able to get a cut off, and that is going to be Team Secret here, putting it down to the top 5 squads remaining inside of this round. APG, 7-9, Vampire Esports, RRQ, and Boom Esports. They try to stay alive, but Boom Esports can't contain it.
My, this has been the fastest round that we've seen so far inside Wrangle. Only stage 6, and we're already down to our final 4 remaining. As much as Boom Esports was trying to hold on to that spot, they were down to only Yummy to hold out. So eventually they gave way to the sure firepower of the rest of 7-9 early on. And somehow, after so many fights, Vampire Esports still remain as 4. And we've got APG fully stocked up from all the battles that they had up north. I think that they're definitely hot favorites alongside with VPE to take this one home.
Yeah, definitely. VPE. Outside APG. You voted for them. And so far, you call out VPE. APG looking to take the spotlight. Next one up against VPE, and that will be. They're knocked there, but not too certain if they can thrust out the elimination. Nope. Too much coverage to deal with, but if ever APG can just put themselves in a better state in rotation and have more obstacles to play around with, maybe till then it can really slither out of this round, but still too much factor to deal with. But no, another player from the side of APG finds Vexcry on 7-9, and APG, they're feeling it right now.
Man, Vexcry just made a debut today, and he's already down on his knees already. I don't think that 7-9's got enough time to even go in for the resuscitation. And look at APG. They're kind of greedy, taking a lot of that space, but rightfully so, where they've been able to win battles from the uphill grounds. And this is that tandem working it out. And Ripple still finding Zyle in the process, but quickly traded out with ease, coming with the support from right down under.
Oh, bit of a tall order here for Vampire Esports. Fortunately, though, they do have a lot of coverage in this ridge to play around with. On the visuals, they have RQ on the other side. Same goes for the side of APG, but the zone is drawing in near, closing it out now. Starting to hurt just a little bit. And they don't really have any options aside from to just try to go for the commitment or off the rotation. Moose trying to go for the rotation, but unfortunately Repots finds one. Able to get a secure minutes well off the elimination. Another player might smite the dust here, and the shotgun to the face! Nice! Vampire Esports now here collapsing, falling into shambles.
He's just a one-man army handling all the members of Vampire Esports, and they're denied that space from even making it in. And here comes Doc. He lands the final blow, and they secure themselves into the top 3. Vampires only good for 5 points of elimination. And now, with all the control in their hands, APG is hoping to find the finishing touches. But 7-9, they still have 3 members, though, so they can still fend off against the tree that's been really racking the majority of points. It's been 15 eliminations already for APG.
Looking back a lot more, APG. Getting this one done. One player alive for the set of RQ, just hiding behind the sedan. And APG, they're looking to try to chase this one apart. And they got their visuals already up against a player from the set of RQ, but they got to deal with 7-9. There's going to be 2 players there. RQ, though, is last player just can't find any breathing room. So much casualties he has to worry about from the left to the right to the front side.
To me, it's just pretty insane on how they've been actively hunting out. You know, they weren't just sitting around the gas station, which they booked very early on, and 7-9 has been able to claim that final point up against RQ, so it's down to this 3 versus 2 duel. 7-9 weakened from that ambush coming from the back. And now it is a tall order to even find those members of APG when they're just tucked by the very edge of the zone. They're not even in there just yet. So APG, they're just gonna send all their utils, and it does clip onto Satria. It feels like there's a tracker on these nades of APG.
Yeah, APG has always been playing off the nades, and it has been prevailing. And just like that, it brings them the initial win of the first round of today's broadcast. Wrangle onto their name, APG finally bagging in another chicken dinner.
And this is in a convincing fashion as well. I'm happy about this since I racked myself another point from the predictions. But then again, it's just absurd on how well they've been able to really deny all that space claim from the rest of the team, starting off by zoning off RIQ from the islands, and then anybody entering from the northeast section of the map, they just get obliterated as well. Then you saw what went on those fights up in the quarry bunker. It just was a couple of nades to just fend off against Boot Esports, 52 Esports, you name it, they've got it.
They got it for sure. I mean, it was pretty evident as well that they were bound to win this initial round, because despite looking at how they were tossing up and dealing with the gunfight, and especially the utility usage, hands down probably the best team here in regards to rocking the nades.
Sure enough, I don't see any other team here that has been able to really find that level of finesse and that level of accuracy with all of these members really putting up the damage numbers where it's all about 500 damage that they've been able to churn out, so to speak. So it wasn't just Ruthless doing it all alone, but he's definitely in some of the best spots possible around that very pure sector towards the tail end to really just hunker down onto that spot and just deny these teams from really coming inbound. So perfectly executed from the rest of APG. We want to see more of this in the upcoming matches, and Alpha Gaming with this crazy number, I think they'll be easily sitting at the top.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, that's probably a pretty convincing run. I mean, if not, they were able to at least bag in 20 plus points at least from this initial round itself. Now, the rest here for set of RQ 79 and Vampire Esports, yes, they had the survivability, but unfortunately for them, really sustained the force that APG was able to bring into the table.
Sure enough, we gotta also commend how well Semblai has been able to improve themselves overnight, since that they have a lot of dismal performances, falling flat at 18, 16 spot for many times, but moving into the top three, this definitely resuscitates their hope moving into the grand finals, where they've also been able to offer plentiful of damage despite only getting themselves 4 elimination points. I mean, we can't blame them. We saw so much was going on inside that very pure sector that they had to also play defensively in order to make it to the top 2.
Definitely, man. Hands down. Them 9. Tried to have it all, but there was never really a certain moment of time where it seemed like the round really favored them. APG just always has been control. And obviously, you can't mention the MVP of the match without a player from the set of APG, and it is going to be Refus here with 7 eliminations to his name.
It's just crazy accurate. I mean, usually it takes about 100 damage to knock somebody down, and he just really confirms so much of all these numbers so efficiently, alongside with moving around, switching out weapons, and alongside with throwing all these perfect utilities. You see 3 members out of APG to be the top performers in this matchup, and then of course Alter Ego, they defended pretty well around that quarry sector, but it wasn't long lasting enough, despite Krypton coming out as the hero to be able to get himself 3 eliminations as well as 370 points of damage.
Krypton had his fair share of moments as well, but it was definitely unfortunate for them, as it has been somewhat of a common trend here for the set of Alter Ego Rares. Fortunately, this time around, though, they did drop it closer to the top 5 spot, but the casualties that they had to deal with along the way just really put them down. All the same goes as well for the set of Umi Esports and Todak. Team Secret, Vikings, Team 52, alongside Triber Massey, and Suck on the Deal Alliance, alongside Void Donkey and 4 Tribes, that you have the best shape or form there. But if you look at the tally out here for the number 1 spot for this very round, APG was able to bag in nearly 20 points, 28 to their name here, Contra.
Wow, it's just astounding, right? And we're just starting things off here in day 3, so I guess there's definitely a whole lot of catching up to do for the rest of the field right now that APG found their rhythm and groove already, so everybody else needs to be very worried of what kind of damage these guys would actually bring to the table later. While Lazarus, aka Shrebs, has been the one with the longest shot distance of 426. So far, we'll want to see if anyone actually topped this number. And take a look at the troubles used. I think the vast majority of that, or even 20 to 30%, was actually coming out of APG on their feisty warfare.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, man. All all it took was a pretty dominating round for a set of APG, and they're going to be able to put up a pretty massive gap here up against VTR and RQ alongside Team Flash. Team Flash was on a number 2 spot right initially off the get-go for this broadcast, but now they're going to be dropped there to number 4. So RQ and the APG is able to, change it up here for the narrative, but that is somewhat of a safe statement there after all, for both Team Flash and VTR. They didn't really play this initial round. We move over now here towards page number 2. We got Boom Esports and Vampire Esports actually climbing 1 rank for each. Same goes for a set of Team 2, able to climb up by 2. We'll be able to secure the number 15 spot, while for a set of Talents and then NEPX, they do drop down 1 and 3 rankings here for Talent Esports.
Yeah, Netbacks will be involved in an upcoming round, so they will be able to at least find themselves some fancy chances inside Miramar. Whereas this is also a leapfrog up ahead coming from Alter Ego. They started somewhere close to the bottom and now moved 3 positions upwards with the 7 points that they did that to accrue moving into this matchup. And Sem9 with those 10 points, they're inching closer and closer to that 18th spot. So they're slowly knocking on the doors of Homeboys eventually.
Definitely, man. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that is only the first initial round for today's broadcast. We'll still got 5 more to go. And hey, Contra, you beat me on that one. You did vote for APG, and you're now going to be up by 2 as well here for the predictions. And there's still going to be a lot more as well. And not just only us casters that can try the predictions. I'll see you guys as well. But ladies and gentlemen, before we head straight towards the next round, we're going to have a short break. We'll be right back, guys.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
absolute stellar run there from set of APG on Erangel, but now this time around, we're moving back to Miramar here on this round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only to start off the broadcast. Yes, it is the round number 2 here, so there's still going to be a lot of things to go. Fortunately enough, hey, we'll be casters here for this one up to the entirety of this broadcast. And his warden, last week is Contra, who's slaying the mics here. Hey, Contra, Miramar is going to be up in the line. Tell me, how do you feel about this, bro?
Well, we've seen a lot of all these teams really showing their stuff inside Miramar, especially for RRQ. You know, they're really getting themselves into a really good pace back in Erangel. So fancying their chances since they're still playing in this round against Group C. So we welcome on board BTR, Netbex, Batalon, B-Saber with Team Flash, TTK, AZ, as well as ASI8. Now, I'm thinking that, you know, yesterday we've seen Team Secret also being very, very cohesive. So this is definitely going to be a very tough way for them to really battle their way through those high round terrains and stuff like that. So I really want to see who's really going to be the victor, because as much as my heart says Team Flash, I got a feeling that it could be somebody different this time around, especially with, you know, the rise of Alter Ego as well as BTR. So these Indo teams right now, they're really putting all the stops against the rest.
Most definitely, man. I mean, you know, I would probably go for Team Flash in a sense of prediction here, but at the same time, I'm not too confident about it, just due to the fact that it is going to be Miramar. And the last time we checked out, Miramar didn't really fit into their fader. But for this time being, though, I feel like I might just have to go to Todak for this one, because they did show pretty promising performance as well on Miramar in yesterday's run. So I feel like it might just be Todak for me, bro.
Oh, actually, that's a really good call. I mean, throughout most of their best performing maps, it's actually Miramar where they've actually see a lot of successive chances that, or at least top 2 finishes on consecutive sprees. So I really like that, Shell. I'm thinking maybe I'll go for something different, where Vampire Esports, they came in pretty close last round. They were at top 3. It's just that they really just got to find themselves better spots. I mean, that was very pure. Now they get to really get a little bit more of that safety net of natural terrains across. So Vampire Esports should be able to find more of that area to settle with for them to claim one.
Well, the Team Flash is going to be voted by the production team. So if ever Team Flash's win it, production team is going to take the final after here. Or they said all of those factors and they still win. Ha ha ha. Well, hey, we'll see about it. Plenty of opportunities after all in the lobby. We got 15 squads in the line. There's still 12 more possibilities to come through and come by with. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you guys are just tuning in, this is round number 2 here. We still got 4 more to go right after this. Contra, I'm hyped to see. It's Miramar once again. And it changed my perspective, you know. I mean, what we got to see on yesterday's run, Miramar didn't seem to be the dry desert type tempo that we are initially so used to, because this teams here from SEA and alongside SA has been pretty freaking nasty in Miramar.
Yeah, they're all loud and well from the get-go. So this is what we really love about these 2 regions, where they're never shy from any form of battles or even enemies as compared to maybe certain regions. They want to play very tactically. They want to play safe. No, there's no safe words here. They just go in to take everybody out if they could. So we want to see that kind of tempo yet again, despite, you know, the last match for yesterday's run being slightly slower than the rest. But hey, don't mind them. I mean, this is a marathon, so they kind of have to pace themselves as well. So we will find all these 16 teams to be fighting for the grand finals yet again in our match 14 coming up next.
Let's get it on here. Flight path ensues. Looking like we are going to be heading here from the last side of the map, so it is still going to be the northern side here preoccupied, if I'm not mistaken, and it is going to be slicing directly from the vicinity of La Cabrera or Torrejahumadas. So oh yeah, no, it's going to be La Cabrera actually directly, and it is going to be heading towards the direction of Puerto Paraíso, Los Leones, Picado, Power Grid, El Pozo, San Martin, Tenda del Patron, La Vendetta, and Chamaquera is definitely going to be those key drops that you want to watch out for here, Contra.
True enough. At first I was like thinking, why is there nobody off the plane just yet over in North Point? And it's like, okay, Yes, it's just a little bit of a visual glitch in that sense. So these Saber, they got themselves that sweet spot inside of El Pozo, whereas BTR stock standard inside of the high grounds of the power grid. Also, a lot of these teams are featured over onto the central north in specific. I'm looking at areas like Puerto Paradiso, Los Leones. How many more teams would it actually feel? Because from time to time, RQ would like to drop by the very edge of the map in order to wrap their way around. So they're going to opt to do exactly the same, not too many changes. While looking at Chumachera in particular, Talon is fully into that corner. That part Esports will book the center of Pichiki, my favorite city overall. So they should be able to at least get to wherever point that will be. And finally, we're getting something a little bit different, as we'll be swerving this circle all the way around that east and north portion of the map.
Well, fortunately, though, I mean, the rest of the competition, except for the side of the Xavier and Todak, they're not going to be dealing too much of central rotation, though. But on the feed, we do get T2K already finding the means to get some hustling going on here up against Team Secret. So it's not going to be a pretty great look, but it's going to be a back and forth here. I mean, they are playing around the first side here on Lambandetta, and so far, Ignis going to go for the spray down here on Micro Uzi. Has a player on the AR up the front side. Yep, definitely not going to win that. And closely, surely enough here, might just be T2K finding himself out away from the initial round. Only one more player to go here for the side of Team Secret, and they can clear out this quarry side.
My. I mean, it's been like 2 or 3 times already. Team Secret has always won these battles inside of Minas Gerais. So I feel like TTK, they can only afford to drop here if Team Secret is not in the lobby. Well, TTK's got himself into a little bit of a slip up, knock himself over. So I don't think that actually deters the current pursuit coming in from Team Secret to back the final point home. Agile dishing some damage towards GK, and he will be able to secure it. And they offer it to Doc L to continue on his MVP spree.
Yeah, I mean, Docky has been pretty loud here. I mean, after all, number 2 just trailing down Kenny from the side of Todak, and hey, 2 eliminations to the name right off the go, and it's going to be Securement off the elimination. That drops down the whole numbers here to just 14 overall. Now we draw things back just a little bit here overall on the board, and there is going to be a possible casualty here between some composition here from the side of AZ Slumber and ASI8, which both teams has been pretty somewhat not really feeling the best of group here coming from the last 2 days of the broadcast, but fortunately enough, they do meet here on the department side, and they're going to be right around the vicinity here of Los Leones. So, hey, hands down. Let's see who's going to be able to prevail out of this mess.
Oh, it's going to be an aggressive push coming from AZ Slumber, though. So the member holding over on top end of the roof will have to really fend him off all by himself until backup arrives in time. And look at the rest of SI. They're slowly storming through and met with the grenade instantly coming in from Zontal.
Oof. Pops through. AZ Slumber once again. Here. I need the first initial. ASA8. 2 spread apart. Not really going to be having the best of opportunities to get the refrag at all. So this AZ Slumber here getting the first initial laugh, and off the reset here. They don't going to go for the push after all. Once they do get over the players of ASI8, there's only going to be Team Flash and NEPX on the bottom side of the map, but not really too much to worry about. So if they can get through ASI8 or any of the 2 gets through with one another, that's going to be the whole of Los Leones through the name.
Yeah, and it's just so impressive. I mean, AZ Slumber, these are just new kids in the block, and they're really showing up once again that they're not going to be holding out just defensively whenever they're getting pushed overall. So ASI8, they're finding themselves a little bit more reluctant now to really commit to this fight. The rest of ASI8 at least have gotten just about enough grounds throughout those construction sites and scaffoldings, but have yet to find those angles up against the rest of AZ. While we do get a little bit of pot shot from right across, I believe that to be Netbex having to knock one member off the side of Team Flash, and Tops is just so far out there in the field. So it's rather risky for them to really charge in for the safe, but Wynn's just gonna see if they could actually find a catch before doing so.
For here, Wynn, Team Flash always likes to deal with this far side casualties, and they gotta try to go for commitment to this and try to, you know, divert the attention to them because stops it down to the ground. Obviously, you want to try your best to try and near and get the revive, but get the pickup, but doesn't seem like might just be the case here. Might just be coming in a bit too late though. ASI though finds Emmy away on the other side of the map. ASI looking to retaliate with their own sense of force. You got two players down to the ground actually. You play this one down. Huzaifa is out, but Casanova alongside Bay will try to avenge his teammate. And so far, it's working out quite well. Only one player alive here for the side of AZ.
That was a godly angle coming from Baby. I mean, Crypto, he's always been that cheeky player. And just like that, they've been able to weather the storm. AZ, I guess this is just, you know, them needing to learn through experiences. And ASI8 definitely has been the front runners on every other RIS to always be holding out inside the city. So they definitely know the ins and outs on what kind of angles they could actually play out from. So great work. They've been able to avenge their fallen brethren and maybe look to secure the 4 points as well. NetBX, though, I mean, they try to fend off up against Team Flash, but instead, Rex got taken out in that process. So I don't think that they really want to further commit now that they've been able to find themselves a couple of all these creases to work around with. So they would be able to slide away from another terrain. Meanwhile, a catch over onto the members of Vampire Esports and Team Secret are looking to double down.
Yeah, Team Secret and Vampire Esports has always this sense of rivalry, and so far Team Secret looking like they do start things off pretty strongly, but Jaiki is going to be down to the ground as well. And come again, Team Secret already has claimed 4 eliminations to their name, so they're really looking forward to getting more here, but gotta take it slow just a little bit. Gonna be coming in here near with Jaiki, but he's getting shot as well here from the far side. And then it's gonna be one player from the side of Team 52 actually, and he doesn't really have any coverage to work with. Has to hop in here on the truck once again, getting all sprayed down. And then it's gonna be Team 52 finding Doggy here. Vampire Esports finding the pinch because of the player from the side of Team 52 on the top side. And Team Secret only has one more player to rely on.
It's just crazy. They're just going on all these long-range duels, and they're still finding catches after catches. 2 points just like that, due to the fact that they were hasty enough to try to salvage the situation, but got cooked in those hot waters. So it's just rather rough. I mean, other than Team Secret really backing those points up against the members of T2K early on, it seems like they could not afford to even get out of Minas Generalis right now. That being the focal point, they're also going to be blocked with even more teams to be going towards the direction. So I don't see too much of a chance for Team Secret to quickly lick their wounds to even get anywhere close to the updated zone.
I'm sure here a lot of rotation coming from the down south. And if you're actually going to be late for it, though, still going to be right below Los Leones, but much more so over. Look at how it is forming up. So much opportunities here on the front side. In hindsight, there is possibly a lot of gatekeeping happening here. A lot of vehicles into the play as well. In 52 just having the view out of it. And on the other side, it's going to be a squad here trying to run away from D Life. That is going to be BTR by Vitality, actually, which has been pretty completely silent once again. I mean, I can't really blame them, though. I mean, on yesterday's round, last initial pick on round number 6, they took it slow and actually paid off at the end.
Yeah, and I think that this is just going to be the MO that they're going to be sticking by for now. I mean, they definitely could leverage it onto the kind of tempo that Mirror actually offers, with just about enough room for them to take cover along the way, just so that they make safe checkpoints to get to where they need to be. Team Secret, you see that they've been able to stall out, but I don't really see much of the vehicle options coming in for Frankie, though. So he's got to stay put for the time being. Choose sniffing around these corners. They definitely don't want to mess with him right now. They got a full stack lined up. Meanwhile, the rest of Alter Ego feeling rather comfortable. They're going back into the corners of El Azahar, somewhere that is rather familiar. This is like their plan B option for them to drop, so to speak. So the rest of Alter Ego should be very, very well versed on how exactly to rotate now that they're already inside the zone. Whereas Todak, your vote definitely looking like they have a smooth cruise up north. As I do say that, we get ourselves a little bit of a fight coming out.
Yeah, it's not really looking great for the set of ASI. To see Flash able to wrap around, get the pinch, and win. It's going to be able to win off initial. But unfortunately for them, though, they do lose 2 players in the process. But looking at it, Team Flash, I mean, they don't really have to worry about any few casualties here as they progress along for the rotation. But it's certain how this one's going to play through here for them on the later side. But fortunately, they do got 3 for their name here as of this moment. And Bad Roo is going to be able to eliminate the last and final player as well there from the set of AZ Slumber. So that is going to be another squad here going after the dust of Miramar. You only get to see 12 more squads here before stage 3 about to open up.
Wow, just take a look at the amount of space right now. Very limited, so to speak. Congestion over on North Point, and it's going to be a split through that mid-sector of the valley from that entry point of Al-Zahar onto the outskirts of Hacienda as well. So Talent, they got to fight their way up against the rest of BTR in order to get by. And DX is going to be the kingmakers right now over onto the Central North.
Team Secret here has been feeding off some sense of fracture, has 4 to their name, but they do lose 3 players in the process, so early the best of looks here so far. Best of all odds for a set of BTR by Vitality alongside RRQ. Team Flash, game all situation is still with Team Secret, just dropping the numbers there. But for a set of Toad Camper Esports and Talent as well, do have their brighter chance and much more over Team H2 actually having the sustainability. But go back here towards NEPX, and they are dealing with a bit of a fight here from Team Flash that is going to be winded on the other side. Not really looking forward to seeing the most and seeing it through here for the gunfight. That's come again. You know, they got to deal with the rotation. You can't really spend too much time here, so they do pull back off from the casualty.
Yeah, he's puffer fishing for a little bit just to, you know, flush them out of that position so that they don't really go in for the full challenge as well. I mean, he's on a red dot site. I mean, very unlikely for Precious to also get this kind of connection from that distance. But if he does, I'll be super impressed. But for the meantime, Nugget, he's going toe-to-toe up against Homeboys, who is currently up by the lower ends of the valley. They opt to do the same, but it's going to be RRQ that does get the trade in their favor. Back and forth, and it's Tylon on the alternate side as he's hoping to cover fire for the meantime. That is not enough to pop those towers on the buggy, so there is still that member of RQ on the loose. Now, needing to retrieve Simba is going to be a tall task. I mean, more of these teams are slowly coming into this quarter map, so Homeboys got to do it real quick. Yeah,
they got to come in here, respond back pretty quickly. I mean, they got 1 player down to the ground as well, so on for the reset. Homeboys here, flip side, looking to still get something there, but someone calling Lion King here because Simba is down to the ground, so not really the best of looks, but hey, I think they do have enough space here to put things back just a little bit. The Xavier, on the contrary, that's the player up and about, but Homeboys now, they got to deal with probably a big push here from the side of REQ. The park's going to be leading the way, Gypsy as well. On the top side, and the players of Homeboys here are going to be surrounded by the players of RQ.
Yeah, they're just really fighting to claim that territory up the hillside. Well, 52 just crashes right through, finds those members of NEPX. And it really felt like NEPX were not really ready to take on any form of battles because they have noticed the presence of Vampire Esports on the other side of the corner, and now they're slowly getting pinched, sandwiched in between the two. It's only down to Claw, and he's already moving deeper into space. Meanwhile, over on the far right, we're looking at TAE pushing up the hillside to challenge the rest of RRQ, and now giving chase. They're looking to topple Rosemary, but it seems like they missed the mark.
Oh my days, RQ looks to pop this one through here. After Eagles now here backing away through as well, but for side of RQ, they can't really overcommit. Ripon is going to try to go for the rotation here, closing up the distance behind the truck, and a pinch will be operating here by side of Bad Roo as well. Off the Ox, breaks down on Gypsy away. Bad Roo here on the prowl. Lepar all alone for the side of RQ, and that is going to be them eliminated.
Wow, the perfect timing to swerve right in. They just absolutely overwhelmed the rest of these members of RQ. They got nowhere left to actually hide out. And RQ, as much as we've praised them so much in Miramar, they are now dropping down to 17th spot. rough run in for them. Well, actually on the 12th, but the fight continues on with Alter Ego on the rise, on the push, and they're still looking up against the rest of his homeboys.
Bad Roo. The most consistent slayer here for set of Alter Ego Eris, but Moana beats him to it. And then it's going to be Team Secret as well, eliminated off this round, but the round persists here for a set of Alter Ego Eris. So got a lot more to go here. That is going to be homeboys. Still on the other side, Tai Long tries to go for the rotation. Has to do a little spray down here from the side of Leon. But fortunately enough, no shots connects to his side.
Wow, all these battles taking place every corner of the map at this current point. Todak leaves, got themselves a little bit more activity to work with, but the bullets are still flying in from Moana, hoping to flush out his position and just leaving no space for him to really take cover from. And just like that, Kenny found himself another target, and he's also soaking the damage at the very same time. Thank goodness there's a little cover coming from the rock so he could still hide up for the meantime up against the rest of BTR. All these Indonesian teams they're just knowing how to really traverse around the North Point, and hence why you're looking at a lot of all these guys making it to the top 8, where this is just going to be a long, grueling ride between Todak as well as BTR, because they're pretty much isolated at this point in time.
I'm pretty expecting a lot more here from the BTR. After all, you have that full competition, but at the same time, not really going to say that it wasn't really the answer. After all, he's part of the top 5 slayers of the competition here so far inside of the tournament, but so far from the side of the Talon Esports, though, they are dealing with the players of Team 52. Derek out here looks to respond back with his own frag, but can't get the last bullet to connect. And Alter Ego Eris here goes up against Team Flash. Win finds the first initial. Backs the way through. To move the call for the reset. S12 on both of their hands. Car, first set of Win. Pops back onto this S12. Looks to wrap around towards the back. Not going to be able to get the shot. Pops right back in. That's one, but doesn't really get the full accumulation of the damage. Back and forth battle. The nade picks here for Eda Red. A big clash. Off to nades. Who can get the first bomb? Pops it true. Could be a trade. No, it's going to be Win going down. Bad Roo once again saving the day.
He just got the perfect timing, and he got him blocked in the box. Alter Ego going absolutely ham on that one. Now he gets to go in to retrieve Moana at the very same time. But keep in mind, Todak now heard all that ruckus. They also want it over onto that pit stop. So it is going to look rather rough. I mean, Alter Ego, they're thankful enough that there's not going to be the full push coming in just yet. And over on the south side, Talon yet to find that space. Looking to push over towards the direction of Team 52. The rest of DX now holding over onto the lower ground, and they're still undecided whether they want to pit themselves over on the north side or even over the south. So they are on separate ways, while Vampire Esports will squeeze out the rest of 52 Esports. But it is so hard to find them in the cover alongside the smokes now being popped up. So far, so good for 52 holding out.
Yeah, 52 has found their back against the wall. Doesn't really have the spotlight in regards to bagging in crucial clashes for esports. We'll take down here, but back to Talon as well here. LaFire off the 3x with the dog, sprays on by. Looks to get another as Gabi will get put down. And that is definitely now going to be Team 52 out away from the mess here of Miramar. We're down to the top 6 squads remaining here inside of this round.
That perfect elevated angle coming from LaFire. So for supplementing on the numbers that they've been able to claim coming from 52 Esports, and just ending their current spree for the meantime. Talon so far goes on the full reset, still having 4 members strong. They've been really improving every step of the way. And once again, Coach LaFire finding one all the way downtown. And that's up against the members of Vampire Esports. And man, if this guy looks so good, he really gotta go 1v1 up against Coach Ken. But I mean, these two guys, someone may call them old dogs, but they are really showing up to these prodigies that this is how you get things done.
Oh, the nade from Lazarus. To the face of Lazarus, Nicole able to get it done. Talon Esports hailing from the skies. Off with a nade. And once again, Vampire Esports. Just unfortunate for them. Not able to get it done now. We are looking at the Xavier, BTR, Todak, Talon. Here, complete set of players. Alter Ego Eris will only have 2 here. in the state of time here, Contra, anything can truly happen.
Yeah, and there's just about ample space for these teams to really take certain control of the portion of the map. And that's crucial enough for Talon because they dictate over the south. But if it does shift further to the north, then Houston, we might actually see some problems for the rest of Talon. But they're having that momentum. They can absolutely ride on that high volume of, I mean, not only kills that they've been able to garner, but the pace that they're going at right now is just outstanding. The rest of BTR so far defended very well over onto that corner over north, but now met up with the rest of Todak. These two teams went back and forth, but yet finding anything in the process. And it's just so impressive that Todak, despite being pit up against the blue zone all the time, they've been able to make the cut right into the zone, and now fighting for that space even closer up against those two members of BTR Planet in the center.
Todak here on the red side. Have a big fight here up against BTR. Federalis. The other side just holding on. Good shed. Bumblebee finds still one player from the side of Talon that is going to cool out. And it's going to be pretty tough here. Federalis knows exactly what's up as well. They're up with Todak. Nate flies on by. That was a bit short. Kenny's going to be down to the ground. BTR now here closing up the distance. Could be a big fight. Coming all. Optimus, Bumblebee, rotating there on the other side of the map. Federalis able to throw in some shots. Another shotgun going to go without here by the side of Optimus. Looks to put this one through. Operating a pinch now. Backside, Todak can't find the shots to connect.
A little bit of exchange coming in, but there's just too much volume of Smiths right now taking cover. And finally, they find that pinch over onto the member of Todak. And now it's Mango stuck inside of that dip. Not much that he could actually do out of the situation, but he's trying to trade right back. But Optimus is just too sharp. Where can he even consider BTR reign supreme in that fight? And now they're on the hunt, taking absolute control of the north. The Xavier looking to challenge them on that space.
The Xavier looks to put the show here. The striking chance for them to bag in their winner chicken dinner. Swell. Still. 3 more. Casualties to deal with. Federalis eats a nade directly to the face. Off the head. Nade Chi. Beautiful cut. Not going to be enough though to put one player down to the ground here. Now rotation has to be spotted over. Talon Esports has himself a bit caught in the pinch here up against Alter Ego Risk. Alongside the Xavier Paragen there off the rip from the south side. Now, Nate looking to close it out here up against Razy, up against Federalis as well there for the side of BTR. Definitely not the fight that you want to commit for.
3 superstars from Indonesia, and of course the ace of Vietnam looking to pummel True and Alter Ego. They're shredded apart. Federalis on the strike, and this is what he does best towards the late game when he's allowed the opportunity to do so. They're being denied for getting their way into the north, and they have to fight their way out. And those pumps coming in will dent the hopes and dreams of Talon Esports. Wow, so DX goes up front and they find a mark, but instead it's that exchange that comes true for Optimus. Now, leaving the pack for the rest of BTR. Nate still trying to recover though, so it's really down to Levi's to make a little bit more damage towards the side of BTR. And here comes that grenade. It does not connect.
It's flying on by 2v2, and Razy will get eliminated by the side of Bad Roo. Moana is now going to be off the rip here from the side of Alter Ego Refs. Should have an overview on the players of BTR. Federalis tagged off, Paradigm into the mix. Federalis is down to the ground. Optimus here longing to survive out of this mess. 3 players from the side of the Xavier looking to put up a crusade as they put down the players of BTR. No Moana beats him to it. Now it's Alter Ego Eris up against the Xavier here for the final battle.
And it's already 40 points for Alter Ego Ares. They've been managing to stack up so much of these just by really singling out every team, but just getting into the battle, and they've been those vultures. Now 2 more players left. Can they clutch it up against the rest of the Saber? They've already activated a whole lot, and the Saber is trying to see if they can actually haggle for a little bit of that space to eventually rock up against Badru as well as Moana on the other sector, and he does connect! And now, one man standing away, the Saber is about to land their first ever chicken dinner.
Coordinated shot from the side of the Xavier could lead to that absolute win. Moana has been loud and hungry, but the Xavier is so much more. in control inside of this round. AG Paragin looks to get an angle to get this one over with. Moana gets caught on the pinch, gets tugged up. Nate closing it up here with an S-web to the face. One more connection. Should be enough, should be sufficient enough to close out the deal. Should be it now. Another player hails down from the sky. Hands down, the Xavier closing it out with the first winner, chicken dinner.
This is such a satisfying chicken dinner round from the Saber. I mean, it was all the top dogs left to fight up in the top 8, and it could really be anyone's game. We see talent on the rise. We see so many kills in the back for Alter Ego, but it was the Saber who played strategically, who were holding out so firmly despite them not really having the room initially, and they just played to outsmart everyone else in the field despite all the odds. And DX is back, ladies and gents. And now we got even more challengers up for that throne.
GG's well played. Paragin, AT, Levi's, 777. Game 2 for 2 here for set of Paragin and AT. Not first set of Mr. DX himself, but overall, I mean, able to get it done. Props to them. Absolute consistency that we were able to see them and witness on that round there for the set of Miramar, and the way that they were able to deal with the gunfights, they weren't really taking it on a passive note. They knew for a fact that they were put into some gunfights. They had to go for the commitment with, and they absolutely converted.
Yeah, and they really made every moment count in specific. I mean, you saw how technical that battle was between them as well as BTR. Unlucky for BTR that they were peppered from right across the field, because Alter Ego, once they've already settled out to fight against Talent Esports, they know that all the opposing team is across the corner, which is why you saw that sure confidence coming from Alter Ego to really go in for that full assault. Therefore, as much as the Saber has been able to claim that victory, ultimately it was Alter Ego that won big in this round.
Yep. I mean, it all really went down to the precision of gunfights, you know, and the way that they were able to set up those suspensions was definitely the key factor in how they were able to pull away with that one. A big fight that they had to sustain up there up against BTR, able to make it happen. Now you look at the top dogs in competition. I mean, not too far apart though in regards to the stat line. But Moana, 3 eliminations, he was first set of LaFire, Mr. Coach himself, by the way, able to bag in the spotlight here. Damage not too far apart as well, but obviously a bit of a standout there for the set of Alter Ego Eris Moana. But in regards to the MVP of the match, no other than Mr. Battery himself.
Yep, and this guy, he just knows how to really confirm those numbers with a total of 1,100 damage being dealt across the board. And what's really impressive, like what you mentioned first and foremost, before we move into these scenes, like majority of all these teams, they were just going on that slugfest of just trading bullets, where I think out of the many rounds of Miramar where we see a lot of utils, this is the lack thereof. But then again, it's just sharp gunplay coming from all these teams, just going to show that they're just giving all this raw energy on the field in order to really deplete their opponents. So it was just lovely to really see so many brawls taking place that almost everybody got involved in the fight except for T2K that lost the challenge up against Secret.
Feeling mad. And now take a look at the tally here for the score. 20 points, grand total 20 points. Has been claimed by the set of Alter Ego Eris, actually. But the fact that the Xavier was able to pull away with that one, the Xavier, they get 10 off the placement, 5 off the elimination, 15 to their name. For side of Vikatron by Vitality as well, tied up towards 10 eliminations alongside Talent Esports with 10. 6 for 6 for the set of Todak, member Esports as well. Team Flash will have 5 and 4 for 4 for the set of Team 52 and Team Secret, and the rest will live on.
That's right, and looking at the turbo's, this is the least amount of turbo's in any match that was played out throughout the tournament thus far. I mean, why do you need them when you could just really go out on the brawl, right? We saw even CQCs happen, and I think like what was a feast for all these PUBG Mobile enjoyers was that earlier fight between Vampire Esports, Team Secret. Those kind of long-range trades that they've been able to secure was just crazy, so to speak. And surprisingly, as much as we see a lot of all these long-range shots, it was only 8 hit shots that was connected throughout the span of the match.
BTR playing this one scrappy on the first round, not really able to get the most and the win itself, but still going to be able to overtake the players of APG. 86 to their name, but only up by 2. Team Flash's climb a little bit as well here, overtaking number 3 spot there, up against Boom Esports, but not Boom Esports, but definitely number 3 spot earlier. But moving on down towards the second page here, we do have Fourth Thrives here dropping by 3 alongside MVK, the Vikings. Alter Ego Airs with that pretty convincing run as well. They're going to be able to climb up by 6 for that one, so they're going to be on striking distance to enter the top 10.
And look at that. D-Saber with this chicken dinner, they managed to surge all the way up 9 placements to really secure themselves a spot at 14. Meanwhile, with certain teams not being involved, naturally they would slide down the pecking order. So we definitely want to see a little bit more, equal aggression coming in from all these other names that are currently sitting over onto the lower side of the bracket. So going back to Erangel, I think that they want to also see if they could convert this current aggression of Miramar into that very set map.
Definitely, man. But with that being said, it's only the second round said and done. We're going to be moving over now towards the third. Before that, though, we're going to have a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Lose ready to rumble.
Well, it's absolutely wild so far what we're getting for the past 2 games, and it gets even wilder from here on out. We're moving into match 3 here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and it's day 3 of the action. So to be sure that you don't miss any of all these latest news as well as great tournament schedules, you gotta subscribe to this channel right here, right now. I mean, it's your boys on your screen, Contra as well as Warden, to bring you all the stories of the journey so far for our top teams across South Asia and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, let's get it on here. We move over towards map number 3 once again, and it is going to be a wrangle here. So, hey, back to the Jungle Coast here, and I honestly gotta say, bro, APG has been pretty freaking convincing in how they played out the first initial round. And I feel like it would be kind of foolish to not really double down on them, but I'm not too certain as well if they're going to be playing. Let's see about the Peru groups that will be playing. And yep, ABG is still going to be on board there. And Contra, I'm going to beat you to it, bro. I'm gonna go for APG for this one. I know they were your initial vote, but I'll steal them away from you, bro.
I mean, go ahead, my guy. I mean, they definitely have been the cleanest off the block the last time round that we've seen them play inside of Erangel. So I would say that, you know, if there's anyone that comes close to that performance, it was either some of these members' alter ego that really found themselves their real form so far. So perhaps I'm going to challenge you to that by picking on alter ego this time around.
Alter Ego Eris, Contra, go for Alter Ego Eris. I'm going to go for APG. Production, what are you going to be on this time around? I mean, you guys are tied up here. And so for production team has been getting, you know, the sense of final laps here for the longest time. Same goes for you, Contra, as well. Production, who is it going to be? Is it going to be... Yep. Oh, BTR by Vitality. Okay, we'll see about it. But, you know, those are pretty safe picks here from the side of the production crew. I mean, BTR by Vitality has been really convincing as well. Unfortunately, though, they weren't really able to bag in the initial round there when Team Flash was going high mile and spree, but definitely not a question in regards to the sustainability that they can put up, especially, you know, putting themselves into the top 5 next year.
Yeah, true enough. You know, out of all these many names, I was kind of curious as to what really went on with Horror Esports. Can I get an update from production on, you know, whether they're playing for today? Because I believe yesterday they were kind of AWOL or just missing in action in general. So, you know, we got all these stacked names. I kind of wish we had to see the Purple Hearts in action too. So we can get a quick update. That would be real good for the fans as well. You know, was hoping to see them. But overall, I think there's definitely great representation coming in from, you know, all across South Asia, whether it's from Nepal, Mongolia, or even, you know, the Pakistan teams that are on board. So I'm hoping to see them step up to really challenge that, because right at this moment, it's evidently that other than APG, it's really dominated by a lot of all these teams from SEA.
Definitely, man. And, you know, overall, we've seen a lot of, you know, what do you call this, back and forths, and there has been a lot of these definitions. We haven't really seen any team go back to back. Not really anyone bagging in 2 wins for the day. So I'm up to see it here, but soon enough, we are now transitioning into the game. We don't got to keep on guessing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are just tuning in, it's the round number 3 here for day number 3 as well for today's run here on this very tournament. Contra, I don't exactly know what to expect, but the first initial round there for Erangel, it was probably one of the fastest we'd seen. You talked about stage shakes and we're already down to the top 5. I'm kind of expecting a little bit more spicy this time around.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was also due to the fact that there was just so little room to play because of that 50-50 split between the island as well as the mainland. So if it's going to go back to stock standard, you know, open space Gatka, maybe it's going to take a little while longer. But still, when we took a look at how even Miramar went down, these guys are just really hitting it off from ground zero. And we're still going to be seeing them play at this level of tempo, so to speak. So I'm just really keen on seeing, you know, whether if some teams have settled the scores, because last we saw, you know, a couple of these teams are still brawling over those initial drop spots. And I think like if you see T2K as well as ASI in the same lobby, 70 especially, they'll always be fighting over that knock point.
Definitely, man. Here we go. 24-second separations from the game itself, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be round number 3 here. Second chance upper here on this round of Erangel. Earlier, we got to see a pretty, what do you call this, merciful flight path. I mean, there was a lot of coverage, unlike the first day we talked about it, where it wasn't really leaning towards one side of the map. Everything was out in the open, out for the books here for any of this team. Let's see if we're going to be getting exactly the same thing here for today's run. As you get to see now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round number 3. We're back to Erangel, and it look like we are going to be slicing coming from the top left of the map. So definitely going to be Georgia Pole. Going to be pretty much all available there as it slices down as well towards the ruins, but Shinky and the rest will come through. No Severity for you this time around your contract.
Yeah, I guess it's a different kind of drop off for some of these guys out there for them to really consider. But then again, with this flight path towards the south side as well as the far west, a lot of these other teams that likes to even go to Yasnaya or so might also need to fight for some spots. So I wonder like if there's gonna be heavy casualties. Usually in these kind of situations, one spot is usually sought after, and that's Georgia Pole, and we're already looking at even AZ looking to go in for a little bit of a quick challenge up against AST, who's coming into the grounds of South George. Whereas over on the fields of Gatka, you see plentiful names and already shots fired back and forth. They're just about parachuting into the hospital grounds.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of initial drops here happening so far, and yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot to take in here because there's going to be a lot of possible casualties here right off the get-go. Spoon for side of AZ there and Tribe Aramasi, the slumbers and the Aramasi here just around the vicinity there for the side of Georgia Pole. But we talked about Severity now out of the picture, but we took a look at the circle as well, and that's going to be a ratio of what, 70 to 30 water.
My. I mean, surely that will be a little bit more tricky for some of these teams to really scour around to navigate their way up towards the northern portion of the map. But then again, we've always talked about T2K and ASI brawling against each other for that spot in South 70. Now that place is going to be the focal point, which means they got to settle scores even earlier before they can take claim. But it seems like the rest of the members of ASI found themselves some wheels. They also managed to pick up Casanova, shove him into the car. It's like, we got no time to, stop your bleeding for now, but you're going to be A-okay.
Yeah, that's just a problem here for the set of ASI. They can't really find a means to avoid those early drop casualties, and they have been putting them down. But back here for the side of Telecom Digi Alliance up against NFX, and it is going to be Tito trying to start up the fight, but they do get traded on now. Claudo's here cooking up the nade, should be able to spot one player there on the other side, but it's the wrong room. Sprays on by here. Nayar not gonna be able to get the Nagel Notch. Yeah, Precious though put himself into the mixture, but I feel like it's a bit too late to find the means to stand up for your teammates. So it is gonna be a frags up in within here for the side of NAPX, and so far the Telecom Digital Alliance not really feeling the groove.
Yeah, and they were quicker on the charge, bringing the entire cavalry into this equation. Now all to 966, Onic Luke! Oh, he got bombarded perfectly despite him finding the angles.
Oh, wow. Just like that. Only one more player here for the side of Telecom Digital Alliance here for this round. For the side of NAPX, though, they got the complete set of players back on track here for this round. They draw things back there here for the set of 4 tribes, and they do have a fight here up against the Malaysians. It is going to be 7-9 here on the other side.
Back-to-back trades we go, and Cheyenne, brand new kid added to the block, and he's trying to prove himself worthy by taking out the Tigers, but the Tigers fight back. Now back over to the corner, Yumiko supplements the attack. He's going to be the only one that is healthy enough to really look for even more members of the side of 4 tribes, but he's got to reset his teammates first and foremost. Nyash now up for the trade, as well as we're seeing brand new names now being found and tested inside the third tier, and they're winning the duel. Still 2 versus 2.
Nyash on the top side drops down for tribes. We can hold this one steady. 7-9. They're going to go for a reset there. Has to pick up one of his teammates. That is going to be one player here up on the ground now here. X-Cry going to be holding on here. Has it. Probably gun to play with, but don't really have the best of all odds. But first out of first strikes, you got to be careful now. Raise on there. Much for your magazine. You don't really have a lot of bullets to work with as well, but no, you make up from the top. Able to get one as well. That is going to be done here. Going to go for the spray. Can't really find the shots, not just yet. But it's going to be 4 players, 4 tribes there, trying to back away. But now it's to go for the commitment and still finds the Punisher. Niax Bro finds one. Looking to get traded here for a set of 7-9. Everlasting fight. And a big old fight will end with 7-9. The Tigers able to get the best out of it.
The Prodigies going after each other, and thankfully, with that form of a repeat coming from Vexcry, he's been able to salvage the situation. And Vexcry is also a new kid on the block added towards the side of 7-9, very recently so, and also proving himself worthy to really hold out inside for Pure. So that was as close as it gets. I mean, 4 tries, they had some opportunities out there, but it really came down to the wire. Now that Mika's back on track, both APG as well as Void Donkey moving towards the direction. So 7-9, I don't think that it's going to be much that they could actually salvage if they were to stay put. So they better get going, because this is a long journey to where they need to be all the way up north.
Yeah, I mean, this mad rotation here overall that APG, 7-9, Talon, NAPX, alongside one of the players from the side of Telecom Digital Alliance and Void Donkeys has to deal with. I mean, this is probably the most northern dominant circle that we've seen here so far here inside of this tournament. Now here we go back here for Set of Boom Esports. They do go against the players of BTR by Vitality. That is going to be Optimus here getting the first initial knock.
Popping now going on the chase, and just perfect timing coming in from that bolt moving to the corners, and it's going to be an easy picking for a BTR to have the full set, but Race is getting picked out as well. That's coming from an out angle as Baby seeks them out at the very same time. So a three-way battle with ASI setting up a junction trap right from the outskirts to deny any form of entry into the zones of 70 rounds. Ferralis now trying to seek out where exactly those angles are coming from, but he's not really getting any intel whatsoever.
Not at all. BTR by Vitality looking to get this one through, but ASI actually going to be there off the rep as well. Going to be able to get the initial high ground here, and they're going to be circling around the parameters, so they might just be able to play for some pickoffs here, Contra.
Yeah, very smart plays coming from ASI8, but they cannot afford to be picked off at any given moment. I mean, if one falls, they will fall one after another like dominoes, though. So ASI8, they can afford to do this for the meantime when there's not too many teams wrapping around these open fields. So BTR are boxed in. They know that they just have to buy a little bit more time, perhaps until they are getting some assistance coming from the other teams moving inbound. But for now, they're happy to just stay put. The rest of Vikings, though, they're taking close towards the crash slide. This is definitely a hotly contested compound, as well as you can already see that certain teams are going to be moving inbound, trying confidently just to honk to see if there's anyone to respond to that. 7-9 finally making a move, but they're tanking out some damage from the zone. So hopefully this works out for the Tigers.
Hopefully for them. I mean, you've gone through one casualty already, able to get a clean squad wipe there. 4 eliminations to their name. In fact, they're going to be leading the lobby here with the most fractures so far. Up to the next up to Vitality and NAPX. NAPX will have 3 though. They weren't really able to finish off the last and final player there from the side of Telecom Digital Alliance. Hey, at least they still have their full composition here. And it's just so unfortunate, you know, unlike for the side of Boom Esports, where they haven't really bagged in anything at all. They do lose 2 already in the process. They'll go back here towards Talon, though. That is going to be LaFire actually throwing some shots here. It's one player from the side of NAPX, and the rest of the competition will try to come through as well. Look at the vehicles here. Oh, my days, Domain. Yep, good luck for you, sir. Pop down to the ground. Unfortunate for him, and now the rest of the players from the side of Talon Esports looking to rightfully aim and claim this domain of this mountainside.
Oh, man, this is such a tough area to play out because there's still some water that will actually deny certain passages over onto the far north. So it's going to be teams hoping to find a little wiggle room to eventually get that access into the shooting range. Meanwhile, the trades are still happening in South 70, where ASI8 found more of these members of BTR as they further commit, doubling down. And I want to see whether if BTR can just beeline their way just to convert something in return. But it seems like they're not really fully convinced on really staying put this out 70, but they got more and more visitors coming in their way.
Vikings break so far. Back few here, but BTR Federal still actually finds one away. That it's going to be a giant down now here, out away from the scene. That's definitely going to be another elimination here up in the books here for this very round. They're going to be playing around the outskirts actually here off Severny, so not really plenty of room to work with. Not really a lot of space to work with here for the Xavier and Triber Massey. Triber Massey here feeding off the bullets of the Xavier. After all, those are the top dogs of the competition so far here on today's broadcast. But hey, Delta with an S12 fights one, whips out the AR, looking to get another there on the backside. That should be Tribe Arrow Massey finding the means to eliminate the players of the Xavier.
Man, DX just got off from a win, and just like that, they crumbled. They all got funneled directly towards the crosshairs of AST. And right now, hoping to actually hold firm, but that is a very tight squeeze by the fences, and Alpha Gaming is just going to punish them for it.
Oh my days. Alpha Gaming. You'll here. Looks to get another here through the smoke. He goes. East as well. Just burning in that smoke. Out Tribe Arrow Massey. Delta can catch a break, and from the top side as well, another player, another squad puts himself into the mixture. Big old triple standoff here in the vicinity of the range.
Now they just really have to cut their losses. Delta won't have any form of reprieve right now. Happy days for Alpha Gaming to really receive even more extra stash of utils from the baggages. Well, they are really taking firm control of the shooting range, but from the outskirts, last we saw, BTR yet to really seal the scores up against some of the rest of the field. But at least they're planted very safely inside the city as they're sharing that space alongside with the rest of SI8. Boing Donkey 7-9 comes in a little rather late, but the one even further away is actually Kasim that's still over onto the outskirts of Rozak. So perhaps he could be able to find a little bit more of that wiggle room over the south side and just slowly get his way into the safety net. While SI8 this time getting hustled yet again. BTR unrelenting, and we want to see what more can Huzaifa do in this situation.
I think you're just burning down. Nade flies on by though, no connections there. Another nade bites the dust around him first floor, but Huzaifa's going to be holding on there on the second floor instead. These after nades to go. Racy here trying to close out the distance. Brony's able to get the hit marker there on the bottom side. Is he going to be able to secure one elimination to his name? That is going to be Bumblebee be out now here from the picture. Razy swings on with an S12 to the face. Should be able to get another trade to their name. 5 to their name, but the clash continues here. Not really a safe picture here for either ends.
Yeah, and with the rival of Talon, this is definitely going to be a big curveball for the two teams that have been here from the get-go, and BTR slowly wintered down. One tap is all it took for Casanova to finally nail it down up against the rest of the Red Aliens. And here goes. First Nate finds the contact up against Byron, and this is just going to be open up all that space for Talon to crash right through. And look at the far back. Tops, he heard the commotion. He also wants to call for a little bit of backing, and that might just be the next challenger. But Baby goes down on the ground as well, and now it makes it look all too easy for Talon to wrap up the fight.
Wow, Talon leaning up the mess that BTR started. Just like that, simultaneously, said PTR is now going to be out away from the picture. And who left remains going to be Team Flash, APG, Talon here for the number top 5 contenders here of this very round. Now, unfortunately for the side of Silicon Digital Alliance, Kasim here, it's caught in a burner on the Ched side. And, well, he had a pretty long life. I mean, he went and went for the altercation earlier there on the bottom side of the map, but unfortunately for them now, it's only going to be Kasim here, not really finding the best of spotlight here for this run. APG, though, does get some bullets here brought up in the air. And I got to say, though, the tone of this round here has been a lot of gunfights off the rotation here, bro.
Yeah, there's just so many of all these fights just kept on going inside the city because this is one of the safest spots that you could actually hide out. But instead of calling in for just holding on pure defense, they're just going for challenges after challenges. I like the fact that there's still, you know, the utilization of the horses out in the open field, despite how crazy it gets with all these teams really pointing their guns on the open field. So right now, a little bit of truce being called as we finally get a little bit more update on where this zone goes. Very likely than not, it will still cover some portion of the shooting range, but this time not so much about 70. So Team Flash, Talon, they got to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, definitely, man. Cool. Main town Severny going to be preoccupied by those two ends. NPX though coming from down south, and them 9 does have a pretty wide coverage here. They could either go for the fight there up against AZ or APG, but APG Doc is actually going to be drawing a near between the players of NPX and Sam 9. Not going to be the best of looks here for the side of APG. If ever they don't really anticipate those two players there now. He sprays on by, finds a few tags here up against the players of NEPX, so not bad, but they don't really have the best of terrain to work with, but they do have the full compound of the shooting range to themselves, so it's all going to come down to the timing now here as we get to see Doc now here slithering on by. Not really going to be looking to go for the commitment, not just yet, but surely is checking up and within, and then he does actually drop down, finds Claw away from the scene, and he's going to try to run away for his life as well. Can he do it?
Oh, that perfect nade from Zeo finds him. And now Precious is left sprinting all the way far back. I don't think that he's got much of that space, but he's been able to just swerve right over on the far end and now onto the crosshair of Rip as he's not giving way. And his tires are being popped and he gets punished instead. Wow. That's a turn of events that we didn't expect.
Shots after chat, shots, trades after trades to go. APG now here off on the prowl. Take down another player of NPX. Precious getting drive by. One to himself. Looks to get another. Shotgun on his hands. Only a tag away for him to go down. He's going to be the last glimmer of hope here for the side of NPX. And simultaneously, it's going to be Salcon Digital Alliance eliminated from this round.
It's crazy. Rifus just got resuscitated and immediately he lands that killing blow. And right now, APG once again on the top of the table on the feet of elimination points. 7 to their name at this moment. And there's just more blood splattered over on the course. He's now getting caught out with the rival of U High Boy over on the back. And this time, unfortunate for East, they're all three spent 2 for 10. And now with the rest of Talon who has just left the vicinity of Severny, they're also joining in the parade over on the far side, but they're not in the zone just yet. So this is just a tough battle between all 4 teams to find that space.
Miko here, gonna be out of the playing ground. M9 able to leech off another player from the side of APG. 5 elims to their name. Looking to get in more as well. My freaking days. One time, one team could definitely take the spotlight for a moment or two, but the rest will come through. And now it's going to be Team Flash here dealing with the last and final player of APG, Sem9. Also on a spree, 5 to their name as well.
Yeah, they also managed to shut down the rest of APG. So that is one big competitor out of the field. Talent Esports so far looking rather clean on their execution as well. Very methodical on their approach. They're trying to single out each respective target by just wrapping around the edges of the zone. And over the far corner, Voin Donkey has been playing it rather safe. Still elusive upon the rest of these other team, but you gotta just take a couple of steps to get right into the zone. Zyron only down to have to fend for himself for AST to try to keep themselves afloat for now in comparison to the rest of the field who's got majority 3 to 4 members. Also having MVKE to last out with only 2 men left, but Team Flash, eyes on the prize now. They definitely know that there's plenty more of these players still around the field of shooting range, but it is rather difficult, especially with those kind of creases that they're hiding out with. So we'll see that back and forth happen between Talon and Flash instead.
Coming through here, springs on by Zeus. Now look at the shot connector up into the Vikings. Not just yet though. 7th to their name, only nearly 19 minutes now inside of this run, and definitely a bit of a lower start than what we initially saw there from the first round of Erangel here Contra. Now we do get to see Team Flash here just driving by into the vicinity of Talent Esports. That is going to be joined actually. You're getting tagged up from the top, but look, it's still sustained. for Set of Talent Esports. They are also in striking distance to actually run off with this very round, but they got to deal with bounce from afar. And that should be a secure mid-off and elimination, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that is it. Talent Esports going to be dropping the numbers as well.
Yep, so good on his execution. Right now, Team Flash also found that space for the Dorf, and that is currently being challenged by the rest of Point Donkey at the very same time to get the first dibs. And now, the rest of Point Donkey has got no other choice but to really play by the shorelines. Now, this is rather interesting as to how Point Donkey might be finding a way to eventually rush towards that section, but there's just too many open angles to really go up against the rest of Team Flash. Meanwhile, speaking of angles, oh, that was a nasty one coming from Yumeko.
Definitely. Yumeko throws up the nade there, but no angle at all. No opportunities there. Up on the front side. 20 minutes now clocking in. Here for this very round. Talent Esports looks to have a bit of an angle there against Team Flash. There's going to be one player they got to worry about. Team Flash so far, though, they are seeming to be on a pretty marginal roll here on this very round. They got this mounted for themselves. They only got to worry about Talent Esports on the left-hand side. But the rest, they should be pretty much in control. But 40 seconds left, though, before the zone decides to position towards stage 6. That's where things can get more erratic now, but Team Flash to get the call as well. They have boys still here all alone, but I don't think they know actually. Throws it up now, gonna go for the spray, but can't get the shots to connect. No. LaFire's not gonna be inside of the scene here. Gonna be all alone. Has to deal with a fight here up against 4 players of Team Flash.
But the nades are really doing wonders for Boy still right now. As much as he took a little bit more of that blue zone damage, this is gonna leave him down to only a strand of HP left. But he's just trying to choke out whatever space left over the side of Team Flash. But they retaliate with that beautiful grenade dropping in from Zeus just to clear him out. So a lot of pressure now being relieved. Team Flash goes for the reset.
The goal reset there, and gonna be able to bean off the last and final players there for the side of Talent Esports. Up to be said, we drop down to 6 members left here inside of this very round. So far, I'm not too exactly sure how this one's going to play out. I mean, the Vikings, they got the mid here for the circle itself. Team Flash, 7-9, AZ Slumber. Bit of a mixture there, but Team Flash and Void Donkey actually going to be meeting as well here right next to the compound. But Team Flash Top's going to be backing away, drawing in a distance, just checking up and finding some, information on who they have to deal with there. And Void Donkey might just be up next.
Yeah, they're still stranded very far away from the zone. I mean, it does not get any worse from this one for Void Donkey. They did spot out some of these members of Team Flash, though, and perhaps they're fancy to pick up the fight since Team Flash, they either have to move towards that direction or up against the rest of these other players of 7-9. So they got to make their choice wisely. They're just going to send Zayas right into the shack right now. Yumeko quickly spots that out. So 7-9 could actually do a world of hurt having him stuck by that very corner. So you would expect them to eventually go in with some bombardments. And the rest of Void Donkey, so far, calm, calculated. They're not really showing too much aggression, but they're hoping to really find certain opportunities to eventually get by. And 7-9 is just trying to lock them out.
Little spray down there, fighting. Oh, he's half health. Not going to be enough though, but Void Donkey, Gakor beats him to it now. Going to be able to secure the elimination, able to come out with his life as well. Oh my days.
He survived.
Play, but now he does pay off. Wanted their name finally here. That this is going to be the first frag forward this very round, but Zia responded back from 4. Munchie finds stops as well. Big old spray once again for Zia's, but not enough to put it down to the ground.
Wow, so many back and forth just to really deny that space away from Void Donkey right now. Back on the wheels. AZ Slumber also trying to get into the mix of this battle as they drop that nade towards the side of Zio. Zio so far doing a massive job surviving, bringing those points back for Tribe Aramacy. AZ Slumber, as much as they feel comfortable for the time being, I think that stage 7 won't be all too kind to some of these gentlemen over on the far west. Razak now returns the favor up against Yumeko, and that kind of suppresses the rest of 7-9 in order to really put too much of a dent towards those players up the north side. So I want to see Vex Cry, new addition into the team. Can he actually supplement by getting a little bit more cover to buy some time? And that Nate falling very dangerously close through the rest of Set 9, and Team Flash still holding strong.
Pretty strong here. Team Flash looks to really take this one through, but they're going to be caught in a pinch up against the players of Sem 9 alongside Void Donkey. Still though, the attention span here. Still going to be for the side of Team Flash. Vex Cry's going to be down, knocked here to the ground here by Potato from the side of Void Donkey. And Sem 9, I mean, they don't really have any options as well. They got to go for the commitment. Zone's going to be closing in here and shortly. They do buy in the vehicle as well here to close it out. Wraps around. And a big spray from the side of Yumeko to lead the demise of Team Flash.
That speedy wraparound, that reposition really gained an edge up against the rest of Team Flash, who thought that they were still boxed inside of that dip. And man, 7-9, they got that one covered, so they will have a lot more room to breathe right now. But the zone falls further away from 7-9. MVK still having Tins right smack dab in the middle. And MVKE, they've always played this slow, methodical game. But they've always predicted right. Moving it yet again to another top 5. We still have 2 of the Malaysian teams on board though. Want to see if 7-9 can still get themselves into a better position, because now that descent from the hillside is going to leave them absolutely exposed to not only Vikings but also AZ Slumber.
Void Donkey does have the best of all odds here. Complete set of players to their name. AZ Slumber has an overview there of the players of 7-9. X-Horse to the left side, though, those are the Vikings, so they got to worry about as well. Tigers here slowly trampling to 9, not having the best of looks, and they get cut off the rotation there, all due to the oil from the side of Triber Messi, cutting them apart. The single player from Triber Messi making it all happen. The competition drops down to 4 squads remaining.
And 7-9 absolutely got denied of that space. I mean, they just got to those. Oh, Void Donkey on the rush! And they finally found it, but at a heavy cost. 3 members down on the ground right now, and the damage is coming in from Zio, and he's just sneaking it all the way right under the vehicle, and he finds it up against Couture.
No way. No way. 4 players drops down to just 2. Disaster for the side of Void Donkey. Now AZ Slumber might just get the last and final lap. Zio has been ratting this one through, just picking players off part by part. AZ Slumber looks to be in control of the situation though, but they do find themselves another frag to their side. AZ Slumber, Nonton goes for the spray, but the shot to the face. The punish is there. Void Donkey's Yak should have enough time to go for the reset.
Oh, now he finds Zio running right across the field. He does get into the cover of smoke though. Razak! Oh, he almost clutched it up against the entirety of AZ Slumber. And I don't know if it's just a mishap or a big blunder coming in from AZ to rush in 1 by 1. They underestimated the firepower of Razak, and they paid the full price for it.
Now, so 1v1 for each end. Triple standoff! Oh, Joy finds another as well. Drive Messi, Joy. And popping through the roof here for this last and final circle, but unfortunately for him, yeah, Razak gonna be able to get the pick up there for the Mochi. That is gonna be enough to call it all down to a 2v1 here, but Joy has done it before. Took down the whole squad of 7-9 against 2. Who can do it?
And for the fact of the matter is, they've already spotted Zio's location right behind that tree. And they just really have to work in tandem to really find that final pick for Void Donkey to secure the chicken dinner. But we've seen the miracles happen back in day 1. A 1v2 clutch is still very, very likely. They're thinking about full sending it, having Razak on that buggy. But I'm not too sure if that buggy's going to be able to pick up just about enough speed. But if he can decoy just about enough, perhaps it will open some angles for Mochi to go in for that frag to close out the game. And now those smokes, I'm not too sure if this kind of blockades them with those angles, but it is just a setup for Razak to draw in for a close. Zio's got a smoke of his own as well. He's finding a little cover right behind the rocks. And now he goes full blown, looking for the angle up against Razak. Razak gets the cover, and Razak finds it.
Get it all done. Razak just carrying the squad of Voin Donkeys at the end. 3 casualties, said and done, able to deal with. Razak brings Voin Donkey that beautiful, delicious chicken dinner.
Wow. He's an absolute master of clutching scenarios that seem to be that dire when it comes down to that battle right behind that shack. And what exactly was that? Easy Slumber, they had those numbers advantage, but they were just falling flat one after another, and eventually they got caught out. And just like that, Razak finding that recovery, bringing it back to 2, just to secure it for Voin Donkey. Initially, we talked about, them being a little too passive, but hey, it's all about the end game for Voin Donkey, and Razak stole the show.
There was a moment in time where Voin Donkey had 4 players all up and composed, but all of a sudden they dropped like flies, 3 players out in the ground, and Razak was put to a whole order to try to save the day, and he was able to make it all happen there. All just props to Razak for getting this one done. But for the side of that one player there, for the side of Triber Messi, he was so close, drawing it pretty near. There was 4 oppositions that was left there for him to deal with, and he was able to drop it down to him up against the last 2 players of Voin Donkey. Still valiant efforts regardless, but Voin Donkey owns the spotlight here for this round.
Yeah, it went down to individual prowess, and it was just really too close for comfort. It was almost a first chicken dinner for the likes of AZ Slumber. ASC was also just inches away, but then again, it was just maybe a little bit too tough when you got your position compromised and only having to cover the tree for Zio to play around with. So Voin Donkey, they ripped the full rewards of a chicken dinner, and all thanks to all the utilities used as well. They have used 23 smokes in total in this round to keep themselves afloat throughout the messy situation.
Good to see the stat line here for each end. 1,500 damage here for the set of Voin Donkeys. 1,100 for the set of Triber Messi. 7 and 8 actually for the elimination. Triber Messi did have a pretty strong run there on this round for Orangle. 8 to their name, and they back up the second placement point as well. So not too bad. They were pretty close there, and unfortunate for them though, numbers just didn't seem to fit into their favor at the latter end.
Yeah, true enough. Just needing the very final finishing touches out there. And as much as they want to deplete the members of Voin Donkey initially, the Cats is underneath the vehicle, absolutely sublime. But it was 7-9 that did a truckload of damage, especially on Yumeko. We saw that reposition to really punish Team Flash and a couple more teams out there. So he really have stood out to be one fine individual here over the fields of shooting range. It was just unfortunate for 7-9 that they got choked out of that space because of that shift of the zone.
Definitely, man. 6 to the name here, definitely a standout nonetheless. And we move over now here to the top performers here. Yumeka's going to be there on 6 eliminations. The Oido is going to be able to find 5 to his name as well. 62% in regards to team contribution. Razak will have 4. And we got to see most of those the connections happening around the latter part of the round. But Crypto from the side of ASA will actually have himself into the mixture as well with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, and it's been great numbers overall throughout the block. Razak, as much as he didn't manage to top the record of Zio or Yumeko, he definitely is have been able to really seal the deal by the tail end of it with the amount of damage he's been able to offer over the course of the field. So great work. It's also, of course, interesting to also see that ASI8 so far have some bounce back performances when they were fighting inside of 70 and has been able to bring 5 points back in this tally. So it's still pretty top heavy in this round where we are looking at majority of these teams in the top 7 to be able to secure hefty amount of points. It's a tie between AZ Slumber, Vikings, as well as Team Flash, all sitting at 7, whereas for 17 points has been accrued by the members of Voin Donkey. Once again, showing that they are strategic on their approach, and they managed to find themselves their second chicken dinner so far throughout this playoffs.
Yeah, you look at Triber Master here, they've been tossing up their numbers right around the 14 to 15 point range, and it's unfortunate for them, they're not really able to get the last and final laps coming from the respective rounds that they were put up. Always has been on second place here so far. I mean, they definitely have, you know, the prowess to really get the job done. Unfortunate for them, though, not really happening here on the third round. And now we move over towards the match stats. 62 total eliminations, 74 knockouts. The longest eliminations done here was actually Tops once again. And he's not really a stranger in regards to getting those long-range eliminations here, Contra.
Yeah, he's always been that sharpshooter for the rest of Team Flash. So I'm definitely hoping that, you know, they get to finally convert it into something in return. But last we saw out Team Flash, they were pretty much boxed inside of that shed, and not much that can be done right there when they're going up against those members of Team 7-9, who's having a little bit more room to breathe overall. So let's check out some of the updates right now.
Ooh.
APG adds 8 more points to the tally, as they are just 1 point above BTR, as BTR wasn't exactly fully involved as well. So MVKE, they moved back up into the top 7, pushing down Toda here on the first page.
Second page here, Triber Master once again, they climb pretty incrementally here at the number 9 spot. Same goes for a set of Void Donkey, you know, brought to them that winner chicken dinner. That's going to be the first of their name, and going to be +9. But for the rest of the composition on the second page, everyone drops by 2 or 1 here, Contra.
Wow, this is definitely a big leap coming out of those members of Void Donkey. Well, of course, certain teams were definitely not getting some airtime here, so D-Savior still have certain chances to be able to look for an overtake up against Void Donkey. And I guess I made a mistake. I mean, this is actually the very first chicken dinner for Void Donkey. There was a couple of instances where they ended up in second place, but, you know, they could actually gain back their rhythm from here on out. 7-9, this was a big jump. I mean, today has been an extraordinary day where they're securing double digits only on their performance. 10 points back in the first round, and now 12 points here once again in Wrangle.
Now let's get it done here. So much more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. It was only the third round here for today. We still got 3 more. I swear we're only halfway done. If you guys are just tuning in, there's still going to be a lot more actions up ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the RUTHLESS Showdown Invitational 12. We're going to have a short break once again, Contra, a very short one because we don't want to wait on any action anymore. We'll be right back, though. See you guys in just a little bit.
Step into the ring.
Little did you guys know, we're back on track here once again inside of this tournament. We're heading straight back here to Miramar as well. Contra, I'm pretty hyped up here. I've been loving the action that we've been seeing here for the side of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's super explosive. And earlier, we were served with a 1v1v1 duel, and that got us by the edge of our seat. So I don't know if that's going to be pretty much the team that they're going to carry forward into Miramar, but I'm hoping to see, like, you know, full-on squads fighting each other, just like how we did where the Saber match win that match 14. So now we bring a couple of teams back. You know, last round, I kind of miscalculated and voted for Alter Ego. They were not involved. And finally, they are, right? So this time, I'm hoping to actually see them really turn out some of those results. So other than that, of course, we got the staples like Vampire Esports, Team Secret, Todak. I think, like, all these teams coming from Group A really have shown up to be some of the best names to really play inside Miramar.
Yeah, let's get it on here. Predictions now going to be up on board. I'm going to be doubling down on Todak here. I still believe that they're the kings of Miramar, man. I'm going for Todak here. What about for you, Contra?
I was thinking the same, but I'm still kind of 50-50 on it. You know, like I think that it's kind of in between Alter Ego as well as RRQ right now. Today, I think like the Indonesian squads are really showing that they really want those dinners. Like they just want to ensure that they make it to the grand finals, and Alter Ego, after the big leapfrog of points, they are now somewhere in the clear, but not fully just yet. So AE definitely are going to be hunting out for it.
Okay, Alter Ego is to go, and it's looking like there's going to be Tribe Aramasi here for the production team. I mean, I got to support Tribe Aramasi as well. I mean, Tribe Aramasi has had those runs, specifically securing the number 2 spot for some respective rounds, and if ever they can get the, you know, just the whole composition as well, just brought in towards the last and final circle, maybe till then we could see them bag this one through. But hey, we'll see about it. Round number 4 is going to be up next. If you guys are tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, there's still going to be a lot more actions up ahead. We're at Miramar right now. Right after this, we go back to Erangel, and the last round is going to be played in Miramar.
That's right, and you know, we've always loved to get that dose, and I'm just glad that we're ending up in the Miramar yet again. Just hoping that the pacing for the final match will be much faster than, you know, yesterday's slow burner towards till end. But hey, I guess like we just want to see if these teams can actually keep up to that kind of same rhythm, because it can get really exhausting where, I don't know, if you're staring at the phone screen and your phone's heating up and you're always going to be pushing those buttons every step of the way. It's like sometimes you gotta chill for a little bit, hide inside a shack, you know, let the phone cool down and then look for opportunities. But, you know, look at what we have so far. I mean, Team Secret, they've been fighting alongside with, I can't remember if it's AST or T2K inside of Minas Generalis, but so far, they've set the record straight. So one of these guys will have to move when they move into this map. So hopefully, you know, we get to see, you know, all these teams to have a steady start and then go for that big brawl towards the mid game.
Yeah, let's get it on here. 10 seconds separate touch from the game itself. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 4 is going to be up next. Match number 16 here on the playoffs. Day number 4. Now, here, hopping through here. Day number 3, actually. So, moving forward, let's get it on here. We're back in Miramar, the desert coast of PUBG Mobile. And by looking at the initial flight paths here, it's going to be slicing directly on the northern side, but much more lenient here on the eastern side of the map. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be inclusion here for a set of Al-Azhar. And moving over towards the initial take here. So Campo de Militar is going to be out in the picture, out in the open as well. So it does start things off here with Torre Ahumada. And there's going to be an inclusion there for the side of Lab and Data alongside Minas Generalis, Shankar as well. Impala is going to be into the picture. Unfortunately, this time around as well, we're going to be seeing Los Leones back in track. Some of the teams can probably try to glide towards the direction of Chumakera and Pecado as well. So, hey, it's not too much of a bad flight path at all here, Contra.
Yeah, and that leaves a very big question for some teams who, you know, want to opt for areas like El Pozo being a popular location, or will there be even teams to be stretching all the way into Chumacero? If the circle does go there, I think that definitely all these teams will be having their considerations heading into some of all these designated areas. Whereas I think like the usual inbound fights around the quarters of Los Angeles is always going to happen. This time, APG also floats alongside with Cellcom Digi Alliance, and Todak goes further down south to be joined alongside with Boeing Donkey. So it's getting a little hairy to kick things off with, but the good news for Team Secret, they're going to have some clear moves.
look at the circle here. Oh, well, fortunate for the teams, you did mention this, well, all pose. You know, a lot of these teams like to go through El Pozo, so want to go for the late rotation jump towards El Pozo. It's going to be a safe bet for sure, but initial drop, you get to see Vampire Esports was looking to head towards the direction of Los Leones and 4 Tribes as well. Lost at APG, but they slowly shift now here towards the direction of Chumaquera, so give me a safe bet now. We're back to the bow and arrow action here. Well, last time I saw the bow and arrow in my days, bro, that was Alter Ego Errors is feeding off one of the players that have bow and arrow.
Yeah, at the very least, they updated the bow and arrow into an exploding crossbow in that sense that it can still deal AoE damage, which is, you know, pretty nifty sometimes if they actually bunch up. But arguably, you got better weapons out there. I mean, if you still, I don't know if they still have the Panzerfaust in the game, but if they do, it's always fun to actually watch. And here we go, some shreds over on the corner. Gabi lands the first stop over on the Mastery. And the last time round, if you remember this, yesterday, this battle definitely erupted inside of Impala, and it was Team 52 that took the win.
Yeah, definitely, man. Now here, off with a head. Oh my days. Yeah, helped in this latest one all patiently, and that's going to be 2 players here dropped to the ground for Boom Esports. Quite unfortunate for Boom, and looking like Team 52 is just surely showing how great they can be here on Impala.
Yeah, man, I absolutely felt that hit to the dome, man. Like, for a moment, I don't know, like, I channeled that Pondbit energy, and then, like, oh, that really has got to put a dent through the rest of Boom Esports. Molotov put right through the walls, and last I checked, at the very least, Yummy May, or Yummy, whichever name over back that he likes to update from time to time, he's holding on to the M249, so he could actually go spraying and spraying if he wants to. Delta now on the challenge, and Zio! Oh, Zio! Last man standing last round is going to once again hunt out for those numbers, and it is HB receiving the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, homeboys, not really killing here as of this moment. I mean, it's so unfortunate for them, not really able to get the sustainability once more through, and that's just pretty much it. I mean, 15 squads remaining here, and completely lost in how to exactly put it this way. But for Boom Esports, lost their Traver Massey and the homeboys, they're not really in the best of shape or form.
True enough, and I guess they're definitely a little far from home, so to speak. Don't mean to make it a Spider-Man reference, but this is a very cheeky angle coming from Yummy. A place where it is very hard to actually get checked unless if they do climb all the way upwards. Zero, though. What on earth? He's using a VSS? I've not seen anyone use this weapon in a long while. It's only 10 bullets. He doesn't have the extender, so he's only got 10 bullets. And I don't know how does he even make it count.
You got an M249 as well there on the top side. You got a shotgun and a VSS. It can't be worse than that, for sure. But yeah, well, that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile, you know. Sometimes grace comes to your way, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, you have those gun competition. You're dealing with a squad of Team 52, which has been somewhat the dominators here on Impala. Well, Yummy Joe in here should be the key player to make some plays to work out. Has an M249 and the shotgun to play around with as well. If he does decide to go for the peek out, he might just be able to pick off a player or two, but decides to take it all passively once again.
I mean, he's got everything to leverage on. I mean, they could not really spot check him over on the top, right? So, it's all about the timing for Yummy. But the moment that he reveals himself, I hope that his teammate will be able to supplement with that VSS, though. I'm not too sure how he does it, but we'll have to wait and see. But speaking of 1-0, oh, that VSS lands straight to the head. And this might just open up that opportunity. Yummy, is he going to be involved, though? Because right now they're going for the resuscitation, and this might just be go time. But Zero's just going to be taking this chance to look for a better weapon, and instead, he finds a Scorpion. He trades it out. At the very least, this feels like 20 bullets, you know, compared to the VSS. Still not the best. Still not the best AR or whatsoever. I mean, this is just like a semi-automatic.
It's like a pistol, man.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it's rocking 9mm. So, yeah, not really a great look. But look at Joey. No one has to go for the spray down. Has Manzi hopping the crosshair. Then doesn't go for the fight. No,
He doesn't know.
I know Esports. It checks so bad. He wants to go for the spray down, but no, it's a bit too late now. And the shot's going to be thrown towards its direction as well. And not too far apart. Alter Ego Eric's going to be drawing in near. But Yami Joe in here with shotgun finds a lucky can himself, but the trade is there. Pelton finds himself the frag. There's only going to be one more player here for Boom Esports to lie on.
Oh, it feels so bad for Yummy, man. Like, that recall did him dirty as well. Like, he was trying his best to actually hit onto Manzi, and then he heard every other member of 52 is actually rushing towards him. He's like, okay, I gotta drop down. I gotta make a play. He's only good for one knock, but here comes Rosemary. He's definitely in for a little bit of that party as he joins in for a little bit of fun time. A lot of damage being done. Krypton doing the chunk of it, and right now it's Alter Ego to claim all.
Alter Ego Era's batterer once again has the DBS on hand. The nade's going to be flying on by as well. Rosemary entering the first floor. Now, two players down to the ground here for the side of Team 52 and making Halton as well. Out and going. Question is, though, where's the fourth player for the side of Team 52? Missing in action. And it's going to be Rosemary here. Should be checking on by here on the room to secure the last two players here on Team 52 here on Impala.
I think the last we saw was Manzi up the hillside, right? And he's pretty much lurking around right at this moment. Alter Ego areas, they actually have no business being around Impala because they start off in Al Azhar, but they're willing to come here, hunt out for some of these points because they know that these two teams, they love to brawl inside the city. It's going to take a while, and they kind of took the chance, and they scored huge, even more than what Boom Esports hoped for. I mean, Boom walked away with nothing. Manzi somehow parkoured his way across, but now finding a vehicle is of utmost importance. But take a look. How many 100 meters is that to even get to the zone?
Well, I don't have to amount here, bro.
I don't know, man. I don't want to think about it. Meanwhile, Sem9, at least they got those wheels. I can't say the same about these two guys who are currently stuck inside of over the corner in Impala. And it's already starting to get congested. South side of the zone already flocked with half of the teams in the mix.
Yeah, it's not really the best of looks there, but for regards to how the zones has been working here for today's broadcast, I gotta say, bro, it has been one of the most cruel rounds out there. But back on track here for the side of Forest Tribes. They are meeting the players of Vampire Esports. That is going to be last versus their actually on the other side of the ridge. Wayne Donkey, though, finds one there for his APG. At Triberry West, he finds himself as well up against M9. There's a lot of casualties here happening, at least a four-way casualty here all across the map.
And it's his body hitting the ground everywhere they set foot. And Trap Aramacy, they love setting up these traps. They love taking it slowly, and they're here to really punish teams who are on that late rotation as well. Voing Donkey skilling around the areas of Kurosera, and over on the far corner, it seems like APG are just barely getting any cover, and Razak connected through the smoke. Oh, beautiful stuff. It's just that he could not find a confirmation.
Wayne Donkey pops a nade here. 2 more seconds to go before detonation begins, and Joel gonna be on the other side. Does he eat it? Oh, Doc gets himself away from the scene. There's another player from the side of Void Donkey prevails out of the mess. He gets topside control. They can hail down from the skies as well. Out this round, this one's gonna play out, but only for sure. Razak finds Joel away, and that is gonna be the players. The other side here, not really finding the best groove. APG only has 2 more players to play for.
It's going to be a tough round for APG. They're just hoping to at least get a little bit more of a time bot inside of the city before they go deeper into the field. But take a look at the far end, though. Rifus is still trying to draw a little bit more attention to himself just to buy a little bit more space for his teammate. But that's 3 members charging through. Void Donkey somehow getting exchange ease. He finally gets the pick off, and that's all the way from down under.
Oh my days. Coming in. Get another. Wayne Donkey. Refuss of APG. Take off the DBS and nades enough to put you down. He's now here into the mixer as well. Cavalry arrives. Razak tagged up. Only 1 more shot to go. Razak sprays on by with a Vector, but it's not going to be enough shot at all. No connection. He hops in here with the UMP. Pops on by. Finds 1 more player to Void Donkey. APG into the mix as well. Back and forth battle as we speak.
It's crazy that it's working with only 2 members and they're depleting members after members of Void Donkey. And right now they're limping away. They call for truce for the meantime, and too much damage has been dealt. And look who's here. The Kings of Kings, Rex Rigum Keon is here to play.
RQ, Lepar, and Nogut. Lepar finds Refus away. East on the top side. Nathan once again here for a set of East. Nice Nogut true. He's able to get the kill there up because Nogut. The ramp persists here with East all alone for a set of APG. The last glimmer of hope, but RQ able to get the cut off. APG now eliminated.
Oh, they thought that was Void Donkey, which is why he was confident enough with the swing, but it's actually another team. Oh, that definitely stings those members of APG. They were playing so well. I mean, small little miscalculation happens when you're currently in the zone, and you could definitely tell that they were just really going all out in that fight because they know that they're a little too far off of the zone. But hey, that was what 3 points out of these 2 members alone. Rifus as well as Ease really have done wonders just to salvage whatever this map was, which could have actually been so much worse if they didn't fight back.
Well, we got one player instead of Homeboys just taking a bit of time in the toilet. Sounds familiar, isn't it?
Yeah, sounds like someone I know that's speaking to me right now. I wish we got more time at the very least where we could actually get a little bit more of a smooth experience. That's where I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to continue any further. So, anyways, like the rest of the field, they're doing A-okay. You could arguably say that Void Donkey is also in the loo right now. I mean, they had the advantage. Like, they kind of overaggressed, miscalculated on their approach, and it seems like that was being spotted out by RQ at the very same time. Lazarus now on the nuke out, exchanging grenades, not finding it up against 4 tries, so to speak, and there's another 2 members over on the other side of the hillside to try to trade back.
Is this one true? Big ol' 1v1 Lazarus, Shion on the bottom side! The Red Bull finds Shion, bro. Out of the way. Still not over. Still 2 more to go here up against Fort Thrives. Noki there going to be on the other side of the map. Vehicle here onto the play. Actually, true. Looks wrap around. Might be able to offer a pitch there towards the backside. Lazarus taking the attention as well there towards the front. It's going to get cooked here. Noki directly on the other side. Does he know? No connection there. Virtual reset.
Vampire Esports pulling into a T, expecting more and more of these teams to be trying to challenge for the top spot of this hill. And they're not really allowing that to happen as they deny more of that spacing. You can see they are firmly planted right across on 2 sides. Lazarus finally nails it down on that member of 4 Tribes. And now closing in within the distance with the drive-by. Hoping to find the final blow up against Nyash. And oh, that first shot was beautiful, but it was hard to trace on a fast-moving vehicle. And Naki's going to do exactly the same. Just try to leapfrog away, but oh, that bounce almost came off the sea. But Naki somehow survives.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Red Bull.
What?
Plants himself down to the ground. RQ into the mix as well. Or Thrive is going to be here. From afar, no key. Fortunately for him, not going to be especially for him. There's just going to be a player from the side of Vampire Esports. Yep, throwing some shots there. Got the player, 1 player from the side of Fortress Drive under the custody, and that is going to be Secreman for the elimination.
Boy. The Vampire Esports, they have been attracting so much attention from this hillside, and they're taking too much more battles than they actually asked for. This time up against RQ. They also have just about enough space and leverage over onto the other sector. And that makes it really tough for even the rest of Vampire Esports to consider for them to, draw it to a close if they really want to bring it to a CQC. Outer Areas takes their opportunity to also go in for the wide swing over on the south side. Mansi somehow sneaks past them. They're still hiding over the south side. And now they found the rest of the members of Team Secret residing inside of the apartments.
Team Secret has been pretty quiet here for the entire round. I mean, they're the only squad here to the top 4 mixture that doesn't really have any frags to their name notches yet. But Alter Ego Air is looking to offer some opportunities here up against Team Secret, so they're going to be dealing with one squad as well. There's going to be Silicon Digital Alliance on the other side of the map as well, but not just straight out here for the side of AE. I mean, seem to have this one down, but Team 52 though, and process to get eliminated now here, out away from the scene. Now Ever Esports here up against the players of RRQ.
Oh boy, back and forth trades, and that finds Red Bull once again being knocked down. That nade does connect over the side of Lepar, and Lazarus quickly tries to go for the revive. The Pekko now holding on to the flank. Can he actually do more damage? He's looking to prime that nade. Is it gonna find both of them? And it does connect this time. It's a turn in a row up against Red Bull. He's gonna bleed even faster than before. So RQ, perhaps they could find this opportunity to push forward, but instead it's Gilwey that's on the flank angles, and now marching right through, they find the Pekko.
Wow! Vampire Esports prevailing now. The action is non-stop. Now it's Alter Ego Ares here, throwing some shots into the direction of Team Secret. But the other side, that is going to be Vikings here, diverting the attention of Alter Ego Ares. Now we take a look at the map here. So far, everyone included into the mixture. Voin Donkey though. Mochi is going to be all alone there in between players of Alter Ego and Silicon Digital Alliance. Well, the zone decides to shift down here, down south. This is going to be the players from Triber Massey, Force 579. Team Secret here has to face the rotation.
And they're currently boxed in. You saw 2 of these members of Alter Ego. They went on that split just to gatekeep the rest of Team Secret. Another 2 needs to find that space up against Silicon Digital Alliance, which is where currently Void Donkey goes in for the exchange. Naki burns down one member of AST, and they trade right back. Nyash now takes down Zio at the very same time. So that's 2 members down as they were planted deep into this hillside. But this is nowhere near the zone, so they're quickly setting the scores, and they need to hightail out of this open space. So this is very vulnerable for 4 Tribes. They're still looking for those pickoffs before they can advance any further, but those sprays are coming in from Toad to deny them from cutting their way over onto the circle.
Woo. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left before stage 5 closes out. So far, Team Secret to roll for the run for the rotation, but Alter Ego has their crossers locked in towards the side as well. Vikings, well ready to gatekeep the players of Team Secret, but looking like they're going to be wrapping around towards the left side from the direction of MGN Vikings Esports. Alter Ego is now going to be able to get the cutoff, perfectly set it up, and now you got the pick off. They can just go for the run here, and they've done the damage already that they had to do up against Team Secret.
Now they could actually reconvene and just work all together as a unit for, and they just keep tracking onto these members of Team Secret, denting their hopes into getting anywhere deeper in the zone. And MBKE is doing exactly the same to try to zone them out. Delta down, getting a P90, shredding them all apart, and all Team Secret, they trade right back with the drive-by.
Wow! Pop Shrew, getting it done. Still not over. Nyash Bro into the mixture. Step 9 eliminated. Force Rives beating off the bullets. Back to the players of Homeboys. Team Secret looking to get a cutoff. But it is going to be a reset here. One last player here for the set of Homeboys. Play 4. And Tribe are mashing the process. Will get eliminated. What is happening here, Contra?
It was a Hail Mary attempt coming from the Team Secret, and that sets them into their own demise because they could not find that space. Homeboys were just finding the angles, punishing them on that rotation, and just like that, they got depleted, despite them trying to salvage what they can, trying to find that knock while they drive right through. But it's too little too late. I mean, you see, it's just barren open lands on certain portions of the map that is just super hard to play from.
Bad Roo. Here, not gonna be able to get the angle there. So much plays just happening overall, and you take a look at the feed here, bro. APGR to Team Secret. Driver Mess is going to be out of the picture. It's just all going to come down to the Vikings and Vampire Esports here to try to take the spotlight. They have a standoff here from set of Alter Ego and Silicon Digital Alliance. That's Bad Roo and his here about to close it out. But MVKE, the Vikings as well, they want to put themselves into the mix. Finds Crypto here, tagged up to the ground.
Yeah, they're just holding these members of Alter Ego hostage by the hillside. Great angle coming from Break just to really put all the stops possible. And here comes the close quarters. Badru, he brings in the DBS and he clears out members from the side of Cellcom DG Alliance. Is there gonna be more? He's going for that reload. Maybe he just barely has enough time. He leaps over and he does go in to choke them over onto the stairwells, but not quite enough as the shots come from off. Vikings with the Ragnarok.
Oh my days! Oh my freaking days! What are you on, Miramar? Now, it continues. Vampire Esports looks to finds himself there into a fight of the Vikings. Vikings has been pretty loud here. Three to their name. Set of players, and they're still not done here. They know they want to deal with Cellcom Digital Alliance. They want to go for the fight. Kodak in the process, no, finds 4, tries to eliminate it, and that is going to be securing the number 5 spot here for the rest of the competition. Vampire Esports, Kodak, the Vikings, Cellcom Digital Alliance, and the single player from the Homeboys.
The fights keep on giving, and it's only stage 6, mind you, that full stacks for the side of VPE, Kodak, as well as MVKE. Tids starting the engines a little slow this time around, but they did manage to make the cut. Now prepping them up to the grenades, just zoning out some space, denying that entry point coming from the side of MVKE, but this is inevitable that they will just storm right through. Drag now in between them all as he is being put down to sleep.
Oh, Cellcom Digital Alliance, hold your grounds, hold your horses. The Vikings up in your way. Break here onto the prowl. Bubble and Cheese gonna get tagged up. Same goes for the rest of the competition. You take the fight and you pay the price. Cellcom Digital Alliance is saving.
They prevail out of the unthinkable. I mean, that's more members. They're supposed to be able to outfight that, but they received some help, and it's all the way from down under. Vampire Esports so far holding on to the high ground up against the rest of the members of Toda, and they're going back and forth trading, looking for the head. He does connect one shot. Lazarus is just gonna hail bullets after bullets, suppressing those members of Toda from getting any forward. They don't really have vehicles. What could they do this time around? I mean, they are running out of that space. They're just by the very edge of it all. Vampire Esports got them held right down under.
7 to their name, a complete composition as well. They're definitely on the run. The closest one out is Gooey. Finds Frenzy down to the ground. Pray all to the PUBG gods. Spare my life. But it's going to be Vampire Esports here with no mercy at all. Finds Leon as well. Just falling into the traps of the players of Vampire Esports.
Told out they ran out of smokes. They got no cover at all. It's all down to Kenny, the last surviving member from Homeboys. 3 Malaysian teams, but it is the Titans of Thailand here with their supremacy, just being such a menace to the rest of the pack.
Control they go. Homeboys, Todak now here with only 1 player left. Cedal, Cellcom Digital Alliance has 3 for their name. Definitely the strongest threat here for the players of Vampire Esports. But if you look at the terrain that Vampire Esports is holding on to, they're pretty much locked in. They know exactly what's up. And as much as Toda he can try to sustain this game. You can be the top dog slayer of the competition, but the terrain doesn't favor to your way. Vampire Esports on the hunt. Get the elimination up against Todak.
It's only praying that he does get a little bit more cover, but he's just hiding by that stack of what mesh plantations, whatever that plan is. I mean, he can only buy a couple more seconds from here on, and just a matter of time right now. That zone closes out. The days for Todak pretty much numbered. Not so much for the other squads though. Cellcom DG and the Lions still have 3 more members to fend off. But playing from the low ground, not an easy task to challenge up against Red Bull, the ferocious player that's been the main fragger of Vampire Esports.
Astri remains on the picture. It's going to be Homeboys here. Thrown down to the ground. Give it the first here for the side of Cellcom Digital Alliance. Vampire Esports is holding on to the terrain. The zone favors them at most. They're going to go for the cut there off the rotation. They find the last player of Homeboys. MLZ is now going to be out. It's just all going to come down to Vampire Esports and Cellcom Digital Alliance.
And now Salcom DG Alliance battling for that space. They're going for separated rotations, guarding each side of the wings. But as much as I say that, they're pretty much bunched up all together once again. That makes it a little easier for Bella to eventually spot out their position, but they don't really care right now. They want to take that fight up against the rest of Vampire Esports, but keep in mind, Yui now going for the wide wrap for a flank. So the rest of the Salcom DG Alliance, they gotta pay attention to this.
One player here pushing up. We see eyes of Red Bull and Lazarus. The name's gonna get cooked here, but might just fall a bit too short. Does to disengage. Out of side control here for the side of Salcom DG Alliance, and the shots fires. Not gonna be enough definition there to get the knock, not just yet. But if you look at this on paper, it is the players of Salcom DG back against the wall. But Louis just convert with a spray. Response back from force. See him there with a mini 14, able to get one player on just a little bit of health. Salcom DG Alliance out here feeling it off down. Two players knocked down. Vampire Esports, they feel it.
Oh, Huey, he dropped just about enough attention for the rest of Vampire Esports to crash right through, and it's all down to the final bang, and the Vampires sink their fangs for a chicken dinner.
GG's, well played. All of the efforts to get in the best of terrain paid off at the end, and they were just able to pick off players part by part inside of the last initial part of the circle. Vampire Esports made it all happen out here on his match number 16. Fully getting all done.
My. We finally get to catch a breather, man. Like, there's just so many fights back and forth, only to the tail end, down to that 3 versus 3 scenario. I mean, like, 3 teams battle. It was clearly Vampire Esports really taking the high ground advantage to the maximum point where they could just easily take control of all the other teams that were on the outskirts, on the low ground, and then down to the final battle. Huey, once he's deep into that position, all he had to do, set up a trap, get some damage done, and then as much as he was soaking all the damage, that allowed that stir to happen, and Salcom DG, they just don't know where to put their attention to, and just like that, VPE, they've been able to shut everybody else down.
Oh, Red Bull Lazarus leading the way in regards to most damage done here. Total knocks here for 3% of Red Bull. He's definitely just a player that you kind of want to rely on in regards to getting those pickups and closing out the distance, and absolutely served with 5 to his name. 3 though, instead of last 6, and that is overall the players of Vampire Esports are just putting every bit of impact that they can do to secure this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, this is one of the most massive performances coming in from Vampire Esports to date in this tournament, and we know that they are definitely capable of so much more. So they have yet to even feel, players like Tony K or even names like Newsy. I mean, with their studio names, I might just be fooled. I mean, they're just looking to be working at a different rate when it comes down to these matches in Miramar. But once again, the Malaysian teams are starting to show up. Toda, if they had a little bit more room, you might actually score yourself another point on the predictions, but unfortunately, they got starved out. When we make comparisons, take a look at damage. Even Salcom DG Alliance, despite maybe having lesser numbers, that's a lot of damage being done.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, 2,789 here for the side of Vampire Esports. Salcom DG Alliance, I mean, they took a bit of a positive approach. Unfortunately for them, they can't really get the final lap there. And the MVP is no other than Miguel Elastics to the name. 4 overall, 730 damage, and 12 utilities being used.
Yeah, I love his combination with Yui. They just work so well together on how they just get knocks left, right, center, and Melda so far sharp enough to really make those conversions happen on top of it all. So it's all started on how they've always played that high ground advantage. Remember, there was certain instances where they're going up against teams like RRQ. There was even other teams in the mix prior to that as well. And to my surprise, I mean, they held firm till the very end with all 4 members intact.
First out of Krypton here, not going to be the first that he has been able to put himself in the picture for the number 4 spot there on the top performance. Definitely just ever so consistent there. But now we take a look at the tally for the overall match leaderboard. 23 points has been claimed. But it said Vampire Esports here on this round for the set of Miramar. Psychology Digital Alliance, they're going to be on the trail with 11 points to their name. 8 for the set of Alter Ego Era, 7 for the set of the Homeboys, and 6 for Homeboys. For the side of Kodak, MGN Vikings Esports, 4Tries Esports, and Tribe Aramasi.
Yeah, and it's really sad for Boom Esports. I mean, they didn't really get to get those loots. We saw what really went down in South Impala. And then there was also the rival of Alter Ego to punish both of the teams that were starting off from that sector of the map. So at the very least, T52 did manage to get those training done. So everybody walks away at least with something in return. Meanwhile, we look at some of the other stats involved now. As much as it seems like it's lesser knocks, I felt like it was just straight up confirmation whenever those kills actually happen. On top of that, 11 total rescues. You can see that they really go back and forth, trading blow for blow. And I also noticed that there was that airdrop looted by either AST or one of the other teams where they brought the P90 to play, something that we've not seen in a while.
Yep, definitely. Now we take a look at the tally here for the board. For the set of APG and BTR, nothing really changed for them, but look at Vampire Esports. They're just climbing the board all of a sudden. +7 in the rankings. Now they're going to have the number 3 spot there, the name dropping down Team Flash as well, RQ. Team Secret, they dropped down by 2 alongside Talent as well.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy if you look at the elimination numbers, right? 56 for BTR, Vampire Esports, as well as Team Flash. It just goes to show that these teams just love to go on the brawl, and they're willing to really gamble for, whether if they make it or break it for the most part. And finally, VPE, they are rewarded with that. Cellcom Digital Alliance this time also climbs up the charts with an 11-point addition over on to their current position, surging 6 spots up ahead into the safety net of 14.
Yeah. Also true, Todak here. Despite the fact that they were able to bring themselves onto the latter part of the round, they do drop down 1 rank as well. The Homeboys, though, hey, haven't seen them in such a time to run the impact, but hey, they do climb this one there, +5 to the ranking. But first out of the Xavier, Napac, Sam9, alongside T2K and AZ Number, they do drop down as well here on the board. But first out of Hora and Asayit, they are going to be still there on the bottom side.
Yep, it's going to be a steady run for the rest of the matches, and then we're going to see if some of these teams will be able to hold firm onto their position or even climb even further up onto the standings. But for now, we catch a little bit of a break, and we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
Step into the ring.
Man, it just feels like it was seconds ago that we're just yelling over that chicken dinner once again. Won by Vampire Esports, and now we're back in for the final 2 matches already. Once again, it's your boys here, Warden as well as Contra, to bring you all the stories as your casters for this week. And we're competing, looking at who exactly will be claiming another win here in Wrangle.
Well, let's get it on here. Wrangle so far has been pretty dominant, but instead of APG and Voin Donkey shockingly earlier. And I'm not too exactly certain who I'm going to be rooting for this one, but definitely we'll just see you later on for the predictions stake. But overall, I mean, we've been seeing a pretty blissful amount of just flying past overall, but the zone, the circle, the initial circles has been pretty punishing, and looking like we are going to be seeing Group A and Group C. I think I know exactly who I'm going to be voting for here, Contra.
Okay, tell me about it. I mean, there's a list of names out there. I got my eyes peeled on Group C. I don't know if we end up on the same team, but I want to hear your thoughts eventually when he gets back to us over.
What about this? Let's count down to 3, 2, and 1, and then we'll say the name.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Team Flash.
Talon. Okay, some different results. Not bad. I think close enough. It starts with a T, regardless. So, okay, Talon for me, Team Flash for Warden. Unfortunately, we don't have a mic for production. I mean, it would be fun if you could just yell out, "Oh, Team A, Team B." Okay, what's it gonna be?
Who is it gonna be? Is it gonna be something gonna be? Who will it be? Will it sing like a bee?
It feels like he means serious business right now. He's waiting so long, and he's thinking, it's got to be BTR, right? Because they voted for it for the second time coming. And so bank on hopes that Federales will have his pop-off day.
Well, second time's the charm here for the production crew, and that's exactly what they did, for the set of VTR. I mean, they were definitely late bloomers for initial broadcast, and something about VTR, even if they don't really win off the latter part of the game, they're still able to play it all scrappy and just scraping off at least the market level points that they need to actually stay around the top 3 conversation.
Yeah, true enough. And on top of what they've been able to accomplish just by frags alone, it's still astounding, especially when they're fielding their coach for most part of the game. And sometimes, I'm not too certain if it's truly Coach Kenzo who's playing from time to time. Maybe he just lends the phone to one of his secret tryout players. It's okay, take my ID, go have fun with it. These kind of things can happen because once you're in an established gaming house, you can just, keep things hush hush, and then later on they have the big reveal once the season actually begins, and then voila, you find out that, hey, it might just be an old veteran or a brand new prodigy. For the most part, what I love about Coach Ken's approach is that he loves taking all these players from, the top stacks of those high ranks, or even try out any local players in recent tournaments to see if they could actually fit into the dynamics of a high fragging team such as BTR.
Yeah, let's see about it. BTR Vitality, I mean, they have the sustainability. They've been able to bag those, number 5 spots, the top 5 spots all across the board already. So it's not going to be any question whatsoever in regards to how much they can bring into the table. And come again, yesterday they were able to bag in the chicken dinner. So, hey, I wouldn't be surprised as well if they can bag this one through. But again, I like to say this quite a lot here, Contra. There's just a lot of possibilities, a lot of factors that you got to deal with in the midst of the game. And it all really starts down to the flight path later on.
Yep, that's right. And, yesterday we saw pretty much a very clear passage where majority of these games were around that Gatka field, around Ruins. And today we start to see that shift towards the north in that previous round. So it definitely throws a little bit more curveball to other teams out there. So hopefully they'll be able to adjust on the fly. I mean, for most part, they've been playing this game for many years now. So it should be pretty much familiar wherever it is, because Wrangle is always that kind of map where everyone just knows the ins and outs of it, which is why it's a free-for-all. It's pretty much fair for all these teams to really contest for certain spots, to know that, okay, some areas, even despite being open grounds, they will still find certain creases to hide. So that's what makes Wrangle a classic map out of the many.
You know how long the last time I played PUBG overall and you know, in the main platform was actually when they recently added Kameshki and the Mini 14 together. That was like what, years back then. So hey, we'll see this one through, and again, it's all going to come down to this. 18 seconds left before we start off the next round, ladies and gentlemen. Second to the last here for day number 3 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. But we're heading straight to the jungle coast of Erangel. Oof. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Here we go as we have our final flight into Erangel for the night, and we're getting another glimpse of the island. I always think that it's just a tease. I mean, like, every caster will love casting like the kind of island endings for most part where you see all these teams scrambling, but you know, it gets a little bit predictable for certain teams where, you know, if APG gets these kind of circles, it's clearly going to be them having the edge above the rest because they always drop inside of the military base. And speaking of APG, they were the top performers in this round, but unfortunately, I don't think that they're going to be within this group, so to speak. And finally, we get ourselves that challenge once again, Talon versus HB inside of Novorobnoy. And I think, like, from the past couple of counts, it's been Talon that's been able to really take charge of that compound.
Yeah, I mean, the initial drop there on Nova is going to be pretty freaking hot later on. RQ is going to be putting himself on the northern side of the military base, particularly on the bridge side, because they always like to gatekeep the players when it comes to rotating on towards the main lab. But we get to see some fights happening here between Talon and Esports, and it is definitely going to be there on Nova Rep Noise. So, hey, so far, Homeboy is not really finding the groove. We got to see one player here just going wild and ham, going John Wick with a pistol row.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these guys... Oh, they could just work with anything. If you give them a hand, they will just smack them over the face. And you know what? That's perfect for Talon Esports. Once they settle up with this fight, they could just go to the other bridge and secure themselves a spot. Speaking of which, retaliation, though, they do have a bumpy over on the hands of Limp Boy. But then again, it's Achill's going to have the same setup. It's going to be an S6 shotgun instead, so it's a double pump that he could basically utilize. But there's realistically nowhere else to run. I mean, they're pretty much boxed in, and they still managed to draw the fire back towards the side of Talon. Now they got to quickly recover. Limboy at least managed to fend them off.
Enjoying this is going to be picked up back to the ground here. Same goes for Citadel Fire. Actually, no teammates off his vicinity, but fortunately, they do leech away the players of the Homeboys as they only got 2 more players to worry about. Actually, 1 more, and that is going to be Emil Z here all alone on the top side of Novo. So, hey. Fortunate here for a set of Homeboys. Not really the most pleasant to start, but we did see a peek out as well there on the initial zone, and it is going to be shifting all the way down to the western side of the map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this kind of gives a little bit more space for some of these teams who love dropping around that very pure corner. So I guess like they can actually find themselves a little bit of that hit start, whereas it won't be too much of a problem for the rest of the field because of the flight path that kind of skewers around that western corner. So they're probably sort of situated mainly around the central ground, some even further up north into Georgia Pool as well. So this is kind of fair, if you ask me. Whereas Team 52, they're just by the outskirts of Rozak. They got to pay attention to where their boundaries are because most often than not, there is some members of Boom Esports if they're in the field, but thankfully, Boom Esports is not partaking in this group, which is why they have been able to extend their loot inside the city, and especially having members to be looting up from the water town. And the rest of T2K, once again, up for shenanigans, up against ASI8. They just went by the member of ASI8, Uzaifa. He had no weapons. It's just easy pickings from here on.
Definitely. Now we look at T2K here, which hasn't really had any time at all, you know, in regards to getting the run and putting himself up in the pedestal. It's been just one of those fillers here. I mean, Igneous has had his own fair share of spotlight, and same goes for Sadvadaya. But yeah, the whole composition overall hasn't really brought into any of the top fights here, especially when it goes to sustaining themselves on towards the top 5. Many of the boards come from the last initial few rounds, even on yesterday's run there, Contra.
Yeah, I definitely think that T2K, they might just actually have some internal beef alongside with some of the boys of ASI8, which is why you see these back and forth trades happen whenever they move into this map in particular. Despite them coming in from the same region, it really feels like it's not a win-win situation if you're going to be always subscribing to a fight. It's either you win and you lose a couple of members, and then what's next? You know, like it's kind of hard to actually play things out if you're always subscribing to these kind of battles, which isn't exactly too convincing. But hey, now they get the one up against the rest of SI8, so they're still actually ahead of them just by 10 points for now. Now that they secured one, that makes it 11. So all in all, PTK, they're happy where they're at. They just need to put in a little bit more effort to get into the top 18. And the rest of Tron by Vitality arrive towards the top end of the water tank just to send some signal warning to Barry. But I don't think that the rest of BTR really wants to full send it for now.
Definitely. Ooh, a bit of a much more staler take here on this round of a wrangle. I mean, aside from the fight that we were able to see between the homeboys, on the contrary, their talent esports, nothing too much has had just happen here. I mean, ASA is feeling off a bit of a fight as well there. I mean, they lost really a player away in the sense of round. Big run by Vitality, though. They're drawing near here up against one opposition. I mean, they are going to be playing around the school vicinity. It's going to be Team 52. Nonton here going to go for the spray down up against the Optimist. Gets tagged up, though. Can't really going to go for a commitment now. And ups him back right here inside of the Dacia.
Yeah, just trying to wrestle their way across, and Helton just gotta be very careful about this. Oh, with the BD-14, Can takes him off the wheels, but he's also soaking the brunt of the damage, and now Barry Can takes his opportunity, and Barry Can abuses him with all these close range weaponry because he's holding on to that BD-14.
Oh my days. BD-14 up and to go. Again. Still looking to fight some more, but you are not really in the best shape of form here. I mean, after all, you take a look at the map, there's just so many casualties you got to worry about. The Xavier, though, Paragin finds one player up against Todak. They're going to be able to get the pickup as well. Cavalry arrives for the rest of the players here for a set of the Xavier. Todak, Leon, going to be here just on the other side. Might just be a big commitment here from either end to try to go for the fight. Back here towards BTR Vitality, though. We are nearing close to the players of and Optimus calling in the shots, and that's going to be another player out into play here for Team 52.
Man's eyes cold, I tell you that. I mean, the way that he just waited for the right optimal angles for him to just track with those bullets is just perfection. And now Gabi barely has any health bars left, but that's stolen away by Team Flash. Excuse me? Where did they come from? Okay, now BTR is starting to worry with another rival squad and the rest of Team Flash also driving by. So it's a little bit of commotion. I mean, you said that, yeah, it started slow, but look at how quickly it picked up here in stage 1.
Team Flash speedsters here. Finds one already from themselves already. Coming in, Badru on the feed, 5 meters away. Badru. Get another here through the smoke. No sense of contact there. But on the feed, AZ Slumber finds Frenzy away from the side of Todak. And as me gonna be able to find Cleon as well. Big fight here for the side of AZ Slumber and Todak. And so far, AZ Slumber in control.
Got you, Kuta, this time. Tries to deplete them with those grenades being lobbed right in. Kenny could only do his best for the meantime as the rest of AZ Slumber is charging right through. Gotcha, Kuta! Jump shot to secure it. Takes out their brothers from Malaysia. This time around, Toda walks out empty-handed. And look at the swing of the zone. It absolutely causes a stir. And right now, a bunch of teams stranded over the north side needs to find their way into the zone with the rest of the Saber. Finding all the members of Team Secret. It seems like everyone's going after their own countrymen for this match.
Ooh. They refer to their name, and look at this guy reaping off a whole entire squad for directly to this mysterious man. Like days. That's left 9 minutes into the play here for very round, and a lot of things to stop by. Kodak alongside Team 52. And Team Secret is now going to be out. We've seen once again, if you guys miss out the action, now AZ Slumber wants to go for the fight here against the players of D Xavier. Got one player though that is going to be his optics here, just crawling onto the ground. This me here should be able to find one more bullet to connect, but Levi's puts himself through the mixture. 777 to its name. Molly's going to be out. Able to close out to this sun, hops right back in towards the buggy side. And the swell case hurting real bad. Fortunately enough though, able to pull back.
Well, just look at that aggression being displayed by the rest of the AZ Slumber. I mean, and that's kind of, the onus was on the Savior, right? I mean, they won that battle, and they weren't exactly depleted from that fight as well, but they were too busy looting up, which is why they kind of lost that one member throughout that Harry Potter sniper's nest, whatever you want to call it. So, I guess, like, it only puts some slight dent onto the members of the Savior, but they're definitely taking the back. They gotta just quickly go on that full reset. Thankfully, no casualties thus far for the side of the Savior. Can't say the same about RR2 because they're getting curled with a lot of damage. And now the Savior reagresses, hops on board, and they found Asmi as well as maybe Gotcha Kuta is the only member left. I think that they start the wrong Hornet's Nest, and right now it's a domination spree for the rest of the Savior.
Yeah, definitely steered the wrong pot here for the side of AZ Slumber. The Xavier here is mad and hungry. Able to close it out already. Gashi, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. But no Federales gets the corner from the back as well. And now it's going to be BTR calling the fight up against the Xavier.
The timing was perfect. Federales, they strike two. And now the rest of BTR needs to follow suit while they're trying to lick their wounds. But where exactly is the rest of BTR? There's only Optimus over on the far end. But, well, I guess that's about it. I forgot that two of their members have been taken out earlier on. So they cannot really afford to go in for the full push despite getting those knocks. And look who's here. Vampire Esports. Oh boy. It's an absolute showdown. And the arena is definitely looking pretty harsh with all the lanes being set by the hillside, being over onto the trenches as well. So it's all out warfare over the far west.
There you go, Eris. Now you're on rotation. Shot there for the side of Krypton. But there's no two players from the back able to make the cut. NEPX here. Blowing the players of Alter Ego Eris apart. Badru here looks to wrap around. Meets a hovercraft at the other end. Looks to trail this one apart, but look at the vehicles here just into the play. A lot of drive-bys happening here, Contra.
There's just way too many. I mean, look at the lobby. There's only 29 players left. And Alter Ego is about to make those numbers drop even lower right now. Finally cast over on the domain. And up next is going to be Rex. Already on the ground. And then VPX. As much as they try to hinder the advancement coming from Alter Ego, there's just too many of them for him to fend off up against. 4 points already for the side of Alter Ego, but it's just, no, not the right time to flip. My guy, there's still RQ around the corner.
It's pretty tough, man. I don't know exactly who's going to be able to pull away with this one. Definitely a lot of uncertainties here for the between squads, but now ASA Casanova opens the door, pumps one, DBS to the face, Precious in control so far. It's two tags, but not going to be enough to get the elimination, not just yet. All alone for the set of NEPX. Precious, oh, Precious live, and the ball to the face by Casanova, and ASA Casanova able to secure the deal despite the fact they're on the bottom feed. NEPX now going to be out in track for this round.
Oh, Casanova, the timing was immaculate though. And despite him really soaking the chunk of the damage, I thought for a moment that Precious could actually nail it down with just one more pump, but the timing absolutely was incredible. Now, a little bit more reset. We finally get a little bit more of a space for these teams to really traverse around, and we also get to banter a little bit more. We have, like, what, 45 seconds from now on till stage 4. Stage 4, 10 teams. It's not just 10 teams. I mean, all these other teams, if you look at the list, they're battered and bruised from BTR to Alter Ego, D Savior. They're down to like 2 members to 1. Ridiculous, I tell you that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ooh. Now it's a bit of a stalemate now here. A lot of action has passed by in like the last 5 minutes. Just a little bit tougher to reset. After all, the zone's going to be starting to close in once again in just 10 more seconds. Here we go. Last 10. Here to be alive in Take a look at the circle here. Where does it shift towards to? Did it fit into the favors of the players on the mid side? And looking like it does. So T2K, Alter Ego Harrison, Casanova, the lone player from the set of ASA and RQ didn't have any problems at all in regards to the circle.
Yeah, RQ, they have real estate for them to also take cover as compared to the rest of them holding over on to the hillside. Alter Ego weakened down to only 2 members. Still trying to take charge though. There's a couple of avenues where they will have to look after, especially for the North Point, where there's about 2 more teams inbound. Whereas T2K looking a little bit more comprehensive on their approach, as they managed to read a lot of all these movements coming in from the rest of the field, and they could ensure that nobody else is going to be out there on the wheat fields of Gatka. I mean, at this rate, at stage 4, definitely you won't expect somebody to be worming their way around those stacks of grass. And oh, here we go, Casanova again. Now he gets the 1 drop. Looking for more up against BTR.
Oh, my days! Casanova once again. Just blowing teams apart with a shotgun.
Oh.
Ice himself to get another one. BTR by Vitality eliminated as well.
This man is absolutely cracked. I mean, how many damage does he deal in this round? He's going for more! Oh my word! And Casanova, he might just be able to deny all 3 teams. He's looking for another target, and can he actually find Badru? And this is definitely going to be a tough challenge as he's been wielding the DPS as well. Bring out the M4, he's running out of bullets, and he can find it. Yes, he does! Oh, 5 kills! And Alter Ego is out!
Man sweating bullets. Man shedding blood and tears. Devoted into this game, Casanova. Oh my days. Again, I'm lost for words.
How does he survive that? He's not supposed to be alive.
I don't know. No chance.
I mean, these teams better respect him by now. And I don't know, there's probably another challenger that is hoping to also crash into the Capel. I think Vampire Esports, they're not going to fall prey to that. Despite them, you know, being very close by. But then again, oh, they got bigger fishes to fry, though. I can't get over that moment, my guy, Casanova. He's just charmed us all with his shots of flurry. Oh, I don't know what to say.
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if he's not going to be the MVP of this game, bro. At the bottom of the feed, ASA Casanova is just trying to steer it up. Change the narrative here for the whole squad. I mean, for the longest time here on the service, so for ASA, it doesn't really the prize today, especially on yesterday's run as well. For Casanova, just bump it up. Boost to show a bit of life here for the whole squad.
And I think this run, all thanks to Casanova, they will be leapfrogging through the standings, all thanks to those heroic plays. And we get ourselves a bird's eye view of what's going on over on the rest of the field. Speaking of fields, this is where the circle is going to pop up a little further north. DXRQ. This is going to be the next potential fight. Casanova still in the zone. So thankfully, his lucky shack is still not betraying him right now.
Zone shifts towards the northern side of the map. A lot of intense. That's about to ensue as well. There's only going to be a lot of caught off the rotation. Take a look at the Dove Vampire Esports so far. Has to vol odds. I mean, please had a player. You got 3 as well for your name. Xavier will have 6, and it's just so freaking crazy that ASA is tied up with the most frags of the eliminations of 6. All because of Casanova here, bro. I mean, if he has done that already, I'm expecting a lot more as well here. Is it too much to ask? Probably, yeah, but he has done it. You're already here. Just make the most out of it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the last map of Wrangle, then they're already, are showing up so extraordinarily, taking us all up back, while T2K hoping to find something in return. They're just by the edge over in the north, and I'm still keeping my eyes peeled out if there's going to be another crazy heroic play, just like what Casanova did. But overall, Talon, full stack, Vampire, full stack as well. They can actually opt for a whole lot more and be a little bit more ferocious as compared to the rest. I mean, they are now just playing it safely. They know that they don't really have to show too much of their cards. But speaking of which, I could be very wrong on my judgment, because right now, Vampire Esports is about to crash upon the rest of RRQ.
Ooh. RRQ. Here, just steadily holding on to the compound. Vampire Esports going to be there outside. We're traffic to the mix as well as a nade from Nogat. It's to the direction of Lazarus, and it's going to be a complete direct hit. Another nade flies by towards Mulak. 6. Red Bull there from the back as well, but it's S12 now here overwhelming the players. Straight after trace they go. P90 on his hands. Needs to get another there. Goes for the spray. But no, the pitch from the back. It doesn't matter for him. Chase now towards the left side as well. Oh my days. Spray transferring galore for Meow at 6. And Vampire Esports, they stay alive.
And once again, he clutches the situation. He's trying to match up to Casanova, and he gets to retrieve his fallen member. But here comes the rival of the savior. But the power of the P90 is something that he cannot disrespect right now. Levi's pops a couple of nades, and Bella, he doesn't care. He's just trying to ram him through with the hovercraft.
Now the Xavier, if you're going to go for the spray up against Vampire Esports. He's alive. Levi's now. You're here. True. LS6 has been popping off with the P90 so far. Look at the nade. Eyes on the nade. Way down. Connections. Doesn't happen for Ren. Red Bull here off the wrap. Levi's on the other side. Tops finds one off the nade with Knuckle. But then there's going to be a fight between Talon Esports and Team Flash. Moving over now, Vampire Esports. Red Bull off the flank. Do they know? Do they expect it?
Such a technical battle between the two. Levi's now drawing into close. He gets one tap. Not enough damage to it. Eventually knock Milla out of the park just yet. They still have a couple of Molotovs in the crack in the hand. They try to find something to return. Oh! Thankfully, he did not overstep. Boy still wins out the trade. And, well, actually, it was Tops that took down the entirety of Talon Esports.
Ooh, eliminated now out from the Dos Talon Esports to go. We're now down to the top 5 remaining. It's going to be from the PAL T2K, the Xavier from Vietnam, Thailand from Vampire Esports, or is it going to be the lone Pakistani of ASA in Vietnam here? Vietnam, Team Flash up into the mix as well. Vampire Esports here into the Flash in the compound. Back and forth battle as we speak. Vampire Esports up against the Xavier here inside of his house.
Milla is just so unrelenting. He's just dealing so much damage with this OP weapon of a P90. And it's absolutely busted. I tell you that on how well he actually connects every single shot. Right now, Levi's by the corner of defense. It doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a challenge against Red Bull. And now they make their way into the top 4. And here comes Casanova again! 1v2. This time, he is denied. Taken down by Team Flash.
Wow! Team Flash still on the prowl. The 2v2 standoff between T2K, Vampire Esports, and Team Flash. Into Caligo, Igneous off the wrap. Next to Ujaya. Team Flash inside of this house. Nate's gonna get cooked and throws it down, but falls a bit short. Where's the back? Flies the connection on the bounce. Not gonna be enough though to get the knock. This is very unpredictable here, Contra.
Could be anyone's game to take. T2K, they waited just about long enough, and now they find themselves at activation. They are trying to wrap around the hillside to try to box these two members inside of that cabin. And the rest of Team Flash only answered. It's Igneous getting a knock, but instead, he actually had been ran over by T2K. Ajaya now calls the shots. Mela now withering down, and those nades are falling right through. But that Hargrave craft is just way too tanky. Soaks up the brunt of the damage as he keeps himself pretty much surviving throughout the exchanges coming in from both T2K and Team Flash.
Oh. Vampire Esports won't play for them. Flash here, Top's gonna go for the push out here. P90 on the side of Miolak. 6. Being able to prevail out of the mess earlier. They do it once again. The nade gets cooked. You're gonna go for the spray down, and that's gonna be Tops down to the ground. no cavalry at all, but that is gonna be an elimination off the nade. Oh my god, he walks into the nade, and T2K, they feel it, they know what's up as well. It's a 2v1, one player drops down to the ground, that is gonna be topped out into the plane, shotgun to the head, and T2K makes it happen. They get the chicken dinner.
The most unlikely of all these teams that's been brawling from start to finish, T2K, they were resilient. They finally found it. Another win in the bag since yesterday, and finally they deal another one for South Asia to break the spree from SEA.
T2K. You as we thought that Team Flash, Vampire Esports could come out with this win. Could have been from the road player of ASA. Nope. Spotlight heads in the direction of T2K.
They just played it perfectly on time, third partying onto the havoc that was a mess between Mela as well as Tops. And then between the mix of that chaos, I mean, Tops, he was almost getting that clear shot, but that nade, he walked into it himself. And that kind of caused that stir and went down to 1 versus 2. I mean, credit where credit is due, right? Ajaya, Ignis, Rules, Bibi, they've been working really hard for this win. And overall, there was a lot of teams that were flocking towards the direction. They managed to hold firm. And then eventually when the dust settles, they know what exactly to do. Just let the rest play out, and then they will just come in to steal all the glory by the tail end of it.
We did mention as well in the middle of the round that T2K has just been one of those squads that hasn't been really having the best of time, you know. And fortunately this time here, they're able to pull away. Up in the pedestal they go. They're going to be feasting on that delicious chicken dinner.
Yeah, and we also got to talk about their beef with ASIM as well, right? And then you have Casanova's pop-off, and now them answering back with a chicken dinner. This must have felt absolutely crazy on where they're currently located right now in Nepal. But overall, T2K, of course, bagging the big win is going to see them surge up towards the charts once more. Same could be said about Team Flash as well as Vampire Esports with some brilliance coming in from Mela. And then, of course, Team Flash, I think like they've been able to always show up in those top 4 once again. Out of the many, these Savior, that late game fight between them as well as Vampire Esports was so much more of a back and forth where it's just so technical. And then, you know, Casanova, he was just a monster that was hiding in the shack to really overwhelm not 1, not 2, but 3 teams overall.
Yeah, man. Casanova, I mean, that was rightfully his game as well. Yes, wasn't really able to secure the dub by any means. Still was able to get a lot of those moments going on for himself. Team Flash, man, I went for you guys. So close, but yet too far. It didn't happen though. But just definitely just Vampire Esports, you know, Yao 6 being the bane of it all. Fortunate for the top though, he was able to cook that nade, and then Meow 6 was locked into it. Bam, got it done. 5 for 5 for elimination here for both of these players here. Damage definitely going to be a lot more here for Meow 6, and once we're over, the team contribution going to be pretty much tied up as well. But the damage, man. Ooh,
yeah, they were evenly matched.
Yep.
And who else could it be? It has to be this guy, right? On our screen right now. Those clutch plays, undeniably the best plays that we've seen so far for the past 3 runs of the tournament. So, of course, Casanova takes the cake, dealing 805 damage, bringing 5 points back for ASIA to maintain their scores here through the charts in order to make their way to the grand finals.
Yeah, bro. Casanova, they're going to be all up in the ringer for the top performer, 83% contribution. I mean, he was a lone player coming from the mid stage until the last part of the game. Yellow 6 though is going to have 5 to his name as well, 62% of all the contribution. Team Flash Tops will have 5 as well, along to the exam. I mean, everyone's going to be tied up with 5 eliminations through the name, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that everyone is in their A game right at this moment, and it sets up perfectly for Miramar at the very same time. I mean, one of these groups, they will take a little bit of break T2K with massive 15 points, and you can see how close these points are. 15, 14, 13, 11. It's just neck and neck because of all these kind of brawl. I mean, surely there's some teams that took the short end of the stick, namely Homeboys, Secret, as well as Toad Out. And out of many teams, Team Secret was definitely the outlier because usually they never fall prey to some of all these early trades, but this time they finally faltered.
Definitely, man. Woo, woo, woo. G to the G's. Well played. Overall, I mean, it was still a bit of a close game there. Only by what? Point away there for the differential between T2K, Team Flash, and Vampire Esports. Definitely the closest game, the wrangle we've seen here for today. And we take a look at the tally here. Longest elimination distance is done by Milotic himself. 5, total 52 knockouts, 56 eliminations. There wasn't really a lot of big standouts here after all. I mean, we did really get the call as well there, contrary to this game right here has been going down to the wire, and it was anyone's ball game.
True enough, and as much as there was a lot of CQC battles, it was a lot of headshots connecting from across the field as well. So much more as compared to the past 5 maps. So, I mean, 4 maps in particular. So, it definitely is so interesting on what went down inside this match where at a certain point, I was trying to catch my breath. I mean, fights after fights after fights, as here are the results. And yet again, it's only 1 point of differential. Now we have 4 teams sitting around the 90-point mark, and Team Flash, they are sitting right at the top.
Yeah, bro. Much more to serve here for them. 99 points now has been claimed. They could be the first team here to actually enter the triple-digit mark here. Vampire Esports while on the number 2 spot, and we've seen a lot of change of narratives here for today's run. Though Alter Ego Eris will be climbing there, but T2K with that win will be able to put himself to the picture up on the top 15 run. They're going to be at the 13th spot here so far, overtaking the players of Boomy Esports, the Xavier, and C Telecom DG Alliance.
Yep, and that pretty much wraps up the middle of the pack. While over on the battlefield, I think like because of this rowdy round, some teams gets pushed a little further back, whether if they're partaking or even not. So it definitely would be big news for ASI8 as they draw closer and closer. And take a look at this. From 23 to 17, they're within the 40-point margin. So realistically, this is very doable. You will definitely see plenty of shifts happen in the following game.
Definitely, man. Oof. Well, ASI8 with Casanova here back in this one, true. He's going to be tied up here with Sam 9. So, hey, a bit more pushes here and there, a bit more, for the rest of the squad. Definitely not for Casanova. I mean, he was able to carry the squad for the longest time. But hey, have to be said, we move over now here towards the last and final round. Contra, any last thoughts before we transition to the break to move to the last and final round?
Well, I just want to get a bottle of water right now because we're going to go all out for the last one. So make sure you guys don't switch to the rest of the other channels. Stay put because we'll be right back.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
go, guys. We're not going to be wasting any time. Let's get back on track here for the last and final round for today's broadcast. Day number 3 here for the playoffs. And once again, we're going to be ending off the, the casting here. My name is Warden, and we got Contra as well on board. Let's get it on here, Contra.
Yep. We're going to be hitting it pretty hard, just like how the players have done so. I mean, Casanova stole the spotlight and that one. And as much as they stole the spotlight, it was TTK who managed to also snag themselves a chicken dinner. And yet again, it remains no repeated winners for this day so far. So perhaps maybe somebody out here is looking to break that streak as well. So we're going to be seeing some of the guys coming in from Group B versus Group C. I think like we've definitely found a whole lot more of all these teams to be a lot more settled in on the tempo of play in Miramar, where it's just as explosive as compared to what we last saw inside Wrangle. So this time around, hopefully no more altercations from the get-go for some resets for these teams to be able to have a smoother journey like Boom Esports. So last time around, they've been challenged by those Malaysian teams of 52 Esports. So I wonder if it's going to be the same story. I don't think that 52 is going to be involved this time around. So yeah, it's a tough call, but I'm going to call it this time around. BTR, they always come pretty closely. So maybe this time. Oh, you want to go for BTR too?
Yeah, I mean, bro, I was gonna say, man, yesterday's run, they were able to finish off on a high note, and I was like, hey, man, BTR, I feel like they're gonna have this one on the board, so let's double it down. I mean, after all, our first score, we did it together, bro. We did it together.
Okay, well, we go for that fusion synergy, and okay, this time prediction. Are you gonna lock it down as well? Who are you gonna go for?
BTR.
Okay, I like it. They're absolutely down for it. Maybe they were thinking like, that's too much peer pressure, man. Like, we just gotta fall for it. So, but I mean, all in all, I mean, these boys look really good. I mean, on top of that, talent showing up really strong, and alongside with them was like couple of names coming in from past round. Vampire Esports has been able to also back some really heavy points throughout today. So yeah, I mean, even if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, definitely, man. Now, with this being said, I feel like it's one of the first that we've seen the production. Both casters are rooting for one team. I'm going to be losing myself. We just cursed the hell out of BTR by Vitality, bro. I hope it's not that case, man.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the casters can hit at any given moment, so hopefully not. I mean, I love the boys a bit. I have massive respect to Coach Ken overall and, everyone that's within the organization. And on top of that, when we take a look at, their historic run, even from those early days of PUBG Mobile being one of the earliest champions in those major tournaments. And from that point onwards, they have been like the marquee team that's always been the shining beacon of hope. But now, with so many young talents coming up to the scene, and there was, of course, the rise of Rosemary throughout the PMSL era for the past couple of seasons now. So definitely everyone is really trying to get back to their winning ways, and BTR this time looking to be much more steady than before.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, they're a really scrappy team, definitely, and does take it into a more passive approach here. So Frags doesn't really have been, too promising for their side, but definitely in regards to placement, always has been involved in regards to the top 5 squads, into the picture. So let's see if it's gonna be applicable for this one. I surely hope so. I mean, we're going back to a map that they're pretty familiar with, and that is gonna be Miramar.
Sure enough, I mean, overall, when we look at the rest of the field as well, if Four Tribes is going to be playing, I think that they definitely do have significant impact, especially if they manage to get 2 criteria done. If the flight path allows them to move into some whereabouts of Valle de Cruz overall, Cruz de Val, excuse me, somewhere over the north side, that is usually a very high win ratio coming from Four Tribes. And then you have, I don't know if APG is still in the mix as well. I got to check once we get into our map overall, because APG, as much as this isn't really their best showing inside Miramar, they always get like, 5 to 8 kills, so to speak, for these couple of rounds. So they're definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Get it on here. 20 seconds left before the last and final round of day number 3 here. Match number 18. Coming up on the board now. Ladies and gentlemen, who can it be? We'll find out in just a little bit. Obviously, we've got to discuss the flight path and the circle in just a while as well. Here we go. 5 seconds remaining. Contra, let's get it on.
Oh yeah, Warden, it's been a wild ride for the past few days with you, and I'm just glad we get to cast this all together once again. So this is absolutely skewered by the very far end, from the far west end to the far south, and I think that some of the teams, they're not quite happy with this flight.
Yep, not at all. Hey, goodbye to you, Water Treatment Cruz Naval, Alazar. And obviously, some of the teams that really likes to play around Campo de Militar, and that's not going to be out here for the open. But fortunately, no, we might see a lot more pressure here, or in this competition overall for Las Leonas, Chichil Maqueta, Lanza Pecado, Lanza El Pozo as well. But there's will come through. Valdemar might just be available as well, but it's going to be a pretty long glide nonetheless. But hey, flight path, another factor. One thing that has been so cruel though is the first initial circle here, Contra.
Sure enough, I really want to see where does it actually fall true. And it's Game 6, and Game 6 is known for shenanigans, and we're looking at potential fights taking place. AZ Slumber on that 2-2 split now might be up for a challenge up against APG and Chumachera. So I want to see if they really can put up that resistance up against some of the best in the world. Meanwhile, look what's happening up there. I mean, some of the members of Team Secret hunkering down over on the far corners of Ruins Alcantara to look for a challenge up against AST is something that I don't really expect, but hey, they can do that all day because that's going to be the zone right on top of their heads.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty ridiculous zone, bro. I mean, definitely going to be a lot of rotations here. Whoever decided to drop the Las Leonas, sucks for you, bro. Not only got to deal with the casualties that's bound to happen in the vicinity of the city, you have to go for the big old run for yourself as well. But hey, move over now. Last and final round commences 2 minutes into the play already. Not too much happening here. Not that we get to see or hear some shots here flying by.
Oh boy, I mean, you mentioned how all these teams being in the gridlock situation inside of Los Angeles as well. I guess like teams like SIA, now that they've seen the circle, do they decide to just quickly loot up and just dash out of the city? Because this is absolutely viable because they love to play around the north point and they give away the south side to other teams like Cellcom Digital Lines. I mean, Cellcom Digital Lines, they're not present at this moment, so even more space for them to work around. It's going to be the netbacks that are taking the warehouse sector of Los Angeles instead, so they will be able to also find just about enough fair share of loots from those sectors. But are they bound to clash? I think we will find out maybe in another 2 minutes or so. Not quite quick. And Boom Esports, oh man, I think they finally get to play the game here in Miramar. I mean, it's been twice in a row, and this time, finally, it's being left vacant. No challengers coming in from Team 52. I say that.
Yep. A bit of a hiccup here for the side of Boom Esports.
I think I chased them. I chased them again.
Definitely.
My bad.
Well, sort of the line here could persist, though. This is going to be a very crucial game, nonetheless. And what did Zontex just do? He just fell onto the ground. Yep. Bloopers there. A lot of bloopers, honestly. Right off the go here for this last round. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, as I was about to say that Team Flash, BTR, APG, they're on the run to enter the 100-point mark here. So only one for the side of Team Flash, four more to go here for the side of VTR by Vitality and Alpha Gaming. I mean, they got 5 more points as well. So it's pretty clear here that they're really trying to secure the 100-point club.
Sure enough. And like I said, Game 6 shenanigans, sometimes all slip-ups do happen for AZ Slumber and stuff like that. And yeah, look at the point tally. I mean, this is as close as it gets in comparison to today one. Of course, everyone had like everything with a clean slate, but now 50 over points for T2K, Boom Esports, V Saviors, CD Alliance, and then you have the rest of the field as well. Around the 40-point margin, which could easily cut into the top 18 for the grand finals. As much as we mentioned that it's been like, what, 4 or 5 days of playoffs, I mean, you really got to ensure that you are going to be staying super competitive. And so far, none of these teams have ever disappointed us, even for someone that has been sitting around, the dead bottom. I would say that ASI at T2K, they've been able to really make a statement of their own.
Definitely coming through here. Pretty vibrant competition on the southern side of the map. And there's still going to be a plethora of teams to go. Definitely going to be a bit more of a slower start here for the side of Miramar. Definitely at this stage, usually we get to see like at least one squad trample down, but hasn't been the case. I mean, the closest there has been Ace 8 and Boom Esports having their own sense of casualties, but it hasn't really happened here. But might just have jinxed it because Diaz from the side of Team Flash has found one player from the side of Nepex.
Yeah, Team Flash setting up a choke point on the outskirts and looking for a little bit more and looking at Win. It's already set up inside, so Nepex members, they just got a hightail out of that situation, and thank goodness that tire did not pop from the buggy. But let's talk about parking and vehicles. Like, I don't know how that pickup truck went over that unmovable vehicle. So, yeah, Game 6 stinks, man. I don't know what to say. But overall in the corner of El Pozo, Crater Fields, everyone sees actually planted at a very great location where they could actually play it very safely, and also could actually find a lot of elevated angles to really go up against the rest of the field that will eventually corral around the craters.
Definitely pushing through here. So far, Team Flash is going to be gathering up together. BTR and the Vikings, though, might just find themselves here into a bit of a tussle. On the top side, Break as an ACOG on his M4, going to go for the spray. Narrowly gets a knock to the face, but this is going to be relaying enough information as well for the rest of the players from BTR by Vitality here to gather up as well. I mean, Vataros are going to be playing around the compound. Coach Ken is going to be back on track actually here, so hey, let's get it on.
Oh, let's go. I mean, he's been proving to be the top fragger for the past couple of days, and today maybe the spotlight has been shining over onto Federalis a little bit more for some of these rounds inside Miramar. And now taking charge is going to be Bumblebee, spotting out 1T right down under. I think that the Vikings really got to work on the recoil controls for a little bit. They've been able to really get some clean angles for a couple of times, but really not finding those kind of full clip to be landing over onto the corner. So Bumblebee happily enough to stir them away from their current spot. Meanwhile, you can see that split going on. A very tactical play coming from the rest of BTR to not really have too many members planted up above, despite, you know, ideally you want to do 2-2 so that if that guy on top of the kill gets knocked down, you could just easily save him. But hey, they're feeling rather confident. They could still really find something to set up against Vikings. But Vikings says, you know what? I'm not going to hustle for far too long. I'm just going to move further up past Hacienda, past San Martin, because the end goal is to be playing around the Crater Fields.
Definitely. Woo. Pretty still one now, but rotation that does decide to go for the bite. If you guys miss out the initial circle, it's going to be shifting towards the northwestern side of the map now. ASA Casanova here, MVP of the previous game, certainly is going to try to show some shots here all around. Fortunately, and quite unfortunately though, they start things off with only 3 players for them, so not really a great look for nonetheless, but it's only going to be ASA8 alongside Boom Esports that will be facing the rotation. But look at this though, the next initial circle, it's going to be reverberating around the vicinity of El Pozo.
I feel like majority of these teams just got trolled big time. Like, take a look at everyone planted somewhere around the power grid, San Martin, and then it was like, oh, this hard shift suddenly gives the leverage onto 7-9, starting off by the corner of Alcantara or so. And they're now sharing that space alongside with talent. They don't really have to lock horns because they will expect more and more of these teams to be vying for that position as well. And that's where they can start to farm those numbers. But for now, these teams willing to also show some damage if they need to. Long range tap. Very, very eager coming in from Ease, but unfortunately finding nothing in return. I mean, he's got bullet for days. Like, usually the teams with high fragging power, they will stock up like what? Close to 300 bullets so that they can just expend for days and not stop for anything at all.
Sure, you're gonna go for the spray. Oh, no key. Out and going, and yep, that should be the nade to close things out there. But it does fall behind the car. Should it be enough? Oh, yep, it will be the case. That is you. Goodbye, and see you tomorrow's run, Noki.
Yep, an early rest for him. Meanwhile, the rest of his members are still in the game, though. I mean, he could still contribute in comms, so to speak. While the rest of 4 tribes familiar enough to be playing around El Pozo, there's definitely that possibility that it does end up within this urban terrains. Speaking of which, you know, for all the matches that we've not casted an urban setting warfare to close off the entirety of the matchup. So we might be treated very well for our final match. And old AT squeezes it right through the window and through the corners of the wall to find that knock. And BTR members, they're kind of separated apart. He's going to pop those tires as well, depleting that UAZ. So D-Saber, they're feeling really good about the situation.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm going to be still here once again. NAPX, though, has to remain. And, you know, we've talked about NAPX for a lot of time, and so far, I haven't really found the groove here as well here for today's run. Now they got to meet the players of Team Flash here. That is going to be us here trying up to Molly. Not going to get the shot, and that is going to be the players of NAPX actually going to get out from the back claw. Able to get the backstab. Petros near one more player to worry about for the side of Team Flash.
Man, he's just so sneaky on his approach, and now Tops tries to get that one up right from above, and he should be able to get things done. Not only does he actually spot him out, he finds Domain 5 to 4, and Zeus going to be able to cover ground. NAPX, like you said, I mean, they always start off strong with finding a couple of pickoffs, but then again, they could not really finish what they started. And like that, Team Flash adds another 3-point tally, and they are the first team to breach the triple-digit mark with more than 100 points at the moment at #1 spot.
Ooh. Circle here definitely going to be reverberating around El Pozo now. Bit of a late run there from one of the players from Santa Boom Esports. Team Flash as well, they're on the bottom side. Gonna meet Telecom Digital Alliance and APG. However, they still persist to continue to head straight directly towards the northern side of El Pozo. But BTR, though, finds a shot here and puts down Casanova. That is going to be definitely a pretty crucial kill.
Well, it just gets a little bit more messy. Well, more and more teams actually flock into the city. You can see from the minimap that it's just lighting up in multiple colors at the moment, where it's hard to tell who's fighting who at the very same time. But we've got BTR, we got ASI 8. D-Saber in the mix as well. I mean, these guys, they could possibly get a couple of knocks, but most often than not, it will be quickly revived. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, there will be Zontal finding the catch over onto the dock, quickly secures it. APG trades right back. I wonder what's really going on over onto that sector of the map. Well, Ken, the game for this pickoff here, he's got that grenade, but the chore, he's running further and further away, so he's just got to keep those grenades back in his pocket.
Big shots here for East. Not going to be able to find one. AZ Slumber here coming across here towards the backside, but as me finds one, that is going to be all down to the ground. East, Refos. East holding things down here. Fall back away, drops smoke. Granted coverage. Refos trying to play off the caught off with the AZ Slumber squad now here. Farther across the compound. East here going to get trampled from the player from the back. Now defense will get off for your Alpha Gaming. Not really in the best shape of form. If Refos not going to be all alone with an SOK on the hand. Shouldn't matter at most. Survives with a slither of health. I don't know if he had enough distance to call him for the reset. UMP onto the hands. Onto the face. Should be the big spray down, but that's okay. Refos fights one, but it's not going to be enough to secure the elimination. Nonetheless, AJ Slumber wins the clutch.
Yeah, they have to triple stack it in order to find it in return, but Refos, he did not go down without a fight. He still racked up some of the points back towards his pocket of APG. So maintaining the order so far to keep chase to the rest of Team Flash. For the meantime, though, speaking of Team Flash, I mean, they're sitting pretty comfortable somewhere inside the city. They secured themselves a warehouse. Meanwhile, Gante spots one right across, and there's just more and more of these members pouring coming in from Boom Esports. As much as they want to go for a safe right now, it's rather risky because they barely have enough cover. And take a look at the hail of nades falling from right above the screens, and it's going to be Sam9 that kind of dictates who really gets in.
Oh, wow. Sam9 here overlooking the players of talent. Trevor Matthews welcoming some shots from afar. It's going to be Boom Esports here on the other side. Behind the ridge, the smokes as well. Not really the best look as well for Trevor Messi, but they don't really got to go for commitment. If you are Delta, you can definitely back away. That is the full composition of Boom Esports that you have to worry about later on. But T2K as well from the back. Previous winners of the round. Looking like they have enough information, but they're going to go for the spray down. Not really the best of angle, but still able to get the knock. Wow.
Perfect takeoff from Ajaya. He sets the timing right, and that controlled spray down was just immaculate. And Ignis doing exactly the same. They're just hunting out so many of all these players right across the outskirts. And just like that, they stacked a total of 5 points already on that dominating spree.
Ooh. My days on the feed. The Vikings now goes up against the Thrives. 4 Thrives. And down, knocked on the ground. We're here. Shot himself on the geo lines as well. Coming through. He's on his hands. Nade's gonna be flying by there on the second floor, but a clear angle here, but they definitely want to get the coverage here. Bro, does he know? Goes down to Molly, walks on by, the nade flies in. Still survives.
Oh, barely surviving. I mean, Adik Luke, he's trying to form up something in return. My he's got to lend him a little bit more of that support. Kasim follows suit. But they're just holding on to the lower ground right now. 4 Tribes, they're kind of stuck inside of this building right now. Cannot afford to even leap out of the windows for the time being. There's too many teams waiting inside the city to really strike them down. And now that whole sort of staircase, not allowing the rest of competition lines to form a push. And they're just trying to hook up another net just to drop it down below. But gotta wait for the timing though. CD Alliance, they've always loved these kind of close quarter combat. And they're just trying to find ways to deplete their resources, deplete whatever troubles before they further commit.
Ooh. Well, boy, they're on the bottom side. Just surrounded by smokes and other possible fights. Really a lot of things to work with here. Have to really step up and try to start to win their gunfights. I want to make it on top of it. It's just so hard when 4 Thrives just keeping you out away from this. The battle of the apartments here, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, in this tense situation, it's always going to be a great lock. And it's really hard to tell who's going to be really taking full lead of these kind of back and forth coming inside of the city. So you hear a lot of stray bullets around the urban setting, but then again, no full clashes so far. But I think that it's about damn time that we actually get something in return, because we got that MG3 taken from a crate, and that supplements Adik Luke on 699, who's hoping to really find that perfect cross-section. And take a look at the update. It's a 50-50 split, and it could possibly be ending outside. And look at how many teams who will need to scramble out of the city if that happens to be so.
And once again, able to get it done, but the pump to the face, able to get the second shot to connect. GD's gonna be down. No, the trade is there as well. Ball boy secures the elimination. I'll come to the last call for a reset once again. Now, push it through, pop the nade. Perfect read for a set of 966. Does he know he's going to be swinging on towards the right side? Gonna go for the spray as well. They go 5, gonna go for the commitment, and the bench will be offered. 4 Thrives now eliminated.
I thought that play when he caught somebody over onto that hole would be something in return for the side of 4 Thrives, but they overcommitted. They dived downwards and pulled the full price, paid the full price for it. I mean, I'm lost for words right now, jumbling out with my tongue tied, because there's just so much going on inside the city, but that is a convincing win coming from the side of CD Alliance, going for that full reset, and now looking over the side of Void Donkey. Being noisy neighbors with the rest of CD Alliance, that's not going to be a form of trap for the meantime. And not too far away, MVKE onto the other sector of the compounds. BTR, they also want to wrap into the city once again, but they're making sure that they take the northern part so that if anything happens, they can still claim that large warehouse that's being unoccupied. And take a look back and forth. DX he's trying to be on the lookout. Once he'll find a little something return, and that fight is between them as well as the rest of Team Flash.
Dude, they absolutely do. Talent Sports here has an overview of the player crawling for the side of Team Flash. And oh no, doesn't seem to be looking great here for Team Flash, and that this can be Zeus now already out as Razak from Void Donkey able to secure elimination. Triber Massey finds a drive-by kill. And trying to kill, and that is going to be two players, one player remaining now here for the side of T2K as well. We're looking at stage 5 here, about to close out as well, and only going to be 12. There's still 12 squads remaining here, Contra.
Plenty of room for them to really play inside the city. As much as I say that, I mean, they're snug pretty tight in their own compounds. Meanwhile, T2K fighting by the outskirts, having the rest of AST boxed by the containers, and they're looking for that entry point. They do have the shotguns. Oh, he's receiving the shells coming from the Pumpy, and maybe depleted, but he still gets enough, but not quite enough with the coverage coming from behind, and Zio saves the day.
Hold down. Just so. They'll have what it takes to deal with the rest of the competition. Boing Donkey. Telecom Digital Alliance, the Vikings, D Xavier here up to a clash. Gonna get cooked here by Nate T, cancels it out. The players of Vikings are surrounding this building. They're trying to go for the wallbang, but to get the shot, he knows he's gonna be there on the other side. And the shot, D Xavier, it's not really looking good here for them here, Contra.
Yeah, which we're only down to 2. Holding even the flashbang, trying to deny whatever vision and cause a little bit of stir. And for most part, knowing the Vietnamese rosters, they absolutely are super tactical when it comes down to urban settings. They're not going to really jump the gun just yet. After the battle that ASC won, here comes the rest of Sem 9. Looking to slowly whittle him down and opening it a little bit angle. Vex Cry going for the push. He could find it in return, but not spot out Keontae just yet. Looks to confirm the number, and now look for another target. Dia, you high boy. He moves all the way across, but he didn't really further commit towards Keontae's direction. So he's being allowed a little bit more space to still play this one out.
Xavier has been sustaining their live streams out of this apartment. Cyber Mastido gets caught off guard by the players of Sem 9. That's going to be AST now out away from the picture here for the last and final round. Telecom Digital Alliance here persisting to go for the fight up against the Void Donkeys. 2 nades going to get cooked up. 1 flies by, misses. Razak on the top side getting a fiend off from the bullets of Telecom Digital Alliance. And just like that, 2 players remaining, making 1 as Moshi's going to be crawling up to the ground. Last player here on the copy side, and the DBS should be enough to put him down to the ground as well.
Wow, great cover fire coming in from the rest of Telecom Digital Alliance, and now they storm the gates. They will be able to claim up all these weakened bodies of Boing Donkey and receive even more of that stash. Absolutely follow for them because they are still having the backs against the wall. The blue zone's kicking in. This is stage 6. I don't think these guys can actually take it through. They gotta set those trail of smoke and run right across. They're still top lining the way, but I think there's just about enough space for CD Alliance to move through because on the other sector, the rest of MVK as well as DX taking on each other. Sem 9 now gets the bulk of it. They take down 1 member of Talent Esports.
Oh, big shot for Talent Esports showing though. Nice one for himself. Easy slumber. Maybe. Double 6Z is now going to be out. Now Talent Esports going to be able to find Nicole as well back on track. As me. Late. For the play. Talent Esports looking like they want to call for the rotation here. They don't want to really overcommit towards the set after all. Zone's going to be closing in as well. They have the better picture. Jasmine's still going to be there. Oh my days, so close, but yet so far. But now the fire should be able to wrap around the circle towards the left side of the map. And that could be a securement as well to take AZ away from the competition.
Yeah, and this could be LaFar just confirming it by just full sending towards the back, getting the flank done, executed perfectly. And now Talon finds themselves another point added to the table. But it's been such a tight lock. Both the Savior as well as MVK, they're not allowed to move a muscle. They're still in the zone. Surely they don't really have much reasons to do so. But over on the back, see the Alliance are approaching. And oh, that shot! Nasty one coming from DX.
Can pay the price here. Sem9 holding on towards the northern side. But the rest of the composition is just so compact there on the bottom side. And now look at the circle. Look at the zone. To be hitting it pretty fast soon enough there on the south side. And Telecom Digi Alliance, look at them. All 4 players just going to be haggling on towards the apartment here as to come across the players of the Xavier alongside one player there from the side of Void Donkeys. ASA, they're now going to be rotating out here coming from the eastern side of the map. But the big spray down here from the back. Vikings feeding off for some bullets.
9 teams remaining. Stage 7. It all boils down to a closure. And now everyone's got to make a dash over on the North Point. It's BTR holding the center of the circle and Sem9 over at North Point to be the kingmakers at the moment. MVK, they made that great escape, and now the rest of DX are locked right in. They cannot afford to stay for far too long because here comes the rest of CD Alliance.
Coming in. Telecom Digi Alliance trying in near the players of the Xavier just on the other side, but Team Flash should be eliminated as well. But now it should be one more squad taking themselves apart. It's going to be the Xavier just to get pushed back now here out away from the scene. The nade connects with one player inside. Not going to be able to get the knock though. Vikings is waiting for the players of Telecom Digi Alliance to hop off that apartment.
Man, Telecom Digi Alliance, they look like the Grim Reapers in this matchup. Just playing the sweeper keepers, and now 7 points already to their name. Talon Esports played a really wild run over on the far west, and now they're tossing nades after nades towards both BTR as well as MVKE at the very same time. Needing to find a little space into the slums. LaFire as well as Boystill has been able to create that space, but oh boy, the moment he snaps out, he gets punished for it.
He's alive. BTR by Vitality. Holding on strong there. But it's a fight to be seen here for the side of the Vikings and the Telecom Digi Alliance. The nade connects for Cassioon there. Finds Strang away. Closing it up now. Should be able to get a pick up here up against 966. But another nade flies by Talon Esports. He catches himself into the mid side. Between the players of the Vikings and Telecom Digi Alliance. Another nade bites the dust, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock. But they walk into one team with a DDS, finding one player, making a double, and then it's going to be Telecom Digi Alliance eliminated as well.
And their streak has been denied right now with the firm hold coming in from MGN Vikings. But what exactly is the next call right now? Trang? Receiving help coming from Munti, crawls into safety. It's between these 3 teams. By the slums is elusive by the corner. Sem9 still having so much room to wiggle with by the containers up north, and they are confident to even plant Satria by the very far edge. And now SIA drops a couple of nades, and that is going to put a little bit of dent towards the members of Sem9.
Ooh. Pop off. Here. A 5 remains. Coming through. Need to get this one done here. Talon Esports Missionaries seems to be in so much control of the situation. 9 better rounds from the back finds Spectre away. And now it's going to be Satria all alone.
Wow. It's just so clustered up. It all goes down to a matter of millimeters on those catches. Baby extends for a little further out. Living from Sci-Fi all the way back inside the warehouse. And in between Razy. How on earth did he actually pop the perfect Molotov? And now he gets the double up, baby! He found the angle and now punishes the rest of Vikings. And they're slowly withering down. Razy also closing in. And now they want to just take the rest of ASIA out of this party.
Getting into the mix. Race by. Here's Ifa. Finds Razy a bit tagged up. BTR is caught in the middle side here. On paper, this should be a game for the side of Talon Esports, but they get the bullet straight directly to their face. Boy, still knocked to the ground. LaFire getting tagged up as well.
BTR, they're just waiting for the rest of these players to run towards the direction before they open fire. And yes, they will claim a couple more, but this is actually coming all the way from Yoru. And take a look at this. Talent so far, snacking all of them up. And now, 4v4v4 to call the final chicken dinner of the night.
But in the mid side, can they sustain? 10-9. So far, closing up here from the left side. Talent Esports. Oh, it's the nade once again. Boys still once again down to the ground. So much things going on here. Nade's just getting tossed all over the place. Federalis gets thugged up, but not going to be enough to get the knock as well.
A lot of back and forth between the two of them, and right now they gotta quickly revive, and the zone closing all the way through. Talent, they're getting slowly choked out, and Semline, despite them wanting to approach to backstab the rest of BTR, they're slowly covering in defeat.
Demise coming in, and just like that, last player alive here for Sem9, and BTR makes it happen. The dream for 6, and once again they close out the night with a banger.
Out of all the matches, this is the only urban ending, and this is where they just show their vital understanding of the ins and outs in El Pozo to take claim on a massive victory as we all celebrate with our votes stacked on them. And they truly have delivered us a massive chicken dinner for everyone watching here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. My days. Well, that goes 1 for 1 for 1 for us with the production as well here. I don't exactly know what happened there, but definitely no casting curves involved there. That was definitely just them making it all happen. And I gotta say, no discredit to whoever subbed out here for the side of Megatron by Vitality, but Coach Kent, when he's playing, you can tell that the team knows exactly what they gotta do, bro.
Yeah, he's got instant impact in every single round that he's involved with. And surely this time, maybe he does not really deliver, you know, those elimination numbers. I mean, after all, it's all urban settings where it's kind of tough. And yet again, he still has some damage to still be involved out there. I think what really sets the difference when he's actually playing is really the shot calls that he makes in order for things to happen for BTR.
Yeah, bro. I mean, you bring in your coach, you don't really tell him, you know, you back in the eliminations. No, you let him do the decision making. And that's what Ken is able to bring through. I mean, able to ping in as well the knocks with 1 for 1 there next to Bumblebee. Optimus not going to be to the play, but Federal is able to get it done as well. And bro, if you tell me that, you sent me a picture of how BTR was put into that situation. They were caught on the mid side between Sem9 and the other team around, and it seemed like they were bound to get caught on a pinch, but surely enough, didn't happen.
Yeah, like it could have been a matter to be so much worse for them if all the teams decided to collapse upon them at the very same time. BTR, they've been able to kind of single out one after another, from Talon to ASI for the back, and then Sem9 was a major threat coming from the north. I mean, Sem9, they had a fair shot on securing themselves a chicken dinner for most part because of how well they've been able to really dictate the pace of who gets to play from the outskirts of the city. So I would say that overall, it's been rather interesting on how well these teams have been able to upkeep themselves. When we go down to the final 3 teams, all 4 members were alive on each side.
Yeah, man. I mean, quick comparison here for Sem9 Revelations up against the Indonesians and the Filipino Federalis. Here, 2,315 damage here to 1607 for the side of Sem9. 7 eliminations for the side of BTR, but Sem9 able to get that slight increase of 8, and the healing's pretty much on par here for this one. I mean, it was a pretty close battle nonetheless.
Yeah, it's just super duper close, mind you. And Gante, he definitely have shown up, especially when we saw them really taking on those high ground fights. He's been able to really mark multiple targets, especially up against what we saw initially against Boom Esports. And then he just really went on to snack all the points throughout the skirmishes inside the city. So we absolutely do love it. I mean, AST, T2K, a lot of all the South Asian teams really have been able to just really show their individual prowess when it comes down to marksmanship altogether.
for sure, man. I mean, who runs it true? Now, take a look at the top performers here for today. It's going to be Yanti here for the side of AST, T-Doll, Alliance, Wildboy, 888. You have a high Q for him, most valuable player. I don't know, but LaFire from the side of Talent Esports will actually be here as well on top of the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's between the two coaches right now, LaFire, this time, every time he shows up, he always have those kind of frags to really count as well. I just love that he always plays super proactively, which is why you see Talent getting a lot of the edge upon the rest of the field. I mean, getting that top 4, no easy feat when you saw how many teams were inside the city, right? So big ups to all these gentlemen out there, has been working hard throughout the night, and this is going to be the final score lines for that match itself. 17 points for the side of BTR, 14 for Sem9, 12 for Talent Esports, and Vikings alongside with Cellcom DG Alliance tied for 4th and 5th.
Definitely. Here we go. I mean, those are the tally here for the last and final round. Oof, what a interesting day here today. We're right on schedule as well. I mean, we exactly end off at the same time on yesterday's run. Everything was just up to the pace. BTR Vitality making it happen here for the last one, but it's exactly how it went down coming from the yesterday's run as well. Contra, there was 6 different winners per initial round. Now let's take a look at the match stats now. Longest distance elimination can go to the side of High Q himself. 58 regards to the total eliminations, 68 total knockouts as well.
My OZCD is kicking in a little bit. I kind of wish somebody healed 7 points less just to make it a pretty rounded number in that sense. But hey, that guy was probably needing that 7 points of health to keep himself alive anyways. But, you know, jokes aside, today's games, absolutely bonkers. I mean, we got so many highlight moments out there. Casanova with those crazy clutches, and then you have all these urban endings to really end off the night. I mean, there's just so many incredible stuff that happens here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown that you don't want to miss out. So tomorrow we'll run it back yet again as these teams are still fighting for the spot in the grand finals.
Definitely. I think before we do close things out, though, there's still going to be the leaderboards that we have to see as well. What has been the shifts here? I think BTR by Vitality is now going to be back on top of the board here just because of that win that they were able to accumulate on the last and final round.
True enough, and look at how well these teams have been able to improve and improvise at the very same time for most of these rounds. It's been super impressive, and if you guys are, you know, amped up and you just feel like you want to hop into some lobbies or even hop drop into some boot camp inside of, you know, Sanok, go ahead and do so, because who knows, you might just be the next aspiring superstar to be playing in your local leagues and be part of the mix as well some fine day. So make sure, of course, you guys keep up the grind, and if you guys are going to be able to match up, then maybe one day you'll be featured in the MVP screens, just like who we're about to feature up next.
See, who is it going to be? It is no other than Zoe himself from the side of Tribe Airmaster with 21 staggering eliminations to his name for today's run.
Yeah, this guy, an absolute beast. I mean, Yante working alongside with Zio, we saw those battles that they actually took by the warehouse corners, and they were just really going back and forth, and Zio always comes in with the perfect coverage. And right now, sitting at 21 eliminations for only a matter of 3 days of play, just goes to show that he at least backs like, what, 2 to 3 kills per round in order to really maintain himself. So this is definitely an incredible feat coming in from Zio.
Yeah, now on the trail is going to be Miala. 6 as well from the side of Ember Esports. Had its fair share of highlights, especially off with a P90. Refus as well here for a set of APG, and Doc as well for number 5 spot. But in the middle, it's going to be Badru as well. I feel like those 3 players overall has been a pretty staple, talent overall to include it towards the run for the MVP.
True enough, and as much as we don't really get too much airtime on APG because of some of all these early rounds being taken out, they did manage to also secure a chicken dinner to still maintain it for both Rufus as well as Doc. So they're definitely still a menacing force within the field. So tomorrow, maybe we'll get a little bit more coming out of the APG boys. Meanwhile, top fraggers of the tournament thus far, Badru steals the show with a total of 23 points, putting Alter Ego Ares on the map.
Yeah, so it's going to be on the trail with 21 eliminations to his name. Same goes for Set of Yellow 6, and actually Topsy as well. And obviously you can't have Topsy without Zeus there with 19. So those are your top fraggers here for this very competition. How much more can we see? Later on, we'll find out. I'm kind of surprised we didn't really get to see, Kenny for this one. I mean, he has been one of the guys that been pretty consistent for the side of Todak, but unfortunately, overall, the run for Todak hasn't been the greatest here for today's broadcast.
Yeah, I would say so myself. I mean, today, I guess they catch a little bit of break and maybe come back for a little bit more in order to keep up to the pace of the rest. BTR, after that chicken dinner, they are now about 12 points or 11 points, so to speak, up above Team Flash as these positions have been swapped all around. Vampire Esports sliding on to third with 98. And then you see big moves coming in from Talent Esports as well, MVKE, marching up ahead to 5th and 6th respectively.
Definitely, bro. And now, let's take a look at this overall. Second page here. Who can we see on the bottom end? I mean, see it. I'm waiting. We're waiting. And it is going to be Trevor Massey Deer on the number 9 spot. Climbing by 2 ranks here, overtaking the players from Alter Gear areas. Same goes for out of Todak as they drop down by 1. Talk off the Alliance, though. I mean, they had pretty long sustainability on the last and final round there for a set of Miramar. So, to say, able to climb out by 3, able to overtake the players from Train to Kill. Same goes for set of Boom Esports and the Xavier.
Yep, we just love to see it. We are looking at all these teams really going on full pushes. And still, look at the margins. It's like from 11 all the way down to 16. And it's less than 10 points already. So I would say that there's definitely chances for some overtakes to happen for tomorrow onwards. And for certain teams that may not actually have that form of rhythm, I guess that they still can actually find some of all these reprieve, because right now, the point to beat is 51. That's being held by Void Donkey, where they're only getting singular digits for a couple of rounds that they played out today, while Zem9, that top 2 finish sends them upwards to 56 points, moving 5 spots ahead. That's impressive.
Yep, very impressive here. Now, not exactly certain what really happened here for the side of Horror Esports, but they were out of the picture and missing in action overall from today's broadcast. But enough being said, contract, we wrap things up here for the last initial match here for today's run. Whew, I'm pretty happy to share the mic here with you, bro.
I mean, likewise, it's been a great pleasure since we get to cast this all together for the very first time. I mean, we learned a lot from each other, and I really do hope that we get to work together a whole lot more down the stretch. So I'm definitely excited for that to happen eventually. Any last words from you before we actually end the night?
Well, thank you so much, RUTHLESS Hype Esports, for having me here inside of this tournament. It was a pretty surprise call, but hey, fortunately, met a lot of good people here, especially your Contra, and the rest will come through. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it. With every story, there's always an ending, at least for me, though. But you guys will still have to watch over for the next 2 days of the playoffs and the grand finals soon enough. But for the time being, we'll call it quits. Good night, everyone. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you guys tomorrow.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. We're ready to rumble. We're ready to rumble. Step into the ring. Come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. to rumble.
So many points, and it was that battle up against 4 tribes where he scored 3 takedowns in total to kick off our matchup in that city. And then after that, he still looked for a whole lot more. So great job coming in from, the player that's been residing in Malaysia for quite some time now. And Sam9, people have scrutinized them during the past performances, but they are just pretty much receiving that heat, turning those complaints into constructive feedback, and now growing every step of the way.
Yep. And there's a good chance we'll see them in the finals as well, I believe. So based on how they've been performing too. And speaking about performance, so most of the players that we've seen before this are all up here, adding in Yoru to the chart. Match leaderboard, however, Point Donkey 19, so we're clear on that. Talent 14, Sam9 13, even though they only had 2 players towards the second half of this game, but they're still able to rack in 13 points in total, which is pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's looking so solid for some of these guys out there. Point Donkey with that 19. So this now backs the question, how far does that actually propel them? And with the rest of the field also maintaining a very good number, with AZ Slumber is still kind of lagging behind. I think that this is definitely good news overall that, Point Donkey, they should move up like at least 3 spots.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing the overalls later, right? And it's not only about moving up the chart, but also how big of a gap they have, assuming that they are in the top 18. But before we get onto that, of course, some of these other match stats. So Kasim comes in with the longest elimination distance. Frankie, not the most important of stats, but it's always nice to have your name up there. 4 airdrops looted this time. We did see one of them earlier on. So I guess that's pretty much pretty on the higher side. And if I were to relate to the whole pace of this round, this is like a regular pace, like something that you would see in an official tournament. So that's why you have that space to loot up 4 airdrops.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And despite, certain airdrops were around there, some of these players would rather just take, the level 3 gears and call it a day because, you got to be very efficient with your setup. Sometimes maybe you just stock too much of 556 bullets and suddenly like they give you like, I don't know, a Groza or something. Then you got to consider like, if I take that Groza, I only got 90 bullets to work with, right? So yeah, it is what it is for some of all these portions, but I kind of want to see more of this kind of calculated playstyle. And I also miss those kind of explosiveness. So we want to see what is being offered for tomorrow. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button right now. We have yet to show you guys the results, so don't leave just yet because we want to find out who makes it closer to the top 18.
And is Rosemary the MVP because he got 2 of them today. So when we started the day, like he wasn't in the road to MVP at all, in the top 5 even. But I guess because he's able to get 2 today, I think we can somewhat expect Rosemary to be up there.
Yeah, that's definitely a very interesting case in point, right? Because Mela not really having too much going on other than that one round that Vampire Esports played out. So let's take a look at the MVP first and foremost. And who exactly would it be? Drum rolls.
Rosemary, MVP overall, from not even being in the top 5. Now he shot himself up to the overall MVP with a total of 31 eliminations, 6,127 damage. There's no doubt about Rosemary by now, right?
Yeah, you talk about rolling out the red carpet for this king. I mean, it's about time he actually show up, right? 6,000 over damage out there is definitely nothing to score out of. Well, we take a look at who's been able to keep up to the pace. APG, despite some dismal results today, I think he definitely have maintained it. And more often than not, RUTHLESS is always the last player standing for APG. So it's instead all 4 members of VPE that takes over the top 5. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Even though it's like today has been like on and off day, but I guess individually, like Red Bull individually has been doing well, and Lazarus aka Schweppes individually has been doing not too bad as well. So I guess they warrant themselves up here. But if we were to zoom in onto the fragging stats, Rosemary still up there, followed by Tops, and then we have Mela, even though he missed 1 game, but can you imagine Mela still up here? And then we have Badru, and of course, the new signing of Vampire Esports, Red Bull.
Yep, and he's been really getting a streak overall. I mean, remember the Osio days and then into FaZe Clan, and now Vampire Esports, he's really showing up to be, you know, the hottest player from Thailand.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And I guess there's no other team better to go from his previous team, that is, which is Vampire Esports. So I look forward to seeing Red Bull and his performance in the upcoming PMSL Southeast Asia as well, where obviously they'll be playing in the official leagues later. But here is, okay, overalls. Page 1, these teams are pretty safe, so I'm not too worried about these teams now.
And the big news is that Talon now makes it into the top 5, pushing down APG. If you look at APG's results, they only managed to score 3 points over the last 2 matches. And then even on the initial match, they only scored 1. So I'm not too sure if I should be worried about that, but MVKE may finally get a little bit more of that leapfrog thanks to the chicken dinner that they had to start off the day. And then that final 8 points. So that really helps them push up towards the ranking. Now, middle of the pack now, it's definitely going to look pretty interesting from now because I believe Cellcom DG Alliance have definitely gotten themselves a spot up because of this final round. So D-Saber is getting pushed down just very slightly, 1 point behind. Zen9 is just trailing above them, but there is a significant gap though. I mean, 6 points above. And then boom, Point Donkey. Wait, Point Donkey. They were last and this chicken dinner sent them up here.
Wow. And that's how tight the points were in this round. 1 chicken dinner boosted them into 2nd place. Okay, but we're going to take note of the numbers, right? Like 73. Oh, it's still very tight. Look at this contract. 17 is 73, 18 is 71, wow. And then you have Netrex with 70. Even the EZ64 can still catch. I would say up to even Homeboys can catch. Or if ASI8 somehow has a double chicken dinner, they could still do it.
This is so worrisome for the South Asian region. I mean, T2K, 4 Tribes. I mean, it's hard to say goodbye to any one of these guys. I mean, they need to really do something about it because T2K have consistently tracking onto ASI8. They don't really get to play the game. And then 4 Tribes, sometimes they also land themselves into some hot drops. And EPX always look for a fight. And because of these very reasons, they don't get to play late for some of these portions. And that means that we might only see T2K rise above.
Ooh, okay, representing. And that's a possibility, right? But there's also a possibility of major comebacks tomorrow because tomorrow will be the final day of the playoffs before we move on to the grand finals, before we lock in the best 18 teams that will be eyeing that spot in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure you tune in by then because during the grand finals, the first 3 days is supposed to set the tone and also the match point. On the 4th day, it's going to be the Smash Rule Day. Nevertheless, for tonight, that will be all from us at the casting desk. My name is Sir Clark together with Contra. We'll be back again tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile action at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. Till then, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the
do we want to predict? So do you have a team in mind?
Well, I'm still thinking that some of these top tier teams out there, I mean, the ones that are on top of the leaderboards right now, are still trying to prove something to themselves that, hey, we cannot really mess with us. We will ensure that when it comes down to the finals, we will still look to dominate. So I'm putting my vote on VPE this time around.
Ooh, okay. The team that has the most road to MVP players. All right. So this team, they scored a chicken dinner yesterday, and they have a massive lineup upgrade, and it's showing on the battleground as well. So I'm going to put in Toda as my first choice.
Ooh, Toda. I really do like your pick. I do think that they are usually a lot better in Miramar, but then again, they are also stepping up their playing field when it comes down to Erangel overall. So they're definitely looking really good. And I do believe that, you know, with the addition of Kenny, it really feels like this is like a brand new revitalized team, you know, like his impact so far has been impeccable.
Oh yeah, and they did very well yesterday, and that's why they're on page number 1. I wonder what production is thinking of. It's taking a while this time. Boom Esports, interesting. Well, Boom Esports, you know, they're this team that at this moment you don't know what sort of performance are they going to put out. Is it going to be the Boom Esports that performs, or is it going to be the Boom Esports that is taking a chill pill? So what do you think about their choice?
Well, I really do think that Boom Esports yesterday were having desperate measures, right, to really gain their momentum, because they had a great day one, and then they kind of slide off a little bit. And then we start to see that they're on that borderline of the red zone of the 18th spot, and then they start to push again. So I think that it's a really good call, but I really think that a lot of these rounds really revolve around playing with Yummy, and the rest of these teams, I mean, these teammates really have to catch up.
Okay. Yeah, I think even though Yummy, he did okay. He might not have the most explosive of his own individual performance. Obviously, we've seen better in the professional leagues. He has been the FMVP before. But like what you said, right? It is a team game. So the other teammates will need to step up to the game and not to be overly dependent onto Yummy and be able to perform. It's just like how Alter Ego is, right? Yes, we still see Rosemary performing, and that's why he is the current MVP. But his other teammates are also doing the business as well. So that's why Alter Ego, they are doing very well, especially yesterday when they had a very good performance overall.
Yeah, I really think that they're really getting everything back on track. Like, the first day, they were just pranking around. I would say they were just getting, you know, singular digits, 1 or 2 elimination points per round. And that wasn't exactly going to cut it. Now you can see that cohesiveness starting to shine coming in from those members of Alter Ego. And it's absolutely paying off. You know what, Sir Cloud? We've talked a whole lot to really get the ball rolling. And now it's about time we have the players get on board.
And yes, Erangel is going to be our first match, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to roll the maps. So Erangel, Miramar, and also the groups A and B. Going to kick off game number 1. Here we go.
Hoping to see teams start off strong, as we're having a glimpse of a view coming in from Mount Stalbert. And it will also allow teams to be moving into the military base at the very same time. So I think this is a very favorable zone for the likes of many. But then again, I'm still concerned about a few factors here. We've seen some fights in Novo. We've seen T2K versus ASI over at North Point. So maybe if some of the teams are not present, they will get a little bit more of that reprieve. But I just want to see, like, you know, maybe a stale start so that everybody gets a fair chance into fighting for some areas.
Hey, Barry Pier is very reachable though. So we might see that fight happen, or maybe not. We're still waiting for the exact drop to happen. So far, don't see 7-9 yet out of the plane. T2K is not out yet too. So there's a possibility that we might see the Barry Pier fight happen again. But other than the Barry Pier, any other potential fights as per the current drop? I don't think so. So it's probably going to be very pure still.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely fair pure. Look at 4 tries, look at 7-9. They're already on the move. Now, the question remains, who's going to be the one to get the first dips, right? Like, the last time round, I think like Falak and Co from 4 tries, they couldn't really find the weapons, which is why they lost out that duel. And hopefully enough, maybe you get a fair shot and take a look around. It's going to be an island finish for everyone on board.
Well, I ain't complaining. Love this kind of circle. Let's go. But before that, 4 thrice and 7-9, round number 552 will commence right now. And looks like we're going to see 4 thrice having weapons of their own. Same goes for 7-9, so it's still a 50-50 between the two.
Like how you put it round 500 and whatever number that was. Vex right now, covering all around, 70 bullets onto the tank as he will have to really control this barrel spray down. It's not going to be an easy task. And meanwhile, Fallout gets the first takedown.
Oh, he got 2, in fact. But Vex responded back, getting 1 for himself. Amazal eliminated. Trexie is out too. And Trexie is playing this time. Okay, yesterday he had an off day. But that means right now, 7-9, they only have 2 players, while 4 thrice, they have 3. Well, it's time to heal up. While his teammates closing in. And we have Villain getting 1 for himself. Now it's only Vex left, the final active player for 7-9 against the 2 players of 4 thrice. Takes a lot of damage from the shotgun. Only 10% of health left. It's almost impossible for him to tank any further damage. And that is it. 7-9 comes the first team to be eliminated.
And this is what we want to see, a big bounce back performance. 4 tries, they're riled up, and this time, putting a statement against the Malaysian squad. Meanwhile, RRQ getting struck down. His homeboys rushing upon him, and Limboy, he finds one and takes out Sovel.
And now we have a nade being cooked up by Simba. Here we go. Nate will not connect, but that's fine. He still managed to take out Lapar. 1 more to go inside the building. It's going to be Napeko against the world. And homeboys now closing on to him. It's going to be a 2v1. Going up against the shotgun and an A3. That's a shotgun of his own. Very clutchable weapon, but unfortunately not able to get Nikki. And he will be taken out. That leaves RRQ with 2 players left.
Oh, a very sticky situation for RRQ. I mean, somehow they got stranded up in the open fields. And I believe this to be somewhere towards the north section of Quarry where it's not too many loots available as well. So it gets into this awkward point, but at the very least, there's an M4 in hand for GF Stye. I'm still wondering who exactly this is because I can't fully recognize the portrait neither. So I'm having a tough time thinking who exactly this could be.
Okay, hopefully they'll reveal themselves, but I kind of doubt so. Or maybe in the grand finals, who knows? They're just waiting for themselves to requalify and we will reveal ourselves. If not, then it's like, it's okay.
Keep it a secret, right? And
Oh, yeah.
what? Change the roster? I don't think like they're that mean, you know?
Yeah, yeah, it could be a new player. Who knows, right? I mean, you kind of think about it, right? Like this kind of off-season tournament, yeah, they can use this picture, yeah, they can use this IGN, but sometimes it's not really them. I mean, we've seen that with BTR until they made the official announcement. Then everyone goes like, it's these guys.
Yep, very familiar faces. And, you know, overall, I think like this offers a lot more stability to the rest of BTR. And, you know, now we finally get to see that iteration where, you know, Zuxi gets to play with Federalis and there's just so many different variations of play that is going to be very possible right now.
Oh, will he?
We'll have to find out.
That's for them to know and for us to find out, they say. But what we're finding out right now is the movement of players or teams into the mid-to-the-base island. We got at least half of them already in the island, another half making their way. I'm interested to see what's going to happen on the right side bridge. We have Triber Messi there with Tora trailing behind them. So potentially we might see a bridge fight between the 2 teams.
Oh, yeah. And I think like whoever gets to really safeguard the bridge, they're going to be able to farm a whole lot of points. There's still plenty of all these teams who are still back in the mainland. So for those who are late, maybe they're thinking, maybe it's best for us to try to stay put. We find ourselves maybe a couple of all these straggling units to try to pick off and just farm for elimination points. This could be a really good way to go. And for the fact of the matter that, this being the very last day and we're given this kind of ending is just wild.
Hey, not complaining at all. Let's go for it. But I also want to point out the fact that, unfortunately, Horror Esports is not playing in this round. So, assuming that they do show up in the following round, they have to come up with like 3 chicken dinners to be possible for them to be in the grand finals.
I think mathematically, it's kind of low of a chance for them to make an appearance or even try to really fight for all those chicken dinners in 3 rounds, because all these big teams, no matter which region you're from, they still need some time to really warm up the pace. And to say get a triple chicken dinner overall, we haven't even gotten a back-to-back win out of all these days in the playoffs. So it's really tough. Really, really tough.
Yeah, gotta agree with that, right? It's very, very hard. And if you gotta think about it as well, it's like when the moment you come in, you have to adapt to the lobby. There's technically no warm-up for you, and you have to immediately perform. That's kind of hard. So, yeah. That's all I can say. I mean, it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, exactly the case in point, right? So we'll probably see them joining us in the next season if that's going to be the case. And of course, don't be heartbroken, fans out there. You still have your fair players eventually. So, of course, as we carry on with what's going on inside of the map of Wrangle, interesting enough, a lot of the teams have been able to really get into the island very simply, but we are seeing some congestion over on the corner of Lower Roy, and that's a good call because that's where the zone's going.
Ooh, the zone shifted towards the right side where Novo is at. But the teams are starting to get into the circle as well, or getting into the island. We have Todak here. Homeboys trying to take them out, but it's not that easy. You can see how good Todak navigates around the terrain as well, making it hard for Homeboys to shoot them down.
Yeah, and with such an angle, they managed to really take firm control of the sector. Yummy trying to actually make his way a little bit safer over on the top corner, but Helton's going to be on that hole, so he doesn't really have that much space to play with. So I'm not too sure whether if Esports is going to be able to make it out now that there's only 2 members left. So, yeah, I'll kind of wish him all the best if that's the case.
Oh, Shamils is down. Needs to be picked up, and Simba is there. And see if he will be able to turn into the Lion King here to save his teammate.
I feel like there's a lot of Mufasas in the field. Yeah, I really do hope that, there's a savior coming in to the rescue. But then again, Mastery, he kind of bites back and perhaps gives his teammates a little bit of a chance to form something in return. So right now, RRQ instead, the next one to bow out, they only walk away with 1 point, unfortunately. It has been a really rough run in, and now Dion with the assault across the bridge. Yante, he's got those angles and he's picking off those members of Homeboys.
I was trying to get that 1 point, but the bridge is blocking his view. Nevertheless, he does have the ammunition to spare, so might as well try his luck. But now Team 52, just right above Bloom Esports, and what an angle. Definitely Kido wouldn't miss that one, and Yummy is now on the ground.
It's all down to Mastery left, though. He just really has to buy all the time that he needs for him to maybe squeeze some points. I say maybe because this is still a very tough area to really play that one out. So, Daunting Pass Right now, Mastery as well as Helton comes face to face, and Helton's being brought down low, still soaking in the blue zone. At the same time, he's got to heal up, but is there enough time for him to do so?
And that is Booming Sports unfortunately eliminated. Out with only 2 points this time, but at least in the overalls, they're still in the top 18, so still kind of okay. Let's see how many points can Trap Messi get out of those long-range taps. As we update the circle to go up to the high ground, a lot of teams currently up there, and yes, looks like we will see who might be king of the hill at the very end.
Yep. And currently, it's going to be Alter Ego holding on to that radio tower, being at the perfect focal point. Take a look at the outskirts, though. Team Secret, Void Donkey, 52 in that gridlock, and Void Donkey, they have yet to really move deeper into the space, so that is definitely concerning right now. But Frankie, he finds the catch onto Helton, and now paves the path for Team Secret to propel forward.
Well, they have to make it quick, because right now they're at stage 3 still taking us through. They have to cut across this bridge. In the meantime, Juki gets Helton. That's their first point this round in the bag. While the Vikings are fighting against APG somewhere else, and looks like APG fighting back with Tins now on the ground. But APG have been eliminated. But look at the minimap. 4 Thrives now onto the Vikings. They want to be the third party against them.
Well, it's pretty interesting on how APG went down, because usually they do like to play inside of the island, and I wonder if it's going to be maybe a little bit of a rotation that they were caught off guard, and that's how they absolutely got punished. And those 1 points now in favor of MVKE. Today, they're showing a little bit more aggression in the early game. That's what we want to see out of the boys of Vikings, which we haven't seen in a long while.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Love seeing this. And they're currently on pace number 1. Maybe they're ambitious enough to try to get that number 1 spot, to get that spotlight into the grand finals. As for 4 Thrives, they overtake the position of the Vikings, while the Vikings, they retreat, giving the position away to 4 Thrives. Now they'd find somewhere else to move or somewhere else to be at, and they're navigating around the southern side. Maybe they're thinking about coming in from the left side back into the circle. While we check out what's happening on the left side bridge, involving Team Secret and Void Esports.
Team Secret, despite them clearing out 52 Esports, they were taking their sweet time because they really want to hold out Void Esports. And oh, this might actually be biting them in the back, since those shots did connect. Void Esports right now going for a revive. Potato should be picked up. It's still stage 3, semi-tankable, but they gotta make it quick though.
Oh, wow, nice shot there by Razak. He got 1. UK is now down on the ground. Let's see if we can get Mr. Frankie Bond on the other side. Decides not to use his nade instead. Still with SLK. Evaded that nade by Frankie. Now on the other side, we have Zeta here going up against Juki inside the building. While Frankie is charging in, looking for his target, and from afar he was sprayed, but Frankie has to be careful. His health is getting low now. Now he will be the final player left for Team Secret, as his teammates have been eliminated.
Oh, that was a very firm call coming in. Void Donkey somehow have been able to navigate it so well. And now Frankie, he's just trying to see if he could actually drive across the bridge, or maybe just find a little bit more of leeway. But take a look at the bridge. There's still Kidobu, who's actually waiting around.
No first aids, dude. I don't think he'll make it past this bridge. Unless, if in this box there's first aids, he might have a chance, but I don't know about that, man. I don't know if he'll have enough time. But we shift forward to Trapper Messi now against Celcom DJ Alliance. Here we go with Ade Luke defending his ground, getting a couple of knockdowns on Trapper Messi, and looks like Celcom DJ Alliance managed to defend their ground.
I like that he actually thought about, switching seats just to get into the other side. And right now, there's still more aggression being shown to the side of Celcom DJ Alliance, so they still need to recover themselves. Adek Luke still limping, but now getting over the back of the hovercraft is definitely a much safer call. But of course, out of that altercation, they still managed to back all 4 points. So that's great work coming in from Celcom DJ Alliance. Now, a lot of space opened up. But then again, from this corner of the map that they're playing over in the north, west, there's still Void Donkey that might actually move towards that direction.
As for fourth rise, Falak is still on the outside, now making his move into the circle. The Vikings, as we can see on the minimap, they're very spread out. I guess they want to try to block teams from coming in case any teams use the southern side. But not too sure what happened, but my pick thought I just got eliminated.
Yeah, I think the last we saw was that member of Todak was also around these quarters, and they were just being peppered by some of the members of Alter Ego. So they decided to perhaps push upwards and then got themselves, of course, traded out. Alter Ego did hold the best spot possible, and right now, looking very convincing on a possible chicken dinner. Only 7 teams remain right now on stage 4, and we're gonna see whether if Boing Donkey with this late rotation will pay off dividendly. I mean, they won Team Secret, and now they have to face off against their fellow countrymen.
Focusing on through the current king of the hill, Alter Ego. As long as they have the circle, they have this position, they're in prime position to be at. Let's look at this. They're able to look at teams making rotations around them. That includes Foreign Esports, who's just across Krypton right now. And Alpha can check out the other side, and there's another team there. That's fourth Rise. Rise, his long range shot, it did connect, but not enough to get a knock.
This could be a little bit hard there. 4 tribes, 3 members left, and you see, after taking out those members of 7-9, they're pretty much amped up now, also back in their 5th one already. But playing from such a far stretch is going to be a daunting task, especially with, you know, an artillery force coming in from Alter Ego up the top side. I think that no matter what, this next circle will still benefit Alter Ego areas no matter the cost. So teams will really have to play by the foothill instead to try to find those covers until they can actually form a push. And I don't think that Boing Donkey wants to challenge Alter Ego at the moment as well. And take a look at Rosemary. He's being knocked down far on the outskirts, so Krypton is going there for the rescue.
Ooh, okay. Interesting position for Rosemary to be at. I thought that he would join his teammates at the high ground, but looks like he had an ambitious thought. A 4th rise down against Telkom DG Alliance, and a knock. Telkom DG Alliance, 2 active players for 4th rise. Well spread around, but look at the minimap. The vampires behind Telkom DG Alliance.
Well, the Vampires have been really quiet throughout the matchup, and now here comes the first strike. Simba right now landing his claws over the corner. Fallout getting caught out. Pixel perfect angle coming from Olio to be able to shut down the ace of Fort Quad. And here comes the grenades falling right through, and it's going to be Zeta getting clipped out from right now under Shamils. Somehow, he's been able to win the duel up against Boing Donkey's own marksman.
Oh, okay. Who hit that long shot? Onto Shamil, waiting for the elimination. Oh, it's Badru. Whoever Badru is, kind of doubt that that's Badru. But anyway, knocking onto Shamil, and he's on the outside of the circle. Not the best position to be at. Leaving Homeboys with only 1 player left. Let's check out what's happening on the left side here. Palak needs a pickup, and he should be back up anytime soon.
That's right, and 4 tries being let off. But then again, Vampire Esports is also moving towards this corner. They're playing very defensively this time around. Earlier, that was all the 4 members all together, and now 2 members have been taken apart. Both Red Bull as well as Gooey, the brand new transfers of Vampire Esports. Still have Mel now, though. Still remaining to be the top fragger for the team for the moment. While we're seeing whether if they can actually push onwards and upwards. While the rest of Alter Ego, they're feeling rather comfortable. They've been able to wrap the corners and now have definitely knew for the fact that there's nobody right behind them, so they can just focus on whatever's in the zone.
Yep, and I like the fact that Alter Ego, all 4 of their players, they have their respective eliminations. Again, it tells the story of what we said during the pre-show, right? Like, every player in Alter Ego is functioning. Now back onto the action for the Vikings. Looks like Nikki is the only one in the shack, but before any further action, he'll lock in that elimination point by taking out Superman, but they will alert the rest of the Vikings now.
Speaking of that, right now, it's Nikki all alone inside the shack. This is gonna be a grand hustle coming from the rest of Vikings, but there was that knock coming in from Krypton that kind of put them into a difficult stance, and now point blank Tins somehow wins the trade just by that crease of that rock, and now they get to go in for recovery, but Brick has been napped away from that member of Alter Ego.
Oh, we're going to see the next phase of the zone. Still has a portion of the high ground, and Krypton is within the circle. Alter Ego, in fact, they have a full team, and they are in prime position. Well, let's see what's going to happen here with Tins as Alter Ego Badru comes by. But from the side, it's going to be Krypton that lands a final blow, and Alter Ego is on a rampage.
Yeah, rightfully so. 10 points already. It's been a very steady run for them, and there was basically not much of a retaliation coming in from the rest of the squad. So I'm not sure whether these teams really have the squad strength to really face off against Alter Ego at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4v2, v2, v1, unless everyone bands up and just aims at Alter Ego. If not, it's going to be pretty hard. Plus, Alter Ego, they are in a very good position. And with the good position that Krypton has, he sees final play of 4 tries, or the second last play of 4 tries, just to be gunned down by Rosemary from the side. And that's going to be point number 12 for Alter Ego. 4 tries. While all that was happening, have been eliminated, leaving us with 3 teams.
3 teams to go. Vampire Esports. You got to respect their firepower, though. But then again, Hovercraft in the hands of Alva can basically soak some damage and maybe just rampage his way through. He's aiming it at Strep, already driving over on the bottom, but it doesn't seem like they need all too much as Alter Ego comes in with a white ramp with a convincing chicken dinner to solidify their spot here in the grand finals.
And not dropping a single point to any other team. Alter Ego, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday they scored a chicken dinner. Today they scored another chicken dinner. Alter Ego. They're in the hunt for that number 1 spot, and they want to take it away from the hands of BTR.
This team always impresses every step of the way, and my, this is by far the most cleanest win out of many, and it really felt like there was not much damage to be done to these members of Alter Ego because they were in the prime area from the get-go, and they just controlled it all too well.
Yeah, the only one thing that happened to Alter Ego was the knock on the Rosemary. Even that, he was able to be recovered, and pretty much the rest was history. So it just shows another solid performance by Alter Ego individually. They worked as a team to help each other. If anyone gets knocked, nobody's left behind. And the one that was knocked puts himself in a position that he can be saved. And that's how they recover back as a 4. So no points donated to any other team. And they managed to collect 14 elimination points along the way as well. So that's 24 points for Alter Ego. Now, there is a high possibility that Alter Ego would have overtaken BTR.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. This big win, and it's been pretty much so consecutively day by day that they've been able to achieve so, is just astounding to me that they are having such a track record despite, first couple of days needing so much time to warm up, and now it's the full engines running. So Alter Ego seems very battle ready for the grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Can't wait to see if they'll be able to be consistent throughout the entire day. But before we head on to the confirmation if Alter Ego is number 1, looking at some of the other stats, we're comparing Alter Ego to your pick contra Vampire Esports, who came kinda close since they were at second place to scoring the chicken dinner. But look at the gap here. We're talking about 14 eliminations against 2.
Yeah, and you reminded me that I actually went for this vote, and yep, I guess Alter Ego is still having pretty much all of the cards all stacked perfectly for themselves to really draw aces here, especially when we look at all these fights. It's been Nikki TZ who somehow does 900 of damage over the span of the match, but he only walks away with 3. I believe that there was this difficult situation for Homeboys, but they managed to really get the funnel through because they were holding the bridge.
Yeah, especially the left side bridge. But because he only scored 3, we have other players if we were to zoom in onto like the overall performance or eliminations, we have like 4 players here with the exact amount of eliminations, only divided by the damage output. Kryptons, Tins, Rosemary, and for luck here. And for Forthrise, they won it against Sem9. I'm sure Sem9 will be looking to take revenge against Forthrise later.
Yep, that's something that they do look forward towards, and we'll have to see if that is going to be, something a little bit more straightforward. You think about it, like, there's also so many times that when it comes down to the map of Miramar, 4 tribes also battle with Sem9, so I just got this gut feeling that they are just nemesis at this point in time.
Yeah, and maybe in terms of points as well, we need to look at that one later. But what we're sure right now is Alter Ego and Forthrise, only 2 teams with a double digit. Nobody in this round went out empty-handed. Everyone at least got a point for themselves. So I guess that's okay. But it also depends on what kind of position you're at in the overalls, where we'll visit in a little bit more. But also to point out that on the this page that we can see here, not all 64 players are playing, but yet we still have Alter Ego being able to bring in that many elimination points. Imagine if everyone's playing, who knows, Alter Ego could get up to 20.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much a very good case, right? Where, from that performance alone, like, it really felt like they have all the protocols being set up so perfectly. Like, even to the point that Rosemary, at one point, he just went alone, tried to check some of all the angles, and then he got caught for a little bit, but thankfully he wasn't taken out, right? So it's still pretty much interesting on how this team actually functions as a whole, where, from the bottom, now they make it to the top with the chicken dinner that they've just acquired, and they only had 2. So majority of these points right now, they farmed it through elimination points, even besting Vampire Esports.
And it's a confirmation as well that Alter Ego is currently at number 1. And look at the amount of eliminations, 106. They have broken the 100th elimination mark here through this round. But our main topic today is going to be the teams that might or might not make it. Now, with Forthrise bringing in 10 points, they put themselves at number 16 with 81 points. At least they're on page number 2. But remember, 81 points before we flip over to see how small the gap is between these teams and the drop.
Yeah, I don't think that is a big margin overall. If we actually recall, like, some of these teams initially was sitting around either high 60 points or somewhere in the middle 70s. So speaking of which, we get a glimpse of it. T2K 73 can afford to still catch up. NetBX now needs to beat them with a total of 4 points. So I think it's very possible that NetBX can actually qualify to the finals.
Yeah, and NetBX did not play this round because they'll be playing in the following round. So they still stand a good chance because, well, they have 4 more games where some of the teams above them only has 3 more games. So they stand a good chance. But we'll see what happens in the next round. When we come back from the break, it's going to be Miramar. So we'll see you guys after this one.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. I got reasons, but I'm alright. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. Never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again. I lose control. Give me everything. It's what I want. Best I've ever been. I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Give me what I want. Give me what I want. Give me what I
And we're back at it again as we're getting closer and closer to the grand finals. Only 5 more matches remain as we're going to be moving into Miramar up next. And wow, that performance from Alter Ego really convinces us that they are a formidable force when they do hit into the final 4 days.
Oh yeah, and I'm excited to see what Alter Ego will bring to the table next year. Are they going to be consistent, or is it going to be a one-off for Alter Ego? And to note that Alter Ego, they're currently on top at number 1. They might not be that comfortable because after this, BTR is going to make their showing, and I'm sure they want to take back their throne.
And overall, BTR, like now that they've already told the world that, hey, this is the brand new revitalized roster. And I think that, they are definitely feeling very good about, all these brand new prospects and possibilities. And overall, I feel like they've been really showing this that even on both maps, they've been really, really looking composed. So I'm wondering if they will be able to take it here in Miramar.
It will depend on how warmed up are they getting into a very warm, dusty map called Miramar. And of course, we're going to roll the groups as well at the same time. We're going to focus on the A and C. So what's interesting between A and C is that Alter Ego, they're playing, BTR, they're playing. And if they happen to meet each other in this map, well, that will be a good fight.
It definitely would be. And look at the stack of roster right now. Group C will be joining us, so we welcome back on board BTR, Depex, Talent, the Savior, Flash, TTK, AZ Slumber, as well as ASI8. I think like the ones that really have shown up the most coming in from Group C definitely is the first 5 names. I think like TTK, arguably so in so many situations that in Miramar, they still have been able to also win a couple of all these chicken dinners. So maybe that could actually put T2K in a safer spot.
And also NepX, right? We did talk about their chances, and they seem to have a good chance. But this will be the first game as well. So let's see how will they perform. And they have 1 game advantage against some of the teams that are above them currently in the overall charts. Of course, we got to do our due diligence. And do you have a team in mind now?
I'm going to go for the storyline, right? Because we talked about BTR needing to chase back their points that was gained by those members of Alter Ego. So they still want to be Indonesia's #1. So BTR it is. Okay.
So I will fight you for it.
Okay.
Bring on Alter Ego.
Oh, okay. You got to calm down for a bit. But you're telling me back-to-back win from Alter Ego is a very big possibility here. I mean, I think it's really feasible because even yesterday's Miramar, they look so solid. I believe they also won the game there.
Yeah, they came close. They came close as well in a few other occasions. So, well, let's see here between you and me, BTR and Alter Ego. Now, just to make things a little bit more interesting, right? We can put a small wager to it.
Well, what do you want to wager this time around?
Okay, okay, chicken dinner is of course the chicken dinner, but let's put a little bit more excitement. If BTR finishes above Alter Ego, I'm buying the next dinner.
Okay.
But if Alter Ego finishes above BTR in this round only, you're buying dinner.
Okay. Sounds fair enough. Let's do it.
All right. All right. But if we both finish above Vampire, production is buying us dinner.
Okay. I'm in. Okay. At least, the players get themselves a good dinner. We get ourselves some good dinner too. So, yep. That sounds just about right. So now we're talking. You got me excited right there.
Oh, okay. Let's start the match. Where's the start button?
I think they're missing the button somewhere, we'll let them navigate around. Maybe, they're checking the plane, getting it refueled and stuff like that. So while we're at it, right? Now, this is so interesting to me that, the past couple rounds have been, all these back and forth between the top teams. And then it really felt like they were racing each other. Whereas the ones who are supposed to be racing right now on this final day, they're not activated yet. The ones who are sitting around 18. So my eyes are also on NepX as well. These guys, they really play super aggressively for the past couple of days. And now they start to think, we're lacking on those placement points and we got to catch up. So do you think that there's also chances today that NepX could actually score it?
I mean, you know what? They also give me that sort of aura or impression that this team seems to have something. I'll do that on page 3 Okay, but then again, based on their play style and the thing that they bring to the game, it does look like they have something special in them. It reminds me of I remember when it was the early days of maybe Horror Esports, and some of the other names that we have seen before. They're able to put something onto the table, and NetX, at least for me, right, first time casting their game, they look like they can bring something special.
Yeah, I do think so myself. I mean, when we take a look at the way that they've been playing, and it's definitely no wonder they've been able to really steal the show back in the PMNC. So definitely a very hot prospect within the scene right now. So I definitely look forward to what else are they really going to be able to show us and moving into these upcoming rounds. So in Miramar, at the very least, I think NetX has definitely got certain favorable instances where top 4 is very viable, but most often than not, I feel like they just tend to struggle on closing the games.
Yep. But sometimes you kind of think about it, right? To a certain extent, able to get chicken dinners can be a bonus. Mm-hmm. But if you're able to be consistent, every round you're top 4, you're top 3, every single round, you're doing pretty fine too. Especially at this stage where it's still the league stage where we just want to determine who's the top 18. I guess that's okay, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. And for many of all these teams who's been fighting back and forth, I mean, there's still a lot that goes on in my mind on how they really want to progress even after grand final. Say, if you're somewhere in the middle of the field, you definitely feel a little bit more uncomfortable where, okay, these guys, they're really on this hot streak. How can we, have this switch up just like how Alter Ego did? Or Boom Esports, they have a very big performance on day one. What went on to the point that currently they're somewhere around that borderline? It really felt like maybe they're just trying to do just about enough, so to speak.
Yeah, maybe, right? And save it for the grand finals, especially when the smash rule is involved. So that's something that we want to see, and you guys need to check out on the day 4 of the grand finals on how teams will adapt themselves to the smash rule. That we can say it's still fairly new in the world of PUBG Mobile esports. But before we get onto that, let's head on to Miramar.
There we go. We go for a long dive into the sunny deserts. And this time around, starting off over onto the far northwestern corner of northeastern corner map. And I believe that that's going to be the access into the Terra Blanca capital military route. But then again, this is kind of leaning a little bit more towards the north side, while a lot of the circles that we've seen from the yesterday's games have been pretty much around Las Lunas, around the areas of Valdemar, so this is rather interesting.
And we'll see if we will get a similar circle. We also got a urban finish circle as well yesterday, so that's something. But for me personally, I would love an open circle. If it's an urban circle, sometimes teams will take their time. But we'll see. Now that we see the early drops here, looks like at the northern side, we only have AZ Slumber at Homeboys. Not as many teams as yesterday, like how we've seen. But I'm also looking in the middle there. Look at ASI8. They are overlapping another team. So there's a potential clash that might happen in that area.
I believe that they're moving into Las Lunas as default, and if it's going to be Celcom DG Alliance, maybe they're just going to be battling their way out. But, the trajectory looks pretty good, though, because they're about to get their way into the center zone, as I spoke of it before, because, trend seems to be once again happening. So it does benefit the members on the side of ASI8.
Yeah, the circle happened to be there, too. But we got an early knock. Even before it was able to land on the ground, got knocked by the pistol of Tops, and Hugh. Chase Hugh. He missed. He missed.
Oh no!
He missed. Second chance. Oh, missed again. Oh, Casanova. He must be looking behind while he was running. That's why he can anticipate that.
He's just picking up his weapons again and again, and like he's thinking, okay, he's created too much distance, and he's already banking on hopes that he reaches towards the shack, and he might just be able to find a weapon. And if he does, Zeus is gonna be in trouble.
Okay. Opens the door. What weapons does he have inside? Did he manage to pick up anything?
I think he
Looks
did.
like nothing. I think only a melee weapon, but no firearm.
I mean, might as well just go on a full battle flight, and he's got a pistol.
Oh.
A pistol. Okay, good enough. Now it seems like Zeus is gonna be bringing the pump shotgun, and unfortunately for Casanova, he goes out not without a fight, and it's been a series of unfortunate events throughout this whole circuit for ASI.
Oh, just unfortunate. The moment they land, they bump into Team Flash, and that just happened. But maybe Team Secret can help them to get their revenge with Zerus here. But Zerus is alone though, so I'm not sure how ambitious he is.
Yeah, I think that they can afford to test the waters right now. I say waters, but it's in the desert, so Team Secret, that's a long coverage, but at least one of the members have bikes. Zeus, with the SLR, we've rarely seen players using the SLR these days. But back then when it was first released, I think that it became an instant favorite to try to match up with, you know, the Mini 14s, because the 7.62 bullets tend to have maybe just slightly a bit more damage.
And speaking about Team Secret, they're pretty safe now, 104 points. So I don't expect them to be at the bottom 18. We should be able to see them still in the grand finals, and that's okay. Being one of the representatives from PMSL Southeast Asia to be in the PMWC, I'm sure fans would expect them to make their way to the grand finals without any sweat. As for AZ Slumber, on the other hand, one of the new kids on the block, they need the points.
They definitely do. AZ Slumber currently sitting at 20th spot. I mean, ideally, a chicken dinner would sort it, but then again, the last we saw out of say AZ Slumber that they got closest to a chicken dinner back in Miramar, it was maybe around day 1 or so, where they've consistently placed like number 2, number 3, and mainly they're playing for placement points, and they were showing that they are capable of going for high frags as well, given the right circumstances to play maybe on close quarter combat. But it really feels like they are still trying to get adjusted